Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What if Luffy got Harem in time travel with godlike powers. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Straw Hat Grand Armada 4th Commander Arlong the Saw vs Donquixote Pirate Senor Pink. I wouldn't sweat it. A clean hit to the nose was all it took for his opponent to start bleeding. Arlong tapped his foot. No really. Don't worry about it. Fine, are you ready now? Sure, let's continue. Strange. The conversation between Arlong and his opponent, Senor Pink. He was a respectable opponent, though something was off about him. He seemed like a mafia dude, but something was aching on the back of his mind. Arlong could feel it. He's been training with everyone aboard the ship. Maybe this is what they call hacky. Senor Pink struck his fighting post, though a bit hesitant. Something was really bothering him. Alright, what is wrong, man? Arlong dropped his guard and asked his opponent man to man. Nothing, man, just get on with it. I need to be somewhere after I finish with you. First of all, you have no chance in hell of beating me. Second, where is this place you need to go? Arlong stared into Senor Pink's eye, to which the skeptical Donquixote agent returned the look. They both stared off each other for a good 5 minutes before Senor Pink finally broke the gate. Alright, fine. My kid is going to be born any minute now. That's why I'm in a hurry, okay? Are you freaking serious right now? Your kid is being born and you're here carrying out someone else's agenda. Arlong scratched his head throughout this. His ideals have changed throughout the year he's been with the crew. No longer was there an ounce of human-hating gene on him. I owe a lot to Doffy. Look, man, I'm going to be straight with you. Arlong leaned against a wall and pulled out a cucumber from his pants pocket. He then took a bite out of it and began eating. Senor Pink had a confused face as to where the hell that cucumber came from. Doflamingo will fall today by the hands of the king. So we can do two things. We fight where I will beat the living hell out of you and you miss your kid being born ... Or we can both go to where your kid is and you can be a dad, walk away from the life of crime. No, man, if I walk away he'll kill me, and once he learns about my family, he'll kill them too. Senor Pink lowered his voice. For some odd reason, he was considering Arlong's offer. Again, bro, we will not lose. How many times do I have to say it? In that same moment, Brook had been keeping Sugar occupied by keeping her confused in her mirror world. Jem had defeated Gladius, but was now being carted off somewhere by two strange people. Bentham and Galdino defeated their opponent in an impressive manner. Robin made quick work of Giala, as her abstract art was no match for a well-trained Nico Robin, especially under the tutelage of the Straw Hats. Fine. Alright, man, I'll trust you. Let's go see my son. Alright, let's go. Arlong pulled out a mirror as he ran alongside Senor Pink. Brook's face emerged on the other side. Hey babe, how are you doing? Good. This toy kid is annoying. Brook responded with an annoyed look on her face. Okay, babe. I just want you to know that I'm going to go with him to his baby. He then winked at her, blew her a kiss, and hung up. Though there was a mistake ... For some reason the connection had broken up, and now Brook was blushing feverishly. For all she heard was this. Okay, babe ... Well, I'm going ... to ... Want you ... with ... baby. And Brook was more motivated than ever to end this Dressrosa fiasco so she can get together with her girls to discuss this major step in their relationship. Straw Hat Grand Armada 3rd Commander Lucci vs Donquixote Pirate Vergo. Vergo had his arms crossed, standing tall and proud. Lucci also had his arms crossed, though he was analyzing and observing. Get out of my way, pirate. I will arrest you. Vergo was already in full marine attire, ready to return to his pose within the marine ranks. He was in deep undercover duty within the marine ranks, feeding information to the Donquixote pirates. How else would they have known an area as vast as Dressrosa? Cut the crap. We have reason to know that you are full of shit. Lucci continued to stare down Vergo, who remained in character. So Lucci did the most logical thing in his mind, Zoro causing him to disappear in thin air, appearing close to Vergo. Tech-Eye Lucci hardened his body to take the possible exchange with the marine pirate. Shigen Lucci then began to launch a series of strikes all throughout Vergo's body. Ironically, the marine blocked all of his strike in the same style that he was unleashing to him. Shigen Vergo was also a master of Rokashiki, and then something else. Something else was about him. Lucci gritted his teeth as each of his strikes was met in consecutive, accurate manner. He was mocking him. But why would he do that if he was in such a hurry to return to post? Zoro Lucci attempted to add more speed with his strike, but yet again, Vergo matched him with his own form of Zoro. To think that a washout such as yourself would feel like you can be a match to a real master of Rokashiki. Rob Lucci, former CP9 standout. I know about you, Vergo commented as he did not fail to block Lucci's strikes. So you pay attention to me then. Lucci decided to heighten it up to a new gear. Bet you don't know about this. Lucci pulled his left arm back, covered it in a resin-like substance, activated both Zoro and Shigen, and in one combination strike, Lucci brought his left arm forward at such speed that it seemed to have broken the sound barrier at a sound of a loud crack. High left fist connected with Vergo's abdomen, causing him to be knocked back several steps. Though something was odd, his uniform now has a massive hole on it due to the strike, and yet he did not cough up blood, nor did he double over in pain. His sunglasses fell from his nose, but he was able to catch it on time. He then wiped it with his uniform and returned it into place. Vergo then raised his head and looked directly at the confused Lucci. He then grabbed hold of his uniform, ripping it out of his body, and thus revealing that his entire abdomen was covered in the same thick resin substance that Lucci used to strike him. Though Vergo expected a look of fear from Lucci, what he got was the complete opposite. He was happy. "Well, you have got to teach me how you do that." Lucci frantically threw his arms around. And even more impressive was that he managed to maintain his armament haki for longer than his 5 seconds from a year ago. HMPH. Vergo began to pull his bamboo from his back holster, but he wouldn't get any time to retrieve his weapon. Lucci suddenly appeared beside Vergo, taking the bamboo from his hands. "Cool weapon." He looked it over and threw it over his head. Vergo looked at him in a confused manner. "Oh, you didn't think that was my actual speed, did you?" The man who picked everyone's brain was finally able to apply his training, and he was enjoying himself. It seems like Lucci had been holding back. Zoro Shigen. Fine then. Vergo attempted to activate his own 6 powers, though it was for naught as Lucci finally went full power, using his haki-infused fist to now hit Vergo despite the demon bamboo's attempt to match the strike. Earlier it was not a problem, but now Vergo was not able to keep up. "What the fuck are you? I'm a strawhead." Lucci delivered his finishing blow, connecting with the guts of Vergo. Despite the haki armor, Lucci's armament-infused fist was stronger. Vergo doubled over and fell on both knees, then fell flat on his face. Alright, that wasn't so bad. Straw Hat Grand Armada 5th Commander Soul Prince Brook vs. Don Quixote Pirate Lao G. Brook revealed his blade, then in a blink of an eye, he was standing behind Lao G. Not a second was wasted as Lao G fell forward, his body emitting a frozen breeze. Brook then returned his blade inside his cane to where his spirit came into full effect as Lao G's soul was cut from his body. In the time with Luffy, Brook has learned to harness his devil fruit and use it to his advantage. He could now freeze his surroundings with his chilling spirit, and he could also cut people's soul out of their body, and he could also choose to return it to them. He was Brook of the Straw Hat Grand Armada. No longer will he be pushed around for his friends and for his own pride. Straw Hat Grand Armada Pirate Queen Hancock vs. Don Quixote Pirate Monet. Hancock found herself embracing her opponent who had been crying. How did they get to this point? Well, they were fighting like normal, and the snow user would rely on her Loja devil fruit, and Hancock had used her haki and superior close combat capabilities to gain the upper hand. Monet would then accept that she can't win, so she began to appeal to Hancock through sympathy. She began crying on how she felt like nothing and she was just following orders, and jumped at a chance to embrace the pirate queen. Though there was something off about this, it seems very familiar, and sure enough, Monet pulled a gun on her. Funny enough, Hancock saw it coming. Go figure. Who would have thought Miss Doublefinger would teach her something about trusting others? Not today, Hancock said menacingly as he held the pistol to her hand and turned it into stone. She emphasizes her dominance by crushing the pistol into dust. Monet, well, she finally learned her place, finally understanding that she would not get out of this fight alive. Fine. You win. Monet held both hands in the air, finally understanding her defeat. She took several steps back, continuing to hold her hands up, and eventually fell on her butt. She sat on the ground and awaited her fate. Go on then, end me. Hancock just stared at her intently, trying to do the thing that Luffy does to people, to read them and see what they are about. She used to be a killer first, find out information later. But she has grown out of her empress role and is now Luffy's queen. And to be his queen, she would need to be merciful. So Hancock opened her mouth, then closed it again, frustration filling her mind. She then threw a roundhouse kick, effectively knocking out Monet. Lucky for her, it wasn't a killing blow. Forget it, she'll figure it out later. She then used her mirror to call everyone. Anyone available yet? She called. Straw Hat Grand Armada 6 Commander Crocodile vs. Don Quixote Pirate Trebol. Stop it. The mucus user was getting annoyed, largely because Crocodile kept missing his sand with his body. And sand sticks really well to mucus. Guess what Snot knows? Once I kill you, I'm going to kill the damn flamingo brain. Then while I'm at it, I'll kill Mugiwara too if he's not paying attention. You're Mugiwara's puppy dog now, Crocy. You could have been Doffy's partner, but instead you choose to ally yourself with a squirt who's not even worth Doffy's little toe. Shut the fuck up, Trebol. Crocodile held the golden hook of his left hand over the neck of the mucus user. I only truly serve myself. You understand? Fine, Crocy. I get it. Listen, I'll work for you instead. Though Trebol was saying one thing, his loyalty was unwavering towards Doflamingo. Trebol then fell on all fours, crawled towards Crocodile's feet, begging him to be spared. "I'll shoot you straight to the top, I swear it. Is that right?" Trebol thought he had him hooked, though truthfully, Crocodile could care less. He brought his right foot back and kicked Trebol straight through his guts. Layers of snot clinged onto the leg of Crocodile as soon as his kick sent Trebol flying. Fuck. He molded his legs into sand to allow the snot to slide off of his legs, kind of like a snake shedding his skin. Crocodile shedding its skin. Weird thought. Alright, that's it, Crocy. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Though his threat were empty as Crocodile turned into sand and manifested himself behind Trebol, chopping him on the neck. The snot user fell on his face, knocked out. "I should kill you. I should ... but you rotting in Impel Down will be just as satisfying." With a final smirk, Crocodile slowly turned into sand and floated away in the air. And Trebol, well, he was out, unable to protect his dear Doffy. Straw Hat Grand Armada 2nd Commander Dracula Hawkeye Mihawk vs. Don Quixote Pirate Pica. Picarera. You big sword buffoon. Pica was an excellent fighter, whose ability allowed him to turn himself, or anything he touches, into stone. Mihawk, despite his precision, would get in contact with Pica, but he would simply turn himself into a stone to avoid the cut. Pica would travel along his ability, causing Mihawk to hit nothing but stone. Laugh as you may, but the end of this battle has been predetermined. Mihawk brought his black blade close to him and closed his eyes. Pica looked at his opponent in confusion, reverting to his normal form, following what his opponent was doing, which was nothing. Foolish swordsman, you think you're some big player just because you got offered a position with the warlord. Doffy is a current warlord, and guess what? Your precious Captain Mugiwara will die today, I guarantee it. With one fell swoop, Mihawk opened his eyes and went through Pica. Black Blade Mountain Cutter. In slow motion, one would see Mihawk dash forward, covering the distance between them. Not a second was wasted as his movements were fluid. Mihawk brought his blade from Pica's right waist all the way through his left shoulder, providing a massive deep cut through the flag user. In real time, it seemed that Mihawk disappeared in less time than it would take to blink an eye. The stone user did not even have time to react. Hell, there was a lot of that within the opponents of the Straw Hats. They all doubted their capabilities, and once their ass gets handed to them, they questioned their loss. Pica was no exception to this. My captain has said that you would be annoying. I thought it would be through battle ... but alas, it was your voice. Mihawk then rubbed his temple as Pica fell on both knees. Then he returned his black blade on his back as Pica fell flat on his face. Straw Hat Grand Armada 1st Commander Dogtooth Katakuri vs. Don Quixote Pirate Diamante. Diamante, correct. Who's asking? My captain sends his regards. Katakuri brought out his hands and his trident manifested from thin air. He then took a job straight through the neck of Diamante, but the flag user was ready. He turned himself into a flag just in time to follow the spike of the trident user. Each strike was met with the perfect movement of his flag body, avoiding instant death. Though Katakuri wasn't one to become frustrated, he remained focused and adamant in striking down his foe. You ahaha fool, stab as you may, but none will hit me. Even in flag form, Diamante pulled out a sword in his shirt pocket and began to exchange strikes with the Machai user. He would harden his blade when meeting Katakuri's trident, showing a mastery in controlling his technique. Though what Diamante failed to realize was the match was already over as soon as he was marked. Lucci, Arlong, Brook, and Mihawk wanted a piece of Diamante, as the captain specifically said to kill this one. But Katakuri overruled everyone's request and took him on himself. Perks of being first commander. Diamante carelessly flicked along the strikes of Katakuri as a flag. But suddenly, Katakuri scrapped his cheeks. The Machai user drew blood. It must have been a fluke ... but then another cut in his upper arm, then another in his legs, and the final strike that scared Diamante was a precise strike aimed for his heart. Luckily, he was able to block with his sword. It was as if Katakuri was seeing what he would do before he did it. What sorcery is this? Diamante continued to try and dodge, but he was getting cut no matter what he did. My captain has taught me this ability. Katakuri's Machai barrage completely caught Diamante in a corner. Each fist-shaped Machai punch met with different parts of Diamante's body, and despite his flag form, they were all finally connecting. ... to see into the future. Blood escaped from the mouth of Diamante. He could not keep up any longer. Katakuri just kept on pounding and pounding with his Machai fist. His body failed to form into a flag to alleviate the impact, therefore he was receiving everything in full power. Though the nail to his coffin was when the punches ended, though something pierced him, something wasn't right. Diamante coughed up more blood as he was pinned against a wall, hundreds of yards away from his original position. He slowly looked down and found a trident was the object that pierced him. To literally drive his point, Katakuri covered the distance, grabbing the handle of the trident and burying it deeper into Diamante. And Katakuri got close to Diamante's ears and whispered, "Captain sends his regards," to which Diamante responded with a long breath, exhaling for the final time. Straw Hat Grand Armada King Mugiwara Monkey D. Luffy vs. Don Quixote Pirate Captain Don Quixote Joker Doflamingo. It's funny how it has been 2 years since he went back in time. And yet, the most serious he got was throwing a Gear 3rd pistol right through Crocodile. He laughed at himself to the confusion of the fallen celestial dragon. Mingo, are you ready to die? Luffy was suddenly covered by clouds as his muscles began to inflate. I will never die. Doflamingo responded as he flicked his fingers. String cutter. The string traveled through the air nearly undetected, hardening at impact with Luffy in order to cut him. At least that was the plan, but the string simply went limp before it even reached Luffy. It was as if he had a force field around him, rejecting anything that came close. The cloud that covered Luffy in his transformation finally cleared, revealing Luffy in his full glory. Gear 4th, bound man. Luffy had his right palm forward and his right arm back. He bounced on both legs as he waited for Doflamingo to make a move. For the first time, someone finally saw his 4th gear in this timeline. Doflamingo unleashed 2 string clones to charge at Luffy, though it only took 2 palm strikes to destroy the string clones. He has now also mastered the art of projecting haki through his body without needing contact. He was absolutely a monster. This time, Luffy would not let Doflamingo get an ounce of offense any longer. He pushed through his defense and bombarded him with his King Kong Gatling. The string user was 10 years younger than in his timeline, and it was noticeably weaker, and Luffy would just use the same moves he did to defeat the guy, adding his new mastery of Ryo. So Luffy bombarded him with really heavy punches, not allowing him to breathe, not even a second, and an opening finally presented itself, to where he could ultimately end the man known as Doflamingo. He pulled his palms back, aiming for the chest of the warlord, connecting. Luffy made sure to hit his heart with his final strike. All the pain that Doflamingo inflicted throughout the world. What he was going to inflict to this world ... The slave trading, espionage, trickery, weapon trading, all of his underworld work can't happen. His fist connected with the chest of Doflamingo, and a loud crack indicated that his chest plate was destroyed, and the sharp shards of his chest plate should theoretically pierce his heart. Blood escaped the lips of the string user as he fell backwards. It was sort of like slow motion. Memories of his exploits went through his mind before finally falling flat on his back, spread eagle style. He was now choking on his own blood as Mugiwara watched him. Why are you watching me, fucker? I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Though Doflamingo, despite his influence, power, and manipulation, fell to the hands of Mugiwara that day, Luffy reverted back to his normal form. The taxation on his body for using Gear 4th has been reduced to nearly no damage on his body. The year-long training with his crew really did help in allowing him to manage his abilities. Bye, Mingo. I hope you are hunted in the afterlife by your sins. Luffy then stood there, overlooking the unmoving body of the former celestial dragon. He had to be sure that he would no longer torment the world. How long was it that he just looked at his unmoving form? Though finally, after some time, Luffy snapped out of his hate-infused stare down at the arrival of 3 people, one of which was Gem, who remained passed out of exhaustion. Another was a taller man with a cigarette over his mouth. He took out the cigarette, threw it on the ground, and twisted his cigarette and took a deep breath. He then exhaled and looked at the form of the fallen warlord. You are the real deal after all. Doffy, it's unfortunate it had to end this way. Luffy recognized the smaller of the pair. He was probably the same age as Ace, maybe a tad bit older. He held a familiar blade over his shoulder, striking his ever-so-familiar posture. Mugiwara, you finally showed up. And he exchanged handshakes with the smaller man. This time, his all-power vision came through. He must need to see what happened to. Luffy fell on his feet, finding himself on an open field, and it was snowing. An enraged, yet poised Doflamingo stood over his brother, a pistol on hand. Not a word was uttered. Doflamingo released the bullet from his pistol, showing little to no mercy. A small yelp could be heard within the confine of the treasure chest behind the fallen warrior, though no noise escaped his range. It was his final gift to his friend, his final way to say goodbye. In a similar manner that Luffy observed Doflamingo to make sure he died, the warlord did the same in this time. As it was clear that the fallen marine would not survive, Doflamingo finally began to walk away, slowly and painfully. No matter what power he had, or how much money he pocketed ... he just had to kill his brother due to his betrayal ... and with that thought, Doflamingo left, accepting that his brother was a traitor ... and no ... he never had a brother. As the snow continued to fall, the little man inside the treasure chest finally made his way out. Strange how this little man had no tears over his eyes as he looked down on his fallen comrade. He then kicked him ... not once but twice, to which the second kick was caught by the fallen man. About time. That hurt, stated the man on the snow-covered ground. He then sat up and dusted the snow off of his clothes. I didn't think you had it in you. What do you mean? I did that perfectly. All right, fine, you did that well. The taller man mixed the hair of the smaller boy. Your timing with the op no my allowed the switch of the bullet and the crushed tomatoes to take place. The taller man then went to dig for something inside the treasure box. Finally finding a bullet, he looked over it and chuckled to himself. Imagine this tiny thing was going to kill me today. Well, whoever this Mugiwara guy is, we have to thank him. He saved our lives today. And you didn't want to believe the letter he sent you. Shut up, Corazon. You didn't believe his letter at first either, but he was very knowledgeable on when and where it would go down. Time traveler, you think? Or just really trained in observation ... You know there are people who are so well trained in observation hacky that they can see in the future. Nah, there's no way. I'm telling you, time traveler. And the duo walked away from the scene, disappearing from Dressrosa. For within the letter, another part indicated that he would find them, that is Mugiwara will in due time. And that ended the vision. Finally Luffy returned to modern time, mere seconds from his exchange with the two people before him. Hello La, and you must be Corazon. And the tall man responded with a thumbs up, along with a happy smile. Dressrosa Castle, so what are we going to do with them? Mihawk had his arms close. It had been a day since the entire happening of Dressrosa. The citizens were made aware of King Riku's innocence with the assistance of the Tontata tribe. Monkey D. Luffy and the Straw Hat Grand Armada have once again become the savior of a nation. In the present, Mihawk had his arms crossed, leaning against a pillar within King Riku's castle. Hancock sat on a chair with her left hand resting against her chin. On the other side of the room were Katakuri, wearing his scarf to intimidate the captives within the room. And to complete the most fearsome members of the Straw Hat Grand Armada, Crocodile was phasing around the prisoners, attempting to intimidate them. In the middle of the room were the members of the Don Quixote family who survived the exchange, the ones that the crew deemed could be converted. Sugar sat beside her sister, Monet. Being devil fruit users, they were bound by sea prism cuffs. Joining the sisters were Matchvice, Gladius, and Baby Five, who had been in the care of the Don Quixote family since she was a little girl. Arlong has yet to return after leaving the premise with Senor Pink, but he had been checking in regularly with the crew to let them know what he had been up to. If it's any consultations, I never really liked working for Doffy. I just did cause he would have killed me and taken my fruity. Matchvice, exclaimed Monet, one of the more loyal members of Doffy. What? It's true ... He only cared about us cause we were useful in. I hate to admit it, but think about it. If none of us had useful devil fruits, you think he would have saved us? Gladius was the next person to chime in, the man who lost to a booger. I mean Sugar with her very convenient toy-making ability that turned King Riku's soldiers into toys. And everyone forgot the man. Then Monet, you have a very powerful Loja-type devil fruit, Snoween. Should I continue in? Matchvice did not have to continue as his cuffs fell from their binding. Crocodile seemed to like the guy enough to set him free. Alright then, Muscle Brain, you get to join under me. Crocodile patted him in the back, sending him to Crocodile's area, where he would join and wait for the meeting to conclude. I don't want any crew members. Mihawk remained in his pillar, unmoving. He was never one to take subordinates. Alright, if I'm joining, I'll be in the Big Meanies division, Baby Five proclaimed, though Mihawk had a perfect retort for her. If you try, I know the perfect place to ship you off to. It's a little place in the East Blue, where a certain blonde-haired idiot will bore you to death. I don't care. I want to be in the Big Meanies crew. Baby Five pouted, to which Hancock chuckled. To annoy Mihawk even further, Hancock released Baby Five from her bindings, to which she began to climb up on Mihawk and pull on his face. The youngster, she was quite the bundle of energy. Me too. Sugar was also let out of her cuffs to join Baby Five in annoying Mihawk. The two girls were pushing their luck, and yet Mihawk did not retaliate. It was a funny sight to see, unexpected and hilarious. Monet, with your strength, I wish for your assistance in the first division. Katakuri chimed in on possibly the most powerful of their recruits. I believe that the king will like you as well. Emphasis on the like. Hancock inserted her own view in terms of how Luffy wanted a harem, and a king deserves a loyal following. While Katakuri and Hancock were having a non-verbal exchange for the services of the snow user, Crocodile also freed Gladius. You're in my crew now, Bomb Man. But you lost a freaking gem. You idiot, I'm gonna have to beat you into shape. Yes, sir, replied Gladius as he joined Matchvice. The two shared a powerful high-five in being given a second chance to right their wrongs. Monet had been looking back and forth between Katakuri and Hancock. She could not believe that people were arguing for her. It made her feel wanted, more so than Doffy ever made her feel. I would like to join the first division, but I would not be opposed to joining the king during the evening if he wants me also. Monet spoke up for herself, to which Katakuri and Hancock gave her a look, but they respected her decision. Her cuffs were removed, and finally the Straw Hats each obtained members for their crew, while all but Mihawk, who was dead set on shipping the kids to Zeph, red-legoed them after saving him on the death rock after all. So it was complete. The newest addition to the Straw Hats were as followed. Monet joins the Straw Hat Grand Armada 1st Division. Sugar and Baby Five were going to be brought to Zeph by Dracula Mihawk, although they insisted they would like to join his division. Last but not least, Crocodile managed to take both Matchvice and Gladius under his division. Though there was someone missing, were Vergo and Senor Pink. Unknown town delivery room. Arlong had been waiting outside the delivery room, phasing back and forth in anticipation. Senor Pink had been in the delivery room for half a day now, and there's no indication it would end any soon. Suddenly, Senor Pink finally made his way outside of the room with a shocked look on his face. Arlong began to fear for the worst. The expression on the man's face was a mix of shock and dread. So how was it? Arlong spoke carefully, trying not to trigger the man. Blood everywhere. There was blood everywhere, began the confused warrior, though his expression changed instantly to a joyous expression. But my Russian is doing well, and also we have a boy, a little one named Gimlet. Arlong blew a sigh of relief. The new father gave his new friend a hug. Thank you for convincing me to be here for my wife and newborn baby. Ah, of course, man. You're dumb for fighting for Doflamingo instead of being here for your family. Yeah, I know. Well, anyways, I guess it's time to return to Dressrosa. Just beat me up good to make it seem like I put up a fight. But Arlong hit Senor Pink on the back of his head. How many times do I have to tell you that there was no way we would lose? And I meant it. The Straw Hats have won, and Doflamingo is dead. To this, Senor Pink dropped the cloth which he had been holding. Aren't you glad that wasn't you, kid? Shahaha. No way, he's really dead. Yeah, man, I told you. Plus, we implemented some of your crew members into our own division. Who? On Matchvice, Gladius, Sugar, Baby 5, Monet, and some other guy I forgot his name. No way. You guys are super strong. I thought Doffy was invisible. I want in, Senor Pink proclaimed, revealing a blade. I wish to signify my undying fealty to you by blood. He was about to cut his hands open to signify his loyalty, though Arlong stopped him. Listen, men, I like you, but I need you to take care of your family instead. I can't imagine what it would do to them if little Gimlet's father is not with him. Senor Pink put away his knife and understood Arlong's request. Thank you. Again, you are amazing, Arlong. Senor Pink proceeded to cut his hands anyway. It may not be now, but one day when you need me, I will aid you in the Straw Hats. Boss Arlong. At first he was a bit irritated, but he warmed up to his actions. He smiled at the statement. I got to go back to my people. Arlong gave Senor Pink a thumbs up and proceeded to make his way outside. But I'm counting on it, Senor Pink. Goodbye, boss. Senor Pink took a bow and returned to his wife's side. Russia weakly gave him a smile. We still have to talk about your real life, Mr. Banker, but he is really a pirate. Senor Pink flinched at the threat of his wife, though she gave him a kiss on the cheeks. But another time. For now, let us take care of our Gimlet. She proceeded to hand over the baby to Senor Pink. He carefully took the little baby and began to rock him left and right. Little Gimlet gave him a toddler's precious smile, causing a tear to fall from his eyes. I love you so much, Russia. And you, my little Gimlet. Meanwhile, Arlong had been walking back to Dressrosa when a thought finally popped into his head. Oh yeah, I remember the last guy now. That guy Lucci beat up Virgil and oh, was it Fapana? Nope, that wasn't it. It was Dressrosa Plaza. The 3rd Division commander was in charge of civil assistance. He had happily taken on the job and put his crew to work. Caldino was more than happy to help, while the newest recruit wasn't so nice at the first meeting. The 4th Division members, Bruley and Gem, along with 5th Division Commander Brook and member Bentham, were also assigned to the project. Robin, from the King's Harem, was also involved in the restoration project. The Tontata tribe were also in attendance, becoming crowd favorites after their efforts the previous day. Lucci was on a brief water break when his newest recruit joined him, drinking some water for himself. Though funny enough, the man had a glass of water stuck on the bottom left corner of his face. Why am I free to walk around? The newest recruit asked. Because even if you try anything, I'll just beat the shit out of you again. It was true, Lucci was not lying. Fair enough. But I am a Marine officer, a traitor within their forces. They are going to come after my head. Sure they are. But I was the best in the business. As of last year, there was no one better than me in assassination. So you'll be okay. You got the entire Armada behind you now. I am loyal to Doffy, who is dead. Right. Then the man began to return to his duties within the Civilian Assistance Project. He had been assigned on debris cleanup. Yo, Vergo, keep your head up. You're a straw hat now. To this, Vergo began to walk away, but his frown was replaced with a grin. That he was. Vergo passed over Brook and chuckled as he saw the skeleton commander performing an entertainment show for the little ones. He also had Bentham perform multiple roles with his devil fruit ability to create the perfect show. Brook had been performing as the toy reaper who takes toys from children who do not clean after themselves. He was popular with the kids. They especially liked it when Brook monologues as a spirit. Bruley had been giving snacks and drinks to the children as the adults were busy restoring their town. She was assisted by Robin, who was listening to her concerns. I mean, I want children, but not right now. We are both in danger all the time, and a child would endanger us, right? Brook had been repeating what Arlong said the other day about having children. If you truly love each other and you both decide to have children now, then go for it. No, I will tell him not yet. It is not the time. Her worries then turned into a knowing grin. So, you are one of Captain's queens. How is that? Robin replayed the kiss that they shared months ago, and she had been actively avoiding any chance that they would be alone. Luffy made her heart flutter, though she did not know what to do with her emotions. She knows what he would want from her in terms of being in bed, but she was not sure if she was ready for that. Meanwhile, Hancock would always tell her about what things they were doing, and it would always make her hot all over. Earth to Robin, hello. Brook noticed the deep blush of Robin, to which she took the opportunity to tease her further. Thinking about it, she began to nudge Robin, knowingly causing her to feel even more embarrassed. Tonight, I will do it with him tonight, she announced, to which everyone, and it means everyone within the plaza, heard. She turned beet red in color and she began to run to bury her head under some rocks or something. Dressrosa throne room. I can't express enough what you've done for us. Mugiwara, anything you wish, I can make happen if it is within my power. King Riku was sitting on his throne. Beside him were Princess Viola, Princess Scarlet, Baby Elizabeth in her lap, and Kairos. The citizens were just going to have to learn to accept that Princess Scarlet married Kairos into the royal family, though that was an issue for another time. For now they had a guess. Mugiwara. I am humbled. I only truly wish for 4 things. Name it, Mugiwara. Anything. 1. Dressrosa's loyalty under my flag. 2. For the members of the Don Quixote pirates who survived, send them off to Impel Down. 3rd, there is one member of the Don Quixote family I want you to consider to join your ranks, Pica. He may be annoying, but he will be useful to you and your land made mostly of stone blocks. Each of his requests was met with an approving nod of King Riku's head. Lastly, one of my men will be present as your entourage for next year's Lively. I do not protest any of your requests, Mugiwara. By tomorrow the Marines will be called in to place members of the Don Quixote pirates in Impel Down. And as far as Pica, I will have Kairos propose a job for him within my army. Then your last request. Sure, who do you have in mind? And to this Luffy smiled. Some time passed as the group continued to exchange pleasantries, and it was time to excuse himself. I enjoyed my time with you all, but I will need to excuse myself. I have to return to my crew. Mugiwara, I do have one request for you. To this Luffy looked at the king with curiosity. To solidify the alliance, I ask that you take my daughter. I understand that you have a polygamic relationship. Princess Viola got up and stared Luffy directly in his eyes. I am flattered, my king, but I am a firm believer in choice. I do not want to force a young princess in a relationship which she does not want. I'm sorry to interrupt Mugiwara-san, but I'm far from not wanting. Her voice was laced in mystery, one in which he knew he would learn of later. For once, Luffy was at a loss for words. In Alabasta, it was an easy no since Princess Vivi was a little girl, though he seemed to have locked himself in a contract with her once she came of age. But here in Dressrosa, Princess Viola was the same age as him. Princess Viola approached him slowly. She then got close to his face. Just one more motion and she would kiss him. Though instead of doing so, she whispered seductively in his ears, I am yours. To this he shuddered. Her words were laced in so much meaning that he could not wait to interpret. It is settled then. King Riku along with Princess Scarlet and Kairos smiled at the new relationship that developed within the throne room that day. Princess Viola continued to look into his eyes, and he couldn't help but also stare back into hers. To say it was going to be interesting was an understatement. To say that the day was eventful would be an understatement. The defeat of the Don Quixote family has created a massive hole in the underground world. Despite being a massive douchebag, Doflamingo is a very influential figure in the work. The hole which he created was going to be a bloodbath amongst the underground players, Kaido, and even Guild Tesoro. Luffy rested on his bed, waiting for Hancock to join him, though she insisted on staying out with the girls as she wanted to spend time with Brook and Robin. His commanders and their subordinates were also busy doing their own things. Crocodile had decided to seat his new members, Matchvise and Gladius, and get to know them better. Listen here, weaklings, I'm going to be your leader from here on out. You can call me Mr. Zero. Then Brook and Bentham were planning their show for the next day, while Laboon was going to be a big part of it. Lucci had been pushing Bentham and Vergo to their limits by having them spar. Arlong would join them along with Jim. Katakuri and Mihawk were sharing a drink together, discussing the possible next move of the future king of pirates. While Monet, Sugar, and Baby 5 were sent off to their rooms to rest, it had been a long day. Eventually we'll have to face the Yonkos and the world government to get our captain to the promised land. Katakuri began to drink his barrel of beer, chugging it down. Sure, but we will be ready. Mihawk had a glass of wine and he was twirling it. The darkness of the night was perfect for giving off the mood of the calm before the storm. There's no way that they would rest in Dressrosa for a long time. Captain was planning something, and he knows it. Elsewhere, Hancock was indeed hanging out with a girl, but someone was noticeably missing. She said she'll do it, Brook was by Hancock as they were both sharing stories of their life. Yeah, I'm so glad Robin finally found the courage. She is his queen. Hancock took a bite off of an apple. Last time she saw Luffy was after the meeting with the royalties of Dressrosa, and looks like someone will be joining them. Speaking of the new member. Hi, I was told you would both be here. Princess Viola joined the duo. Princess. Brook got up and took a bow. Oh please, none of that. I am simply Viola from here on out. I am no longer a princess but a member of this pirate crew. Hello Viola, I am Hancock. Hello, so what should I expect with joining you all? As Viola was getting comfortable with the other ladies of the crew, one particular woman was debating with herself, standing outside the door of the Straw Hat Captain. She wore a robe over her attire. Just the thought of what she was wearing made her blush furiously. Though she made a commitment, she was going to do it today. So she brought her hands up to his door, brewing up the courage to knock. And she brought her hands forward and began to knock. Once, twice, then his voice could be heard on the other side. And Lemon. The very next day, Luffy had summoned the entire Grand Armada. They have been growing in numbers and are now becoming an absolute force to be reckoned with. From the top there is Grand Armada Commander Monkey D. Mugiwara Luffy, the man who notably escaped from Todo Land alive, headlined the destruction of CP9 Division, defeated Vice Admiral Borsalino, Warlord Crocodile, and Warlord Doflamingo. His head was currently worth 1 billion beris. 1st Division Commander Dogtooth Katakuri remained an undeniable force to be reckoned with. His division currently consists of the Snow Logia user, Monet. He was worth a dangerous 600 million beris. 2nd Division Commander Dracula Hawkeye Mihawk was supposed to become a warlord. Though instead of accepting the offer, he joined Luffy to become the world's greatest swordsman. He takes no members in his division, and he is worth 300 million beri. 3rd Division Commander Rob Lucci brings an interesting dynamic for the crew as his members, including himself, are each sharply dressed at all times. Within his division were Galdino and Vergo. Interestingly enough, he had yet to obtain his first bounty, despite being with the Straw Hats for a year, and killing CP9 Commander Spandy. 4th Division Commander Arlong has become one of the most powerful members of the crew. With the newfound focus and determination, along with members Gem and Lover Broly, he has earned a quiet yet respectable bounty of 100 million beri. 5th Division Commander Soul Prince Brook developed a new level of mastery with his fruit. Once thought to be a curse, has become a very powerful weapon in the hands of the skeleton musician. In his command were Bentham and Laboon. His bounty remained the same as it was several decades ago, 33 million beri. 6th Division Commander Mr. Zero Sir Crocodile. Interesting enough, he chose to keep his codename, giving them out to members in his division. His initial goal was to assassinate Luffy when he least expected it, but being with the crew for months he probably warmed up to the idea of staying with the crew permanently. Mr. Zero has recruited Mr. 1 Matchvice and Mr. 2 Gladius. He needed to obtain partners for them. Ever since joining the Straw Hats, his title as warlord was stripped and his bounty was unfrozen, 81 million beri. 2 men were invited for the event, one Don Quixote Corazon and the other Trafalgar Deepwater Law, one of which was a marine but Luffy will try to convince him otherwise. The other was a friend. 4 women occupied seats behind Luffy that were higher than the Armada commanders. Robin, 80 million beri, sat on the far right side. Hancock, also 80 million beri but it was recently unfrozen due to her allegiance, sat in the between. Next to her was Viola, no bounty as she is still known as the Princess of Dressrosa, sat on her left, and last was Monet, the woman who was also a member of the 1st Division, but also wasn't opposed to becoming one of Luffy's queens. As the 4 current queens of the Grand Fleet, they were present for the meeting. Now the leaders of the Armadas were gathered in the Assembly Hall, which King Riku kindly provided for the Straw Hats to use. Luffy sat at the head of the table with a list of things he wanted to cover. Hello everyone. Luffy began, looking around the group. I have gathered everyone today for a very important action that needs to occur in the coming year. As you may have all noticed, our crew is getting larger and we will all need our own ships. How do we do that, Captain? Well, there is a place where shipbuilding is their specialty, Water 7. Luffy declared, to which everyone seemed to agree. Now, this is our final destination for this year in order to get ships of your own. But I need some things handled. Anyone have anything they need to take care of? Any person useful for our Armada? The first to speak was Crocodile, who has become a valuable member of the Grand Armada, though he does insist that when Luffy drops his guard, he is as good as dead. Mugiwara, there is an interesting guy that I want to locate. I think he will be useful. Crocodile, show some respect to Captain. Katakuri slammed his fist on the desk, to which the sand user continued to flip him off. Luffy raised his hands to defuse the situation. It's fine, he knows I'll beat him up anyways. Continue, Crocodile. Luffy directed the sand user to continue while Katakuri continued to shoot dagger at him. In your dreams, Captain Mugiwara. Fuck. Alright anyway, I met the guy a long time ago. He had a very interesting fruit ability that allowed him to disassemble and reassemble inanimate objects to his whim. I think he'd be useful as a mechanical specialist. Everyone chuckled when he slipped into calling Luffy captain. He insists that he doesn't like them, but he's grown into his role. I know exactly who you are referencing, and there's just no way we can get him out of Impel Down as we are, and even then, I don't know if he'll work with us. Luffy fought the man in his timeline, and he was a huge problem. As an ally, he would probably be a massive power boost in his already stacked crew, but if an enemy, then he has the power to rival an emperor in a one-on-one battle. Crocodile nodded his head, allowing another to speak. I wish for the children which had decided to force themselves into my division to be delivered to Zap. He will care for the brats. Mihawk was referring to Baby 5 and Sugar, of course. All right, Mihawk, but meet us back in Water 7. I will provide you a log post to Water 7, as well as request a ship for your journey. Mihawk nodded in agreement to the plan. Thank you, Captain. Then Luffy continued to look around, not finding another person with any suggestions or requests. If nobody else has any request, this is what I want from everyone. Katakuri and Crocodile, I need money to fund our ships, which will most likely cost us a couple billion beris. In order to do so, I need you both in your division to locate a man who owns 10% of the world's money. I want him, his crew, and his ship, so find a way to convince them to join. Again, a log post to Water 7 and a ship for your journey. Aye, Captain, responded Katakuri. There was animosity between him and Crocodile, but orders were orders. Crocodile nodded in agreement, a smirk on his face. Brook, I need your division to locate 2 giants residing in an island known as Little Garden. They will be valuable allies in our impending war with the emperors. To this, Brook gave a thumbs up in agreement. Arlong, your division needs to travel back to Fishman Island. They have been quiet for some time and I need to know what is going on. If, and I mean if, the Sun Pirates are free, inquire about their interest in joining the Grand Armada permanently under your division. Aye, Captain, but Brook buddy, can I take Laboon with me? Sure thing, he would love an adventure under the sea. Brook responded, my last mission is for Lucci. Your division specializes in intelligence gathering. Am I right that you still have these skills? We are the best, Captain. Lucci responded. Good. I need you to find the location of a list of people of interest. I will provide the list afterwards, but they are high-profile targets. If a chance arises, subdue and propose a spot in the Grand Fleet. Luffy then looked around for any questions, though there was one glaring subject that he needed to address. Law and Corazon will join you. Now as for me, Hancock, Robin, and Viola, we will head straight for Water 7 so that we can begin the projects for your ships. Katakuri and Crocodile, I need your team there as soon as possible so we can pay for all your ships. Everyone else take your time. Any questions? No one brought a question up. Meeting adjourned. Everyone hung out for a little bit, talking amongst themselves. First it was Monet who went to speak with Mihawk. I understand why they need to be taken away. I trust that my sister will be safe. Red Leg is no pushover, she will be all right, responded Mihawk. Good. Then it was Viola who talked with the other members of the Grand Armada, introducing herself. They were overly accepting, which made her feel welcomed. Katakuri and Crocodile put aside their animosity to formulate a plan. They had to locate a floating casino. How hard could it be? Brook knew where he needed to go, as Bentham will know how to get to Little Garden, being a former member of Baroque Works and all. Luffy went to Lucci to give him the list of people he needs, or wants to invite in his armada. Really? These people, Captain? I mean, they are strong, but they are also dangerous. Yeah, but you are strong enough to deal with them. Measure them, see what they're about, and offer them a spot if they are worthy. Aye, Captain. Lucci went through the list as Luffy began to talk with his crew members. Beautiful but deceitful, perfect for his crew of intelligence gathering. Very strong player in the underground world. Why would Captain be interested in this man? He knew this guy from training. He will be an interesting guy to convince. This man was a former member of the Rogers Pirate. He needs to be cautious. His abilities are perfect for infiltration, sort of similar to Broly. He'll definitely be a valuable ally. Fuck, that was a warlord. How is he going to get access to this person? Very strong, yet his allegiance could be anywhere. He will also be a powerful ally. This woman was trouble, but the captain is taking a particular interest in her. Gran Tesoro. It had taken Katakuri and Crocodile a month to locate the floating casino. In order to gain access to the floating paradise, an invitation needed to be sent to them. Luckily, Broly had provided them with access to her mirror world through a mirror located in the main bedroom of the ship. Neither Katakuri and Crocodile stayed there as they chose to sleep in other rooms. Within the mirror world, the room contained all the treasure they have gathered throughout their journey, bounty, rewards, etc. So in order to gain passage to Gran Tesoro, they had to start spending large amounts of money on different, local casinos. Finally, after hitting up multiple locations, an invitation was given to Monet, who happened to be betting a large stack. Now that they obtained the invitation, it was time to enter the casino. Everyone ready. Katakuri looked different, still wearing his signature scarf to cover his mouth, but he now wore a dark black suit. Sure thing. Monet wore a long green dress that showed her ample breast. There was a slit on her right leg that revealed the right side of her butt, enough to keep the men interested in what's underneath. I'm always ready. Crocodile was used to wearing formal attire, though he would not let up on the cigar in his mouth. It was a casino. They were allowed to smoke indoors. Mr. 1 Matchvise and Mr. 2 Gladius wore their own sharp attires. Let's go. The Straw Hat members were given a log post to find their way to the floating casino. It took them a day to arrive and it was magnificent. Despite their facade, deep down, they were impressed by the fortress. They made their way inside the casino and found thousands of rich individuals gambling their money away. Thousands of machines, games, and tables. It was a sight to behold. Welcome to Gran Tesoro. My name is Baccarat. I trust that your journey was uneventful. In the entrance, an elegant and beautiful red-haired lady greeted them. Beside her was a muscular fellow, possibly the head of security. It was, responded Crocodile. Sir Crocodile, we've heard so much about you. And Dogtooth, what company? They knew who they were, but did they know where their allegiance lay? We received an invitation to this grand casino. We would like to make money. Monet took center stage as Crocodile and Katakuri was attracting too much attention. Right, well, come on and follow me. I will introduce you to the games. So Baccarat led their group around the main floor of the casino, pointing out some fun machines and table games. Though really, the group was looking for one particular man, a man who made gold with his hands. And that concludes our floor tour. Any questions? When will we meet the owner? It was stated in the invitation that he personally invited us. We'd like to meet our host, stated Monet. Of course, that can be arranged. But for now, do enjoy yourself. Someone will also provide you the keys to your rooms, as well as a voucher for an all-you-can-eat exquisite meal created by the best chefs of the sea. You wouldn't happen to have donuts, would you? It was his one weakness. Donuts was his love. Katakuri and donuts were synonymous. Only the best, of course, Mr. Dogtooth. Baccarat responded with a sweet smile. She then took a bow and made her way to greet other guests. The group non-verbally separated. The group found different areas around the casino and began playing, observing, and learning what they were up against. Hundreds of armed personnel, well-trained. Matchvise was playing a slot machine. He was breaking even. He spoke softly to a mirror device that allowed them to communicate. He found many armed men entering a particular back door, probably their weapon cache. He was caught looking by the big guy from earlier, so he casually returned to his game. No blind spot on the cameras. Everything is covered. Gladius was situated at the bar, drinking bourbon. Suddenly, a blue-haired beauty sat beside him. She was a beauty, a sight to behold, and there was plenty of space in the bar, but she chose to sit next to him. The usual for me, please. She called towards the bartender. She then turned her attention to Gladius, who became stiff at her gaze. Hello there, stranger. Join me in room 318. The lady winked at him, grabbed her drink, and left the scene, emphasizing each step with a sway. Wow, I'm off radar for a bit. Gladius put his mirror away and tried to locate the room which she instructed him to go to. Fucking Gladius. Damn, Crocodile whispered as he observed Gladius break position. He will receive 10 times the usual training menu. Visual on a tiny raccoon-looking thing speaking with the big meathead security. Copy, moving in. Monet took a sip of her lemon drink and began to make her way to the big guy and the small raccoon guy. Gentlemen, I believe I am lost. They were immediately encompassed by her appearance. She was a beautiful woman after all. Yes, ma'am, what can I do you for? Asked the big guy, to which the smaller guy stepped on his foot. Shut up, Dice. What is it you need, mess? Followed up by the smaller guy. I seem to have lost my room key. Can you assist me? Monet bent down slightly, revealing more skin than either man could have expected. They both were visually read from her actions, but they led her to the help desk where they personally assisted her in finding her room key. Doing this mission with the Straw Hats was fun, thought the new member of the Armada. Move, move. As the head of security was occupied, Katakuri and Crocodile moved forward, casually making their way to the door which the armed men were going in and out. Matchvise stayed back to watch the surrounding. As soon as Katakuri went through the door, several armed individuals were shocked and began to fire at him. So he brought forth a machai wall that blocked the incoming bullet. Crocodile was the next to enter and immediately sent out a sand saber, piercing through the Kevlar armor of the enemy force. I had it, Katakuri said as he dropped his machai wall. Yeah. And the duo continued forward. They made quick works of the guards as they were nothing but common thugs. Back with Gladius, he finally found the room which he was invited to. He checked his breath and fixed his suit. He then knocked on the door 3 times. The door opened on its own, which was curious, but he made his way inside. That was a mistake, as the blue-haired beauty appeared from above, curling her legs on his neck and twisting her body a certain way to bring him down on the ground. Before he could retaliate, she already had a knife on his neck. Shishishi, I am Karina and they call me the Phantom Thief. and you and your merry band of idiots will help me overtake Gran Tesoro and its mountain of riches. Got it. With Crocodile and Katakuri, the two commanders were deep into the back operations of the floating casino. Though something was odd, they were still not able to find the man they were looking for. Alright, these losers are not what we came here for. Where is the main man? The duo were ascending a spiral staircase. They had located the main tower. Who would have thought there would be a convenient map with the places of interest? Keep alert. Katakuri stood in front of a giant golden double door. Though before being able to open the door, it swung open for them. The man they were looking for got the jump on them. Hello, Dogtooth. A green-haired man with a pink suit was immediately in front of them. How the hell did this guy get in front of him so quickly? Then the man touched him and his body immediately converted into gold. Insert Crocodile. Crocodile tried to attack the green-haired man with his sand sable, to no avail. He too met his match by turning into gold. In an instant, the first commander and the sixth commander were handedly defeated by one Guild Tesoro. At least that's what would have happened. Luckily, Katakuri had future sight. Jump back. As in his vision, the door immediately swung open, revealing Guild Tesoro. Hello, Dogtooth and Sir Crocodile, he said, in the same manner that he did earlier. Though surprised that Katakuri and Crocodile were able to avoid his golden touch, any contact with him will turn you into gold, called Katakuri as he summoned two donut machi on his side. Crocodile created a swirl of sand around him, creating an offensive and defensive shell. You are quick, I'll give you that. Now what can I do for you, gentlemen? Guild disintegrated on the golden floor and re-emerged on his bar, pouring himself a drink. Initially he wanted to suspend them in golden encasement, but talking is fine for now. We were given orders to recruit you. Guild directed the both of them to sit down, to which they agreed to, but their guard was still up. Oh, by who? He swirled his drink and offered them a drink, to which they both declined. They were trying to read the pink-suited man. Captain Mugiwara, the next king of pirates, declared Katakuri, to which Guild took exceptionally funny. King of pirates, you say? That is laughable. He took a high chair and placed it in front of the two men who were sizing him up. So let me tell you something. You both wreak havoc with my staff, break into my tower, and expect me to consider such an absurd offer. He then got up and began to walk away. Katakuri and Crocodile shared a look. Suddenly a massive hole emerged from below the two commanders, attempting to sink them through the tower floors. Read that, Dogtooth, Guild stated in reference to Katakuri's obvious superior observation hack. The entire tower was covered in gold, so much so that the place was basically his personal playground. Katakuri began to fall into the hole, rapidly descending several stories. First and foremost, he was shocked that he wasn't able to see it. He kicked himself mentally for missing the trap, and now he had to act quick or he would fall on the bottom floor. His two machi donuts followed his descent, so he launched two machi fists out of the machi donut to cling him onto the wall. Luck was on his side that day as he was able to stop his rapid descent, stopping right before he would hit the ground. He looked up to the several stories in which he fell, his blood boiling. How dare he mock me? No more playing around for the first commander, as it was now time to knock some sense into the golden user. Though strange that Crocodile was not with him, for the sixth commander remained on the top floor, morphing into his sand form to remain afloat. You got to do more than that to get rid of me, asshole. Crocodile had a cocky smirk on his face as he floated in the air. Guild was amused, though it wasn't really in the sand user's interest to stay in the golden room. Look, Sir Crocodile, I appreciate the offer, but take a hint and get out of here. I am not interested. Guild, in his arrogance, took a seat on his golden couch and continued to drink his very expensive whiskey. See, I was just going here cause I was intrigued. Now you've pissed me off, so I'm going to beat the shit out of you. Crocodile descended into the floor and immediately unleashed two massive sand tornadoes, both of which quickly made their way to Guild. The gold user simply brought up a golden wall to block the incoming attack. Then he chained it with two massive golden fists emerging from the walls of the room. They were aimed at Crocodile, but he managed to turn his body into sand, phasing the hit through his body. Crocodile reformed on top of the collided golden fist with an annoyed expression on his face. Tusk tusk. Suddenly, Guild appeared from the golden fist and touched the leg of the sand user. In an instant his entire body was swallowed in gold. With his carelessness, disadvantageous position within the golden room, and stubbornness, the 6th Division commander of the Straw Hat Grand Armada has turned into gold. His golden bust was a sight to behold, powerful and captivating. Guild admired it for a moment before deciding to ultimately destroy it. Goodbye. Though his golden fist never connected with the golden statue of Sir Crocodile, a machi wall swallowed his punch before making impact. Guild jumped back to create some separation, looking over his opponent. Katakuri had returned to settle the score with Monet. Hey sugar, how are things with Red Leg? Monet had been speaking to a mirror at their daily scheduled time to meet up. Monet had been in contact with her sister just to check up on her and see how she was doing. It's awesome, but I really miss you. Anyway, today Sanji actually cooked me a nice meal. That was nice of him. But the head chef is kicking our butts in training. I miss you too, baby girl. Well, do as you are told. I imagine you living there is better for you to keep you away from danger. She relayed to her sister. Yeah, right. We've always been in the center of danger. Why start worrying about that now, sis? She had a good point, but Monet did not want to take the risk any further. She wanted the best for her sister, and her safety was her top priority. Look, sugar, we have a good thing with the Straw Hats. It has only been months since we've joined them, but they are treating us better than Daffy ever did. With him we are safe. As long as you are safe, then I'm good with anything. Plus, you are a child. So live like a child along with Baby 5 and this Sanji fellow you keep telling me about. Okay, sis, I understand. Well, I have to go now. Head chef is very strict about training time. Bye. I love you. I love you too. She responded with a smile before putting away the mirror. Presently, Monet was in her room, occupied by a frozen Dice and Tanaka. She had brought the two of them over to her room and immediately sent out a wave of powdered snow, enough so that they were immediately frozen in place. A knock on the front door was surprising, but she cautiously made her way to the door. She peeked through the eye hole and found Gladius on the other side. She opened the door and looked at the explosion user with confusion. Hey, sorry to barge in like this, but I have someone I need you to meet. Gladius looked around, not finding the blue-haired woman that accompanied him. Interesting how quickly you disposed of them. You must be one of the top-tier commanders within the Straw Hats. Said blue-haired bombshell was already inside the room, admiring Monet's work on Dice and Tanka. Our only problem now is Baccarat and Guild. Wait, excuse me, who the hell are you? Monet was very confused and Gladius was not helping in terms of explaining. Oh, I'm sorry. I was actually invited by your friend. Karina pointed at Gladius. Forced is the correct word, really, he said with a slight smile, to which Karina chuckled. Anyway, since he obviously didn't tell you anything, I have come to request your assistance in shutting down this joint. But I'm going to be straight with you. I really just want the wealth buried within Guild's vault. Okay, how do we know we can believe what you are saying? Asked Monet. Because I could have set off the alarm right when your friends entered the back office staff, but I didn't. She pulled out a small red button that is apparently used to set off a ship-wide alarm to notify the staff of an intruder. Karina took a seat beside the frozen Dice and Tanaka and invited the duo to take the chair in front of her. I'm listening. Monet did take a seat while Gladius continued to stand. Your friends are engaged in a battle with Guild at this moment. Crocodile is solid gold right now while Dogtooth is still active. That's all I know on that end. Meanwhile, your buddy on the casino floor is carefully being watched by Baccarat. What is going to happen now is we will go through the back office through my knowledge of multiple passageways and shut down the power grid. It is then you can go do whatever while I claim the treasure. Any questions? Both members of the Straw Hat shake their heads. Okay, let's. Though Karina never went to shoot off her mouth any further as she too was turned into a human popsicle. Monet had her arms extended and shot out snow at a rate so quick it turned Karina into icicle. All we needed to know is that Katakuri is dealing with Guild. Everything else falls into place. That is true, so what do we do now? Gladius admired the frozen forms of the three people before him. I have to maintain their frozen state, so I need you to get Matchvise and lure Baccarat in here. We'll hold her too. Several minutes later, three people looked at the frozen form of the four members of the Gran Tesoro. Good job, Matchvise said. Yeah, you did well, Gladius commented. All's in a day's work. Monet continued to supply the four frozen figures with a stream of cool snow. This way, they will maintain their cryo-freeze state. Suddenly, heavy banging was against their hotel room door, a loud voice booming demanding for the door to open. Monet looked at Matchvise and Gladius to understand her non-verbal order. Matchvise slammed his hands against his palm and Gladius cracked his neck. The two 6th Division members made their way outside where they were met with a sea of soldiers along the hallway. And they immediately went to work. Loaded 1-ton punches were sending bodies through walls. Exploding bullets were blowing in people's faces. 100, 200, didn't matter. Matchvise and Gladius were handling them easily. Straw Hat Grand Armada First Commander Dogtooth Katakuri versus Gran Tesoro owner Gold Emperor Guild Tesoro. Katakuri had returned from his embarrassing descent to the bottom floor. On one arm he held the golden statue of Crocodile, and on another his hands were extended to create the Mochai wall. You made a mockery of me, Guild. I shall repay you 1,000-fold, Katakuri declared. He then jumped back and placed Crocodile's golden statue along the outside of the golden room, where Guild won't have an opportunity to mess with it. Just to make sure, Katakuri encased the statue in a Mochai cocoon. Fine then, have it your way, Dogtooth. Guild ascended from the ground, lifting himself up in a wave of gold. He was atop his tower of gold, and yet Katakuri stared at him defiantly. In an instant, the match was underway. Katakuri had amassed 4 donuts that floated around him, each one having the capability of unleashing his hardened Mochai-shaped fist. Combine this with coordination of his own limbs and he had punches being sent out in multiple directions of the gold user. Guild manifested his own wave of golden fist, though his gold was slower at manifesting than Katakuri's Mochai. A flurry of punches were sent out by Katakuri, harnessing his captain's signature gum-gatling. Guild tried to match him with his own series of punches, but his gold was not quick enough, disintegrating quickly by the rapid rate of which Katakuri was going. "GH!" Guild exclaimed, pushing himself. No longer did he have the advantage of surprise. Katakuri's eyes had a bright red gleam about them. He was ... He was reading his every move. But how? He got the job on him earlier. How is Dogtooth reading him now? Though the secret was, Katakuri was pissed off to the point that he did not allow himself to make the same mistake twice. He was 1st Division commander of the Straw Hat Grand Armada. No way should he be made a mockery of by fucking Gran Tesoro. The wave of his hardened machi kept coming at the Gold Emperor. Before even landing on the floor, Katakuri already manifested a machi hammer to knock him up once more. Guild attempted to gather his gold from all over the room with no luck as Katakuri was too fast. He was finally allowed to fall on the ground and he bounced to his feet, though he could fall any minute. He saw it all. An incoming golden whirlpool under him jumped out of the way. The golden spike headed on the back of his head, easily averted by a machi ball to cap the spike. It comically bounced off the back of his head as the machi ball absorbed most of the impact. Guild was getting desperate now. Earlier his calm composure was due to his cockiness and belief that there was no person that could touch him. Marines have tried and ultimately left him alone. Don Quixote tried to murder him for stealing the Goru Goru no Mai and ultimately decided to partner with him. He monopolized the market by amassing 10% of the world's wealth. His influence could rival that of a world noble, and yet here he was on the end of his wits at the hands of Dogtooth. Guild saw his empire fall before his eyes as a machi spike headed towards his face. Years of hard work, manipulating the rich people of the world to give him their money, earning the title of the Gold Emperor. There it was coming his way, a machi spike. He dropped on both knees accepting his fate. No way was he beating an enraged Dogtooth. Memories of his past circled his thought as the end came near. "Hey Stella, I know I haven't been a good person, but I hope you give me a chance once more. I'll meet you soon." And yet as his eyes closed, there was no pain, no feeling. He slowly opened his eyes as only his green shades fell from the crest of his nose. The machi spike stopped directly in front of his forehead. Katakuri standing before him, stopping the spike from reaching between his eyes. What? He should be dead. He already accepted his fate. "Captain is really interested in your service. We need ships and you seem to be the best man to fund our expenses. So once more I offer, join the Straw Hat Grand Armada, serve under Captain Mugiwara, the future king of pirates." He looked at the palm of his hands, the spike no longer threatening to pierce him. He contemplated his life, his purpose. He survived almost being nearly made a slave, watched the love of his life die, succumbed to his demon which happened to be gambling, and yet he was never satisfied. Would this be the answer? "Stella, send me a sign." Then as if an angel hand wrote a message from his dearly beloved Stella, a piece of golden coin fell in front of him, dropping from the balcony which had been destroyed due to their battles. A coin which happened to be an honest gold which he obtained in effort to free his Stella. Tears streamed his eyes at the sign. She wanted him to try and be honest once more. Therefore, an hour later, it took some time for the staff to be cleared. Guild had arranged his group in the Straw Hats to meet in the lobby. There a poker table was used to be the table for their meeting. Crocodile still looked pissed for being turned into a golden machi cocoon thing. Monet sat while Katakuri, Gladius, and Matchvise remained standing. Across from them were Guild, who had both hands under his chin. Dice, Tanaka, and Baccarat stood by him while Karina hung to the side as Guild was made aware of her attempted coup. "I have decided to join the Straw Hat Grand Armada." Guild broke the silence and announced his decision. His group were surprised by his decision, as he was never one to give off the vibe of servitude. "You are all free to choose what you will do now." He then got up and took his chair to be placed on the side of the Straw Hats. The former staff of the Gran Tesoro looked at one another, with Dice stepping forward. "If you are joining them, then I will on one condition. Someone will need to beat me in arm wrestling," said the muscle man flexing his massive biceps. He was still angry for being frozen solid for a long period of time. This was his way of venting out his anger. "I'll take you in." Matchvise stepped up though Crocodile held him back with his golden hook. He didn't say anything as he stepped forward, meeting the right arm of Dice with his own. The two then stared at one another before Dice exerted all his strength in pushing down Crocodile's arms. Though he would not budge, just like a switch, Crocodile slammed Dice right through the table, smashing it into pieces, claiming victory. He then walked back to his spot and continued to smoke his cigar. Dice trembled as he was finally able to get back up on his feet. "I'm in." He gave a weak thumbs up before falling flat on his face. "You good?" Katakuri commented to Crocodile, who nodded his head. He was good now. If Dice is going then I'm in." Despite Tanaka's small stature, he was able to drag Dice into the side of the Straw Hats. This left Baccarat and Karina. "Thanks for the offer, but I'm good. I like to work for myself." Karina winked, grabbed a sack of treasure and left the meeting. Guild didn't even bother stopping her. The treasure she ran away with was measly 0.00001% of his entire fortune. Everyone turned their attention to Baccarat, who was the last person to make her decision. I'll join in spite of myself. I feel an overwhelming luck with your group, which then brought her forward, crossing the invisible line that separated the Gran Tesoro crew with the Straw Hats. Set course to Water 7. Our captain is waiting, Katakuri stated simply, to which Tesoro complied. All aboard to Water 7. Water 7. A month had passed of the Gran Tesoro hauling its massive structure all the way to Water 7. In the time that they spent together, the Straw Hats and the Gran Tesoro crew bonded exponentially. Crocodile had settled his grudge with Guild by sparring with him and beating the living shit out of him. And no, Guild was not holding back. Monet and Baccarat shared tales of their life having a difficult upbringing. Turns out they both had to use their body as a means to feed themselves. Baccarat took interest in Sugar as she joined Monet in their daily calls with one another. Sugar immediately took a liking of her and wants to meet her in the future. Matchvise and Dice have become workout buddies, with Tanaka becoming their personal trainer. His duties were to research their workout and to push them to their limits. Dice has improved so much that he could slightly push Matchvise in his 1-ton state. Katakuri and Guild spent their time in the ship's control center, where they exchanged stories of their life and journey. Guild took real interest in this Mugiwara fellow. He respected Katakuri for what he could do. He was Dogtooth, former commander of Yonko Big Mom. How come he was riding with this Mugiwara guy? How influential was this guy? Though through their conversation, Katakuri had come to a conclusion that the Gran Tesoro was not a ship they could bring on their journey. It was too bulky. So Katakuri suggested a smaller, more practical ship for Guild while they broke down the Gran Tesoro for parts. Guild reluctantly agreed as this was his ship. But it was time to move forward. Their arrival in Water 7 was lively, as a group of thousands of shipwrights began to dissect the Gran Tesoro as soon as it docked. Guild could only watch as the memory of his syndicate life was literally being ripped apart. This was for the better. He grabbed the golden coin which had swayed him to turn over a new leaf and began to flip it in the air. Stella would want him to be a better man. So this was his final gift to her, a better person. The crew made their way through Water 7 as many busy shipwrights were running around. They were busy with work. Captain must have got them all working, Katakuri commented as the group continued to make their way to the center of the island. Walking through the streets, the massive office building stood out. It was big enough to house a party for hundreds of people per floor. Once they arrived, they accessed an elevator to the top floor of the main office building. Before reaching the top floor, the rest of the party were told they had to be left at the lobby, with only Katakuri, Crocodile, Monet and Guild allowed to go through to the top floor. Before going to the top floor, Crocodile dismissed his agents, while Guild had his people go with them. Tanaka, Dice, Matchvise, Gladius, and Baccarat made their way back down to explore this new world. Each was given a den mushi for communication. They made their way up, and as the elevator door opened, it revealed a large yellow fish man sitting behind a massive wooden desk. In front of him was a man wearing a straw hat, chewing on a toothpick as he slouched back. "Captain," called Katakuri, to which Luffy responded by jumping up and greeting the group with a smile. Guild observed the exchange, where Crocodile nodded, acknowledging the straw hat man. Monet looked a little flustered while Katakuri remained poised. See Tom, I told you I'll get Guild to join me," Luffy exclaimed as he looked at the man behind the wooden desk, who continued to look through mountains of paperwork. "Sir Mugiwara, I have told you, after what you've done for us, I don't need any of your buri. I'm happy to make your ships for free," stated Tom as he continued to work on the paperwork. A young man stood by Tom who handed him the correct paperwork to look at. This young man was Iceberg, one of Tom's apprentice. "Nonsense, your employees will not work for free, not on my watch." "Fine, and also thanks for the parts from the massive casino ship. That will go a long way of speeding up the process of making your ships. I want 8 ships by the end of the month. If you need it, my men can help," Luffy offered. No, Sir Mugiwara, your commanders should sit back and continue to give input on what they want for their ship. Just let out people take care of you. We are not known as a shipwright district for nothing." "All right then, call me if you need me." Luffy began to walk back, looking directly at the Guild. His gaze was careful, studying his very being. To Guild felt like succumbing to the pressure. Luffy instead extended his hands. "Pleasure to finally meet you, Guild. Glad you could join us." "Glad to be here." Luffy gave Guild a smile before speaking with Crocodile and Katakuri, Guild following them. They got on the elevator and it began to descend. "You guys are the last to arrive," Luffy said. "Guild is a stubborn guy," Crocodile said with a smirk, egging on the gold user. "That's exactly why we need him. Sorry about your ship." "It's okay," responded Guild. "So who's here?" asked Katakuri. The elevator finally reached the bottom floor, the sun covering their gaze from what's in store. "See for yourselves." Outside the main building, many familiar faces were in the proximity, though some others who were infamous due to their notoriety. and their wanted poster. Guild looked around at the assortment of personnel that were all under Mugiwara. Holy shit, was all Crocodile could say. Meanwhile, Katakuri had a smirk on his face. More new blood to push to the limit. A restructuring of the divisions was in order. About damn time. Arlong was the first to greet the group. He was visibly more muscular and he now sported a golden trident on his back. You guys are so slow. You had one job and I had 8. Lucci now sported a white suit from head to toe. His top hat was now a white color and he now had a bird on his shoulder. Oh, this is Hattori. He's gonna be joining me from here on out. Ah, friends, it has been some time. Brook greeted the group. Nothing was different about him, though his confidence was oozing. Monet, your sister is well with red leg. Mihawk was the last to greet them, to which Monet embraced him. I know, thank you, Monet said before breaking the embrace. All right, now that everyone is here, check out your ships, exclaimed Luffy with a massive grin on his face. Though not even being cocky, but my ship is better than all of yours. Thus the Straw Hat Grand Armada has reunited in Water 7. 2 months prior, Arlong, Fishman Island. On the first week of his division's journey, Arlong received a call from Captain, one of which was of grim nature. Arlong, Luffy said. His tone was that of someone who lost something. Yes, Captain, everything okay? Arlong was immediately worried. He could see the hurt in his captain's eyes. Mirror calls were the best communication device ever. In Ryugu Kingdom, Queen Otoheim just gave me a call not too long ago. This happened a week before we arrived in Dressrosa. Prince Fukaboshi was murdered in cold blood by a member of Neptune's army, Hody Jones. He was banished from Fishman Island. Prince Fukaboshi was never someone I got along with, but I respected the hell out of him. There was a long pause with Luffy letting Arlong digest the news. Arlong remembered the time that the prince would travel from the comfort of his palace in order to visit the different districts of Ryugu Kingdom. He made sure to wear a disguise in order to not be treated any different than the normal citizen. He would always help where he can, be it an older person needing help carrying their items for sale, or a young orphan child wanting someone to play catch with them. He was just there for his people, without the people knowing it was him. Though he never liked him when he intruded with Sun Pirate's business. He respected him. As several minutes passed, Luffy finally spoke up. His group of radicals were arrested. They are all being held for trial. I'll take care of it, Captain. Good. With that, Arlong exited his room, where Broly and Gem were talking amongst themselves in the main deck. Everything okay? Broly noticed the grim expression within his lover's face. Our destination has become a little more personal. 2 weeks total was the time it took for Arlong to traverse the distance from Dressrosa to Fishman Island. More specifically, Ryugu Kingdom. The mood around the palace was very grim. When Arlong and company arrived, everyone tried to be strong, but they were obviously hurt. It took some time to arrive at King Neptune's throne room, where the king was visibly depressed, his wife by his side, both of which were trying their best to comfort each other. It had been weeks since the death of the prince, and yet, grief does not go away in less than a month. Arlong stepped forward, gathering the attention of the royal couple. Broly and Gem were each wearing a bubble over their heads so that they could breathe underwater. King Neptune, Queen Otoheim, I will take care of it. What do you mean by this, Arlong? King Neptune wiped a tear that fell from his eyes. He was visibly weak and is currently not fit to rule. I will take care of the radicals within Hody's group. I will perform the trial in your family's honor so that you may both rest. The people will understand why I am doing this. They love and respect Captain Mugiwara. We must show unity, Arlong. We have to be there. Queen Otoheim replied, though her voice was weak. Not a day has gone by without the event that transpired on the assassination day. The blood of her own flowing in her hands, his life escaping from his eyes. It was stuff of nightmares, not something any mother should go through. I insist, please rest your royalty. Arlong was firm in his statement, whereas in normal circumstances, this would be viewed as insulting. Not today. Arlong, thank you. To this the royal couple retreated to their room in order to rest. Arlong swiftly turned to walk out of the throne room, his company joining him. Outside of the palace were some of the members of the Sun Pirates, immediately coming as soon as they learned Arlong had returned. Hello, stranger. Unfortunate times to reunite. The first to greet him was Hatchin. The 6-limbed octopus fishman gave Arlong a firm embrace, to which the saw shark fishman returned. The next to greet him was Kurubai, then Chu. Finally there was Jinbei, Aladdin, and Fisher Tiger. The royal family has retreated to rest for the day. A tear escaped his eye, which he quickly wiped away. I was tasked with sentencing the guilty accomplices, so please summon them immediately to the arena. Nobody questioned Arlong. As before joining the Straw Hats, he was a respectable fishman, although more of an extreme human hater. Chu and Hatchin ran to the holding cell where they gathered the members of the failed coup to bring to the arena. There were maybe 50 of them, all of which agreed with Hody's ideology and attempted to help him assassinate the queen. If it were up to them, there would be no union with the humans and fishman population. So the group of radicals were quick to join Hody's extreme views. Arlong took his saw sword, walking slowly to the middle of the arena and opening his arms. Brook and Gem sat at the viewing area, where they were joined by the rest of the Sun Pirates. Brook was trembling in her feet as she knew what Arlong was going to do. If you want to stop the Fishman population from moving to the surface, fucking do it then. Kill me. And if you do, with the Sun Pirates as witness, Fishman Island will never join the surface world. As anger was seething, he looked around to the 50 radicals who looked around at each other, none of which moved. Funny tough guy, you have a weapon, we don't, exclaimed a cookie-cutter shark fishman. One of Hode's inner circle members, Daruma. Arlong threw his sword towards Jinbei, who caught it with ease. He then raised his fist looking around once more. This is not good. I can feel it. Zio, another member of Hode's inner circle, commented. He was a Wabagong shark and tall and thin in nature. Fuck it. I don't give a fuck if it's true. We're gonna beat the shit out of him. Go. Attack men. Dawson, a large hammerhead fishman, was the second in command when Hode was not available. He rallied all members of the prisoner to attack. They were fighting for their ideology and their freedom. Nothing makes a man stronger than that. Arlong took the first wave with ease. He caught one man with a front face kick. Then he twisted his ankles to deliver a roundhouse kick to 3 others. He landed on both feet when Ikaros much met him, delivering a series of punches with his many limbs. Instead of succumbing to the flurry of strikes, Arlong provided him with a swift chop to the throat, temporarily blocking the airway for Ikaros' munch. The multi-limbed man stumbled backwards, giving way to another series of 10 fishmen who were easily disposed of by Arlong. Daruma attempted to strike from underground, but Arlong stopped his forehead before even leaving the ground. The stomp caused cracks on the ground. Come in. You want to kill people for wanting unity. Huh. Arlong let his anger out on the radicals. Another 5 were tossed through the arena wall. Hyuzu attempted to trap Arlong by grabbing him with his legs, but Arlong pulled forward, tossing the fishman overhead and slamming him to the ground. In a matter of 15 minutes, the remaining members who could still fight were Dawson, Zio, and Ikaros much. Each were looking at each other as if to tell the other to go first. Fucking hell, there are 3 of us and 1 of him. Go Zio, exclaimed Dawson. You go. He just disposed of our entire fighting force. This guy is not fucking around. I never wanted any of this, responded Zio, though this pissed of Dawson, who pulled out a shank from his back pocket, a coral he had been sharpening for the past 3 weeks. Instead of using it for Arlong, he instead attempted to stab Zio. You coward. Though his coral shank never reached Zio as Arlong knocked him out on time. This left Zio and Ikaros much, both of which fell on both knees. We never liked those guys. We just had nowhere to go, exclaimed Ikaros much. He grew up with the bunch in the poor Fishman district, but really, he never agreed with their viewpoint. He just sort of went with it in fear of becoming an outcast. Yeah, please don't hurt us, followed Zio. We'll prove ourselves, swear, exclaimed Ikaros much. Arlong looked at them, reading them, but instead of falling into his anger, he let it go. He could have killed them, but they weren't the one to blame. It was Hode. Something was strange. Time seemed to have slowed. Their eyes widened, surprised at something from behind him. What the hell was it? Ikaros much ran forward, with Zio following after. So they weren't done after all. They were just feigning defeat, but he didn't drop his guard. Kicked Ikaros much in the face and grabbed Zio by the throat. No, behind you, exclaimed Zio as he choked in the grip of Arlong. The first thing he saw was the balcony where the Sun Pirates, Brook, and Gem were supposed to be. But the Sun Pirates were gone, zooming past him. Something was happening behind him. His body finally forced itself to look. A massive kraken descended from the sky, causing massive destruction in the nearby proximity. Lucky Laboon was nearby, as the massive whale headbutted the kraken. Though it wasn't enough, as it took the entire effort of the Sun Pirates to subdue the kraken. Jahaha. The laughter was so sinister it made Arlong whip his head around. His hands immediately dropped Zio, who gasped for air. In the area where Gem and Brook were, a sinister fishman emerged from behind them. Arlong deduced that he probably used the kraken as a distraction. Arlong the fucking saw. Human-loving bitch. The man behind Brook and Gem was Hode. His hands were now replaced by blades. Will you make it in time to save your precious humans? Hode stabbed both Gem and Brook through their abdomen, and immediately pulled it out, blood spewing from the fresh wound. Hode then took his blade and popped the bubble that helped the humans breathe underwater. His brain was in overdrive, as he could not even utter a word. Hode immediately left the proximity to keep Arlong distracted. The Sun Pirates were with the kraken. Arlong had to deal with his people, and the royal family were alone, ready to be killed by Hode. Arlong swam as fast as he could, grabbing both Brook and Gem and shooting upward. He did not think, he just acted. And the only way he could help them breathe was to go up. Fishman Island was 10,000 meters underwater. It would take him 6 minutes to get them to the surface at his maximum speed. It would take him 1/3 of the time if he only had to carry one person. No, he wasn't going to choose, because the choice was obvious. But would he really kill his own to save another? Suddenly, 2 figures were zooming by his side. It was Zio and Ikaro's much. Arlong, let us take care of your humans. We know where they can receive air, exclaimed Zio. There is an air pocket that we know, about 60 seconds from here. You must save the royal family, added Ikaro's much. How can I trust you? Exclaimed Arlong, continuing to pull his crew upward. I can't say, but you're gonna have to, Zio replied, grabbing Jim. Ikaro's much did the same for Bruley, where Arlong hesitated in giving her to an enemy. She's going to die if you don't let go. Finally he did, trusting 2 enemies to save his crew. Tears flowed from his eyes at the thought of their death, but alas he had to act quickly, switching his direction straight down to Ryugu Palace. Hody crashed through the front door of the palace, making quick work of the palace guards. He trained all these weaklings. He knew the in and out of the palace. He swam his way through the palace, immediately falling in front of the royal resting place. Jehaha, King Neptune, Queen Otoheim, I have come to finish what I started. Hody then barged through the door, revealing Queen Otoheim behind her husband, Neptune grasping his trident tightly. Death is in your window, human lovers. Though Hody never got a chance to enter the royal palace, as a fist went right through his chest. It was instantaneous, as Hody fell on the marble tiles, his blood flowing through the floor. The man who killed Hody was none other than Arlong, who got there one time. But he had no time to hang out, as Bruley and Jem were with the enemy. Babe. Babe. A weak voice called on his mirror communication device. It was Bruley, and her voice was very weak. We're okay. They saved us. Ikaro's much was holding them up, with their head above the air pocket. Sorry boss, I was so useless underwater, said Jem, who was breathing hard to catch his breath. They still had an open wound that continued to let out blood. Zio returned with a healing herb found only at the midstream underwater. He then proceeded to patch the wound of Bruley and Jem. You freaking fruit users. You scared me to death. Tears streamed from the eyes of Arlong the Saw, as he could relax slightly. He collapsed on the ground and cherished the voice of his people. Thank you. You both. I owe you. Just pardon and allow us to join you, exclaimed Ikaro's much. Yeah, I agree, Zio commented as he continued to address the wound of both injured people. Arlong, I will send an escort to the midstream air pocket. I will also make sure that they both receive new bubbles so they can join us, King Neptune said as he went to order one of the surviving palace guards. No moment was missing for the time it took Arlong to kill Hody to the time that the Sun Pirates subdued the Kraken in the same amount of time, and all was finally well. Everyone hailed him as the hero as he walked to the hospital ward, where Bruley and Jem were resting from their wounds. Arlong dropped by Jem to check up on him. He was doing well, so he went to Bruley after. Hey babe, Arlong said as she lay in bed. Her wounds were addressed and she was now in recovery. Hi you, did you get it out of your system now? Asked Bruley. She let him do what he wanted, but he lost sight of who he was in the moment of anger. Sorry, I should have been more rational. And now I've put you at risk, especially knowing that you can't breathe underwater. I should have been more careful. Well, what was going on? It seemed very personal. Yeah, it was. Prince Fukaboshi was a pinnacle of the community. He is the reason many of the district's children have grown up to become successful. Hody just ... He reminded me of myself. I could have been like that if Captain never found me. Remember this babe. I was with Mama for a long time, and she did things. Horrible things to people, nations, just to satiate her hunger ... And we just let it happen because she is our mother. She grabbed his face and caressed it. Now is what matters, and what we do with the opportunity that Captain has given us. So you are not Hody. You will never be Hody. Got it? Yes ma'am, Arlong responded with a smile. But there is one thing we need to discuss. Yes, she knew what this was. With today's event, I think it would be best to move you and Jem to a different division. I went over it with Lucci and he said he'll take you. Your infiltration abilities are great for his division. Then I talked to Brook, who will take Jem as his division will be able to use an explosion expert. Me and Captain have discussed my specialization and its deep sea exploration ... And after today I can't put you at risk. I can't. Babe ... Stop explaining. I understand. I don't like it, but I understand ... Now get out of here. There are people that want to meet with you. Thank you for understanding. Arlong planted a long kiss on her lips before exiting, giving her a smile before leaving. As Arlong was long gone, Bruley couldn't help but break into tears, for no longer will she join in on his adventure. Yet she knew that they will be as strong as ever, for true love is not defined by distance. Never. Arlong was brought to the grand hall within the palace. It was there he found the entire force of the Sun Pirates, the royal family, and the 2 saviors of his people. All glad of you to join, called King Neptune. He was guided to a seat right next to Fisher Tiger, which he gladly took. The hall was massive, and yet the Sun Pirates were large in numbers, and therefore some elected to stand. All right, now that everyone is here, I have an important announcement, Fisher Tiger began. He was getting older, and it was a matter of time before he did what he was going to do. With the unfortunate death of Prince Fukaboshi, the head of Neptune's army is currently vacant. We Sun Pirates have a duty for our nation, as we only became pirates to protect our country. Whitebeard was the man to claim our land for protection first. But his influence has grown noticeably weaker in a matter of a year. Why that is, nobody knows. So what I am going to do is officially disband the Sun Pirates, as I will now become head of command of Neptunes are all free to choose where you go. We are joining the Neptune army as well. The pirate life was fun, but it's time to protect our nation. This was from one of the older fishermen, and a chorus of agreement came from the majority of the now former Sun Pirates. This shocked Arlong, although no one seemed to be surprised. Is this not surprising? Arlong, with the Sun Pirates disbanded, we are seeking employment for a crew. Jinbei grabbed him by the shoulder. Then a realization hit Arlong. They disbanded so that Whitebeard can't start a war. Because if he learned that the Sun Pirates continued to operate under the Straw Hats, then a war would surely ensue. Got any openings? Aladdin asked. They planned this so well. Arlong looked around to many members of the Sun Pirates. Some were older, some were frail, and yet they bleed pirate life. Though Arlong knew that Fishman Island would need some of that toughness. Yeah, Arlong, come and help us out, Hatchin said with a happy smile. Cherubei nodded and Chu gave a thumbs up. Then Ikaros Much and Zio stepped forward. Our adventures can't end here, so if you will, we can join you as well. Arlong was overwhelmed to say the least. But to put icing on top with everything that happened, King Neptune swam to him. Arlong, you have done this country proud. He then removed a trident that clinged on his back. This is my son's golden trident. He then proceeded to hand it to Arlong. He deserved to wield it. Arlong the saw of the Straw Hats, and he took the golden trident, feeling a hidden power within it as soon as he touched it. Something for later. But for now he had to answer to the people's request. His whole purpose of going to Fishman Island was to gauge whether the Sun Pirates would join them, and now he succeeded without really asking. All of you who wish to join, welcome to the Straw Hat Grand Armada 4th Division. To this the room cheered. In all his life, Arlong never thought he would be in this position. The pride of Fishman Island. How times have changed. He held his new golden trident with a massive smile on his face. Funny enough, the Kraken became close friends with Laboon and the two massive creatures went out on their own adventures. Arlong decided to stay another 2 weeks in Ryugu Kingdom in order to gauge everyone's skill level. Others who wanted to join were put to the trial. Even those who were formerly with Hody were given a chance. Bruley and Jem were brought into the loop of what is happening and ultimately was very happy for their former captain. They understood why they were transferred as each division is having more and more of an identity. The citizens of Ryugu Kingdom insist on giving him things, but instead he told them to give it to the people. There are more who deserve it more than him. Thus this brings us to the end of exactly 1 month since Arlong has traversed the sea from Dressrosa to Fishman Island. He was noticeably buffer TK the delight of Bruley, as training with some of the most powerful fishmen has pushed him to beyond his limits. Though now was time to go meet everyone in Water 7. Everyone ready. Arlong rode on the back of Laboon, where Jinbei was asked to ride the Kraken in a similar manner. The rest of the newly reformed 4th Division were on the ship provided by King Riku. Everyone cheered at his question, indicating that they were indeed ready. Let's go. And the 4th Division were on their way to meet their new commander, Straw Hat Luffy. I'm so happy that Arlong found his true love. Aladdin and Bruley were having a conversation as they traveled. Me too. I hope my relationship turns out like you too. Oh yeah, who are you dating? Oh gosh, I met her at a random island. She was so amazing and beautiful. Oh my, spill it, demanded Bruley, who was excited to hear who it was. We have been sending letters with each other. Oh here, just read this. Do you think it's too much? Aladdin handed her a letter he had been writing to his love interest. Bruley read the letter with a massive smile on her face, although, after the heading, her smile immediately turned to shock. You have been talking to Sister Praline. Water 7 present time. And here is our ship, the Great White. Arlong had brought Katakuri to look at his ship. His division arrived 2 weeks earlier than Katakuri's group, so they had plenty of time to settle down. As far as the Great White, the ship was massive, with a giant head of a shark for its headpiece. There was no sail as it took the form of an actual shark, complete with a tail and fins. Wow, yeah, isn't it? Look when it's done. My entire division are all fishmen, and so I will be responsible for deep-sea excavation. My ship will also be able to go underwater. This is nice, Arlong. And as far as your division? Asked the first commander. I am captain, of course. Then I have Jinbei as my right hand, Aladdin as my left. Then different duties for Chu, Hatchin, Ikaros Much, Cherubei, and Zio. Plus I have 2 titans in Kraken and Laboon. I'm not hearing where my sister is in all this. That's the thing, bro. She will move divisions and join the 3rd Division. Why is this? She almost died in Fishman Island and I can't bring her in that kind of danger. I told you to take care of her. This is me taking care of her. Then the two just stared at each other for some time. Fine. You are both grown to make your own decisions. Katakuri then began to walk away. I'll see you around. He was on his way to meet with Guild when he ran into Brook. Oh Katakuri, it's been a while. How are you, Brook? I am well, though I hope they have enough wood for our new recruits. What do you mean? Then a massive shadow from a massive person was cast over them. Katakuri looked up and finally understood what Brook meant. Hey Brook, where do you want us to go again? Another set of new figures arrive. There were several of them and they look like business. Captain wants to meet you guys. Here, let's go. Brook led the way. See you around, Katakuri. Yeah, Brook, see you around. Katakuri looked at them as they disappeared in the distance. Brook really did have an amazing adventure. Then several minutes passed before Lucci found him. Oh, Katakuri, can't talk right now, I got to head to a meeting. Lucci began to sprint but was stopped by Katakuri's voice. Hey Lucci, Katakuri called. Once he got his attention, he said, I heard of the transfer. Take care of my sister. Of course I will, Lucci said with a thumbs up. She'll help set the new recruits straight. How many new recruits? Somewhere in Water 7. Alright, take care, Sugar, love you always. Monet had just completed her call with Sugar when Baccarat found her. She changed her attire into a cute yellow sundress, one of which flew gracefully with the air. Baccarat still wore her tight red dress, one where her lovely figure was tightly hugged in all the right areas. Hey there. She was trying her hardest to get acclimated, but it was a lot. There were a lot of people. Oh hi Baccarat. Monet gave her a hug. In the month they spent traveling to Water 7, the two have gotten close. This is. She ducked down as a worker was passing by with a massive wood over his shoulder. A lot, I know. Monet chuckled as she helped Baccarat up. I thought that guild was untouchable, but your fighting force is so massive that there's no way your captain is not yet an emperor. Our captain, Baccarat. And no, he is not. At least not that I know of. His biggest move was Dressrosa. The Marine will definitely not like the defeat of another one of their warlords. I understand he was your former employer. Yeah, former. I'm with the Straw Hats now. She then had a bright idea. I have an idea. You should meet Captain. That way we can get you assigned to a division. He did say he would be in one of the suites around the Central Plaza. You'll really like him. Wait, I thought I was staying with Guild in his new division? Well, everyone has a group they belong to. Captain is really good at placing people in the correct division. Well, the commanders are also great at selecting their people. But I want you to meet Captain, so let's go. Baccarat took note of how giddy she was, though she did not press the issue. The two beautiful ladies walked animatedly to where they knew the captain was. They entered the building and found the captain's quarter. Your name, please. BZZZ. There was a robotic receptionist in the front desk. Monet. Ah yes, Sir Mujiwara added you to his list. Room 4377 BZZZ. The iron gate behind the receptionist opened, letting them through. Lemon. Beep beep. Beep. I love you, whispered Hancock as she looked into Luffy's eyes. I love you too, responded Luffy. They got up and took a shower together. True to his words, Luffy gathered all the ladies that joined him that night and brought them along his bed, all of which were side by side. Regardless of whatever night it was, Hancock was always on his right side and different women on the other. It wasn't favoritism, just preference. For this night, Monet was chosen to sleep on the left of the Straw Hat Captain, and she'll tell you it was the best sleep she's had in ages. End of Lemon. Little Garden. Brook's adventure was one of simple nature. Travel to Little Garden, attempt to recruit two living legends named Drogi and Bragi, and travel to Water 7. Though he did not take into account that there were going to be other people on the island. Well, not people, more so beings. The first thing him and Bentham noticed were the other ship, anchored several miles away from them. The ship flew a pirate flag that he could not make out. Regardless, Brook and Bentham pressed on. For such massive giants, they were really hard to find. Director, movement around us. Bentham noticed the rustling of leaves all around them, maybe 3 locations. I've noticed. Brook stood up immediately, drawing his blade. Whoever you are, present yourself immediately for a lighter repercussion. More rustling of the leaves occurred, though nothing stepped out. Brook looked at Bentham, who understood and got up immediately himself. If you wish to engage, then we are happy to comply. Brook began to walk towards the noise. But instead of finding people, he found a baby dinosaur, one bigger than himself. It had caught itself tangled in some vines. Ah, little one, let me assist you. Brook took his blade and swung it against the vines. Go now, creature, rejoin your family. The creature gave him a happy coo before running back to its family. Impressive skeleton San. A creature emerged from the guise of darkness. A polar bear mink with stylish sunglasses greeted him. He had a cutlass on his back and he was a cool-looking dude. Hands up, this doesn't need to get ugly. Bentham got behind the polar bear mink with a knife on his throat. You're right, it doesn't need to. Now another mink appeared beside Bentham, holding his hands in front of the blade which was held in the throat of the polar bear. This mink was a lion mink with thin, stylish shades, and he looked like he meant business. Everyone relax, we don't need all of this hostility. Who are you and what are you doing in Little Garden? This time it was a bigger, feline mink, spotted like a jaguar. He seemed to be their leader, and he too emitted a powerful presence about him. We are members of the Straw Hat Pirates, and we are here to locate 2 warring giants. And you are? What are you doing here? Brook returned the question. Answering their question should calm everyone's nerves. First, let's all drop our weapons. Brook nodded his head in agreement and Bentham dropped his knife. He then jumped by his commander's side and warily looked at the new arrival. The group now moved closer, sitting across a hot fire while they warily looked at one another. I am Pedro, and these are my companions, Zippo and Peckins. The rest of our crew are in our ship. We are called the Nox Expedition Party. But unfortunately the world government has called us the Nox Pirates. Pedro scratched the back of his head at this. Zippo was the polar bear mink while Peckins was a mighty lion mink. Pleasure to meet you. I am Brook, and this is Bentham. Say, what were you fellows going out to explore? Being an expedition party. Brook put a pot on the heart of the fire, heating up some water for some drinks. Poneglyphs, Pedro and crew joined the camp of Brook and they started discussing their adventures. We had a lead for one here, but it turned out to be empty. It is like that sometimes. Why Poneglyphs? Brook made tea for everyone and started distribution. I heard that they were rare, but to actively seek them must be a heavy task. Yeah, it is, and most of the time the leads we get are empty, like here in Little Garden. And well, I met a great man years ago, one of which inspired me to go on my own adventure. He told me about the true history of the world and I wanted knowledge. But the world government decided that our adventure is too dangerous. So we are now reluctantly the Nox Pirates. Funny how tea could influence one to tell their story. Though Brook knew to be careful and he inspected every single one of the present members of the Nox Pirates. How so? He looked into their soul and they were all generally good people. Brook was now at ease in the presence of the new arrivals, which made Bentham relax a little. I see. Well, there is something that I want to ask you all. Brook stated, to which the group paid close attention. Have you heard of a pirate named Mugiwara? By now his tale should reach all corners of the blues. Ah yes, the ruthless pirate captain that has claimed nations such as Alabasta and Dressrosa into his fold. Very questionable man if you ask me. He also destroyed many buildings in Sabaody. But I did read an article by Big News Morgans. He is worth 1 billion biri. Although he was talking, he felt that Bentham was staring at him with some animosity. Ah, is everything okay? Pedro asked. Captain Mugiwara is a great man. He made me into a better person. And so are my other friends. Bentham exclaimed, although Pedro raised his hands, realizing that he was in the presence of the members of Mugiwara's pirate crew. He mentally slapped himself as earlier Brook did say that he was a member of the Straw Hats. All is well. The world is not fair to pirates. But regardless of your preconception of our captain, I wish to convince you to reconsider. Captain Mugiwara is the greatest man I have ever met. He amassed a grand armada under him, all of which follow him in admiration rather than fear. He has a way of inspiring even those with no motivation, especially pirates who have lost their way. He then looked directly into Pedro's eyes. Despite his hollow skeleton eyes, Pedro could feel his resolve. Mark my word, Monkey D. Luffy will be the king of pirates. Pedro could tell that Brook was very passionate about his pirate captain. If this man was so great, he wanted to meet him. All right, Brook, you've sold me. I wish to meet this man, Pedro said. Then he looked at Zippo and Peckins. I agree. I wish to meet this man. So do I. Sure, but first we must locate 2 giants. We were sent on a mission to find them. Oh, you mean Dory and Brokey? Peckins pointed at a far-off direction. We met them yesterday with cool blocks, but they have been fighting for 90 years. If you want to meet them, we can bring you to them at sunrise. That would be great, thank you. And with that, the group set up camp and went to rest for the night. Brook kept awake. For being a skeleton, he did not need as much rest as a normal human would. He didn't need to rest his muscles or worry about anything but his skeleton. Just thinking about his anatomy made him feel weird. Maybe he'll get a good doctor to explain his phenomena. He heard murmuring outside his tent and he decided to eavesdrop. Brook closed his eyes and focused. His soul suddenly escaped from his body, floating in the air. He then glided to where the conversation was occurring and found Pedro and Peckins talking to one another. How do you know? Peckins was frustrated. That much was obvious. Brook floated a bit closer. What was it they were talking about? Just trust me on this, Peckins. This Mugiwara sounds like the real deal. We can continue our expedition under his protection. Then we'll really be pirates if we join them. We are already dubbed as pirates. We are going to eventually bounty over our heads. What more reason should you want from me? What about our people in Zoo? Peckins asked. An excellent point. Hey guys, you could both wake up an entire village with your yelling. Zippo joined the group, yawning as he had just woken up. Sorry Zippo, just knock some sense into Pedro. Peckins argued. Yeah, Pedro, I think it's the right call. Being under the umbrella of one as powerful as Mugiwara will help our mission in finding the Poneglyphs, learning the true history. To Zippo's words, Pedro beamed up and Peckins looked dejected. But Peckins is also right. By agreeing to this life, we have to really become pirates. It is for the right reasons, Pedro argued, believing that Mugiwara is their way to gathering the Poneglyphs. I get it, I do, but how about our people? By joining them we would be in service of Mugiwara. What if our people will need help? We won't just be able to leave and return to Zoo. Brook had heard enough, returning into his body and swiftly rejoining the conversation that he was eavesdropping on. You'll be able to go. In fact, more likely than not, Captain Mugiwara will back you up if trouble ever occurs in your land. They were astonished at his arrival. How long have you been listening? Peckham's did not feel his presence at all, which was a bit scary. Long enough. Brook just really wanted to ease their worries, but now he was stuck. What else could he say to them? Pedro decided to speak up for his group, not wanting any trouble. We'll meet him, but there's no guarantee. The rest of our mink party will return to our homeland to bolster our defenses, as joining the Straw Hats will of course provide us the tools we need for our search. Yes, and even better, one of our queens can decipher them, the poneglyphs that is. Read the lost history. Impossible. All the scholars that could died from sickness in O'Hara. To this the three minks were very interested. You'll see. Sunrise finally arrived and it was time to meet the two giants. Peckham's led the way while Zippo and Bentham discussed their life stories. Pedro and Brook talked about Gol D. Roger and how Brook remembered him as a rookie while he was still with the Rumbar pirates. Though something interrupted their rather peaceful encounter. A loud eruption of the island's volcano covered the entire island. Once it blew, it was followed by an earthquake. Wait, no, it can't be an earthquake. This was more of footsteps as the group bounced at the rhythm of footsteps. Then, like a thundering boom in the air, two objects clashed in a loud clang and Brook immediately smiled. In panic, Zippo noticed the smile on Brook's face. What the hell are you happy about? We're about to die on this damned island. I have located them. Brook disappeared in a wake of cold air. He dashed through the large thick forest and as he cleared it, he found them. The two massive giants caused the commotion as they engaged in a heated battle. Brook observed, watching as the giants clashed in epic fashion. They seemed to be enjoying themselves, each strike matched by the last. But what were they fighting about? Brook rubbed his chin and continued to watch. After some time, he decided to look into the stem of their battle, without interrupting their fight. He sat on the ground, the group finally catching up to him. SHS, he's about to go into soul form. Bentham stated, and everyone watched as Brook's soul escaped from his body. It then floated its way to the battling giants. What is going on right now? Peckham's and Zippo were physically freaked out. Who wouldn't? A skeleton man just released green spirit from his body and it casually floated towards the giants. You've worked on your swing there, Dory. You've taken my advice in using your back foot for leverage, I see, Brogy. A thundering laugh ensued, causing the air to tremble violently. As the two giants engaged in battle, clashing sword to axe, Brook sneakily went through their body, phasing through their soul and locating the cause of their 90-year-old battle. Gabababa, the thundering laugh of Brogy the giant filled the air as he carried a massive seeking over his shoulder. He set it on the ground next to the massive bonfire. He sat across from his buddy and they laughed about their catch. Jeji Dory also had a massive seeking and the two just laughed and chatted about their day. The sun was just setting as the two giants continued to drink to their successful day. Hey mister, a little girl happened to stumble into their camp and was now looking at the two massive sea kings. Yes, little girl. Dory looked down at the little girl, curious as to what she wanted. Which seeking is bigger? Asked the little girl, causing a 90-year dispute between the two giants. Whose seeking was bigger? Seriously, Brook was shot out of their soul and found himself floating around them. Dory noticed the specter in the air and thought it was a bat or something. So he swatted with his massive sword, although the blade only phased through Brook's soul form. Who are you, spirit? Commanded Brogy, who now looked in the general direction of Brook's soul form. At ease, my giant friends. Brook's real body did a peculiar thing as it floated toward his soul form. It then bonded with his soul and he was now within his skeletal body. He was an eye level with the two massive giants, his feet emitting cold air to keep him afloat. Bentham witnessed this and noted that this was a new power. The trio of minks watched in amazement as the fifth commander bravely stared into the face of two towering giants. I am merely here to deliver a proposal. Is that so? What is this proposal, skeleton man? Dory asked, his eyes narrowing in annoyance for Brook's interruption. I have come to propose a position within the crew of the future king of pirates. To this, the two giants looked at one another and burst out laughing. They did not stop for a good minute before looking back at the skeleton. Do tell what this pirate king is. The one man to rule them all. Dory ribbed Brogy. Is he the man who gathered all the treasure in the world? Added Brogy. I understand your concern. This was all new to me also not too long ago. I understand that you have been isolated on this island for 9 decades. But there was a pirate king, a man named Gol D. Roger, but he has since been executed for defying the world government. Now a new golden age of piracy was revolutionized from his death. And in this revolution, my captain, Monkey D. Luffy, will ascend to the title of Pirate King. This king of yours will not ascend to the title, as this is not a possible feat even with your Gol D. Roger tales. Dory swung his massive blade at Brook. The giant was angry at such a ridiculous notion and did not want to hear any more. He wanted to shut down the skeleton from speaking anymore. though, to the shock of everyone but Betham. Brook had withdrawn his blade, clashing with the giant's blade. He did not move an inch, still floating in the air, looking directly into the eyes of the giant who swung his blade. "Trust me, my captain will be king." The force of the swing could level mountains, and yet Brook stopped it midair without even moving an inch. "Skeleton, you are interesting. You have gotten my attention, but that still does not change the fact that per the rule of Elbaf, me and Brogy must battle till one of us bests the other in combat. As disagreements in our homeland are settled in this manner, then how about I settle your dispute once and for all?" Brook stepped several steps back, seemingly walking on air. He then swung his blade through the air. A green spectral force shot out of his swing and went through the giants. Suddenly the projection of their soul escaped from their gigantic bodies. "What is this?" Brogy asked as he looked at a spectral image of himself. "Your soul." Brook then let their soul speak to truly reveal their innermost feeling. "I do not remember our dispute, and yet I have to battle as it is Elbaf's laws. I wish to return to the sea and return to an adventure with my best friend." Words from the soul of Dory which caused the real Brogy to look at Dory with tears in his eyes. "What are we fighting about again? I can't really remember. Regardless, I wish this was over so we can travel around the world again. Oh well, the laws of Elbaf are absolute. I must fight my best friend." This time it was Brogy's projection that spoke. And to those words, the spectral soul form disappeared in thin air and both giants burst into tears, hugging each other in the manliest way possible. Brook descended next to the minx and Bentham. The trio had a blank look on their face. "Well done, director." Bentham complimented Brook while he twirled in delight. Then the giants finished their reunification and looked down at Brook and his party, the minx waving up at their giant friends. "All right, Skeleton Man, we'll meet this Straw Hat captain of yours, but if the time comes that we do decide to join him, who will be the captain amongst us?" Dory asked. "It should be me," Brogy said jokingly, punching Dory in the forearm. The impact caused trees to rustle violently. "Actually, Captain Luffy has already decided who will be heading your division." "Oh, who might that be?" "Whoever it is, he must defeat me before I become subordinate to him." "You'll know soon enough," Brook replied with a smile. Luckily, they did not have to battle the giants, or it would have taken weeks before they could set out to Water 7. And to this, the end of the Little Garden saga is finally upon us. Well, not quite, as how would the giants travel with the 5th Division? On the shore of Little Garden, a massive, giant ship housing one particular giant arrived, waving at the people on the shore. Dory and Brogy looked at each other and figured now who their supposed captain would be. "That brat!" they exclaimed at the same time. While this was occurring, Pedro took the time to advise the rest of the expedition party to return to Zoo, inform them of their plan, and know that they will be okay. The laughing hyena mink took the lead of the minx aboard the Nox expedition party and set course back to Zoo. Now it was truly the end of Little Garden Saga. Water 7 present time. "Ah, Katakuri, it's been a while. How are you, Brook?" "I am well, though I hope they have enough wood for our new recruits." "What do you mean?" Then a massive shadow from a massive person was cast over them. Katakuri looked up and finally understood what Brook meant. Hey Brook, where do you want us to go again?" Another set of new figures arrive. There are several of them and they look like business. "Our captain wants to meet you guys. Here, let's go." Brook led the way. "See you around, Katakuri. So how's interacting with the other Straw Hats so far?" Brook joined the trio of minks who were getting acclimated to the people of the Grand Armada. "They are amazing," Pedro commented, adjusting his hat to block the sunlight which glared over his eyes. "Interesting bunch you got here. But when are we going to meet the one who reads poneglyphs?" was Zippo's answer. They weren't there to mingle as they were not really sure if they really wanted to stay. "Relax, Zippo, we have time. It's not like we can freely sail the seas anyway. Our pal Pedro just got a bounty of 382 million beris," Peckham's added while showing everyone his crisp new bounty. "Impressive. My bounty is measly 33 million buri." Brook found the captain's tent and went in, leaving the trio for a moment. He then returned to deliver some bad news. "Looks like he retired for the time being. We'll catch him at a different time." Brook knew where his captain went and did not press on. The captain needed to have some rest as well. "And it has been some time since our initial introduction. We really need to sit down with your captain," Pedro stated. When they arrived, they met him, impressed by his outstanding stature and aura, and ever since they haven't had a chance to talk with him. "Though it is a bit chaotic right now, we understand," thanked Pedro. "Well, do enjoy yourself. I'll keep in touch," Brook said with a smile before leaving the trio. Once he left them, he found another set of trio, the giants which were assisting in constructing their own ships. Dory and Brogy, who challenged for headship in the giant pirates. Hadrudin was twice the junior of the two former giant pirate captain, but he was definitely the most powerful of the bunch. Their dispute for leadership settled in the open sea, with Hadrudin coming out on top, though they both lost to a younger giant. That is by giant standard. Hadrudin is the captain of the giant pirates. How did they find Hadrudin? While the captain easily swayed the roaming giant to join at the news of reforming the giant pirates, and he immediately set course and found them in Little Garden. Amazing what a letter can do. Regardless, Brook left the giant pirates of his own accord and went to the dock where his ship was situated, where he found Bentham, happily helping hammer some nails on their ship with his own fist. "Director, how goes it?" Bentham greeted Brook with a massive grin, striking one of his signature poses. "Well, Bentham, now how is our ship coming along?" Brook looked over the floor plan and found that it was as he would like it to be. "Our grandest show pirate ship is as you requested, Director, complete with a grand stage on the belly for entertaining the crew, preparation room, and of course, a massive inventory of hundreds of different instruments." "Excellent, excellent." Brook admired his grandest show pirate ship. It was really coming along as he wanted. Brook saw Mihawk sitting on a lawn chair, his eyes closed as he enjoyed the fresh air. He then said goodbye to Bentham for the meantime and joined Mihawk, sitting down on a lawn chair right next to him. "Brook," greeted Mihawk. "Mihawk," responded Brook as he settled on his position. "How are the children?" "They are doing well." Then a brief pause. Mihawk knew what was coming. "You checked on the young swordsman, didn't you?" Brook was the one who saw a fresh wound across his left arm. The same young swordsman was the one to inflict it. This was all the way back in the East Blue. "I did." Mihawk once again paused. "His friend died. She took her own life. He's devastated. Wanted to come with me but I told him not yet. He needs to be stronger." "Cold of you, isn't it? It's better this way." He swore the next time we meet, he will be able to get my respect. Mihawk then rubbed his temple. "He has it already, doesn't he?" "Yeah." And the duo enjoyed what's left of the sunlight, just sitting on the lawn chair and doing nothing. "Marineford, you have got to be shitting me." Sengoku, angrier than he's ever been, slammed a stack of bounty posters across his table. "You mean to tell me that Mugiwara gathered this massive force from right under our nose? I'm telling you, Fleet Admiral, we have to eliminate him." Sengoku was joined in his office by Admiral Akenu. "We have to cut off his legs before he can truly run. What is going on with these damned pirates? First Big Mom trying to start a war. Then damned super rookies emerging all over the place, and now Mugiwara making a case for Emperor of the Seas. I'll deal with it," Admiral Akenu offered. "I'll kill the brat. We can't move yet, not without the blessing of the Gorosei. And from what I hear, Red-Haired proposed some interesting information that directed their attention away from Mugiwara. Fuck the Gorosei. Let me go and deal absolute justice. Z would agree with me if he wasn't on his mission." Akenu exclaimed, his body turning into part magma from his outburst. What information did Red-Haired provide that is bigger than this fucking super rookie? He provided valuable information that the Marines need to address with urgency, which in turn diverted our resources to these things. "Well, what is it?" asked Akenu. He gave the Gorosei information. "What is this about?" Admiral Kuzan entered the office. His attire was ripped into pieces. He had just returned from his climactic battle with one Charlotte Linlin. "Admiral Kuzan, you've seen better days." Admiral Akenu addressed the ice user. Kizaru hung back outside as he was told to wait. He had to follow his superior's orders or he was going to be demoted again. "Half the unit you gave me is dead." But she left after the 7th day. "Got bored of toying with us," she said. "Fuck," the fleet admiral stated. We can't make a move on Big Mom. Her influence is too vast and we would have to focus 60% of our resources to engage her in battle. This would open the door for the other emperors such as Whitebeard and Kaido to make a play for Raftel." "Finish what you were saying, Sengoku. What did he give the Gorosei?" Akenu demanded, not only at seeing Kuzan, but at Sengoku not finishing his statement. "He gave the Gorosei information on." Even Akenu and Kuzan could not believe what they were hearing. "Impossible." Onigashima. Tears flowed freely through the eyes of a massive monster. Joker, a massive beast of a man, sat drinking barrels of sake. He was mourning the loss of one of his business partners. Kaido. Big Mom attempted to enter Dressrosa in pursuit of Mugiwara, but the Marines stopped her. Kaido's commanding Calamity King was the one to report the information. Around Kaido were two other towering commanding figures, Queen and Jack. "Kaido, let me deal with them," Jack offered, to which Queen gave him a drop kick. "Shut up, you fucking idiot. You don't have what it takes," Queen said, to which King nodded in agreement. The two calamities did not treat Jack well, not at all. "Fuck you both." Jack emitted haki, defying his two superiors, although they were all brought to silence as they felt the Emperor's haki coming from Kaido. "All of you shut the hell up. For tonight." Kaido brought up his drink, finishing it in a few gulps. "We mourn Joker." More tears escaped from him as he sounded like a wounded animal. Jack stared daggers into King and Queen, to which the duo returned with a cocky grin. But Kaido wasn't finished. "Tomorrow, send the Flying Six to kill one or two of Linlin's children. This will teach her to stay in her territory, so that the three calamities can agree to the plan." A massive smile on their individual faces. Suddenly, Kaido transformed into a dragon, flying swiftly into the air. And just because he felt like it, he launched a powerful breath attack to an unsuspecting traveling ship, annihilating it in a single breath. Joker, he continued to cry despite being a massive dragon, circling the sky with crackles of thunderstorm along his scales. On the depths of Onigashima, a young child watched as their father went on a rampage. They swore to themselves that as soon as they get out, they will enact their revenge ... for they are Odin. Moby Dick, what do you mean by this, Thatch? Whitebeard was now hooked into several breathing assistance devices, a small army of nurses taking care of him. He was angry beyond reason. Pops, you have got to relax. Marco's gonna be mad if he found out you elevated your blood pressure. Thatch was apologetic, though he could not blame the outburst. After all I've done to Fishman Island, they chose to betray me and join with that damned Mugiwara. Whitebeard started to cause crackle in the air. The sea around the Moby Dick began to shake violently. What the hell is going on? Marco flew from his ship all the way to the Moby Dick. And here, Pops, what's wrong? Jazu jumped the distance and landed on the deck, addressing the anger that his father was emitting. Mugiwara has claimed the Sun Pirates into their rank ... and now Fishman Island has raised Mugiwara's flag, swearing allegiance to the Straw Hats. It was Thatch who explained this to the rest of the crew, causing a round of murmur to circulate. Pops, it's okay. We're really not in the position to wage war with other pirate crews at the moment, not with your health. We can't have the world learning that the great Whitebeard is deathly sick. This was coming from Vista, who arrived in a twirl of flower petals. I agree with Vista, Pops. This time it was Blaminko, the pocket-wielding devil fruit user. Not now. Come on, Pops. We should just lay low for now. We can gather our strength when you are healthy. A chorus of agreement came from the rest of the commanders within Whitebeard pirates. No, Whitebeard slammed his bicento on the deck of the Moby Dick. The force causes the clouds in the air to split right through the middle. I must show that my power is absolute. That no cocky youngster will unseat me, nor let evil powers, such as Linlin and Kaido, gain confidence and start terrorizing my territories, pushing through my boundaries. I can't let that happen, and I will make an example of Mugiwara. With all the years lost, succumbing to his sickness, Whitebeard had a lot of pent-up anger within him. Anger against the world for being cruel with his lack. Little did he suspect that it was caused by one of his sons. Pops, what are you saying? My sons. This is my command as your father. A brief pause before declaring his intention. We are waging war with the Straw Hat Pirates. Marco, Thatch, Jazu, Vista and the rest of the commanders exchanged worried looks, but Whitebeard had a point. So with the war cry of their beloved Yonko, the Whitebeard pirate joined the war cry of the Emperor. Meanwhile, in the background of the celebration, Marshal D. Teach had a massive smile on his face. What about? No one but they would know. Then near Whitebeard, one of his most trusted children looked conflicted by this decision. He then faded into the crowd. Not one noticed his disappearance, for everyone was distracted. My sons, we must now fight. Gather all our forces, call all our allies. We are going to find the Straw Hats and bring the might of the Whitebeard pirates through their damned throats. To this the Whitebeard pirates joined the father in exclaiming their support, though some remained skeptical of the consequence of a war of this magnitude. Water 7. It was now the next day as Luffy woke up to a wonderful sight. On his right arm was Boa Hancock, his very first love. Then on his right arm was Monet. Her green hair was resting across his arms as she tried her hardest to inch as close to him as possible. To round out the members on his bed were Robin behind Hancock, then Baccarat and Viola beside Monet. He sat up stretching his arms. What a wild night that was. He wondered why it was only now that he discovered women, for they are amazing, definitely better than meat. So Luffy got up, letting his ladies rest for the time being. He had a long day ahead of him, many places to be, lots of people to meet. To think that 2 years ago he was in an alternate timeline. One where Kaido nearly killed him, but successfully killed all of his allies. Yeah, it was fucked up, but now he was given this chance to right his wrongs. Luffy looked back at his adventures, realizing the wild ride he's been in. As soon as he put on his attire, he made his way outside, saying goodbye to the robot which guards the hotel. Good morning, Captain. He was greeted by Jem, who ran past him with a pile of wood on his back. Luffy waved and continued on, just looking around, meeting all the new recruits later. They are people he knew in his previous life, so all he really needed to do was sway them to his cause. Achieving true knowledge of the world will definitely make him the king of pirates. But really, all he wanted was the safety of his precious people. To do that, he had to pad his crew into massive safety nets. These safety nets consist of some of the most formidable, powerful people that he knows, at least those which are attainable. There are some that will take some time before he can get to. Oi, Captain. This time, it was Matchvise who greeted him. The hulking powerhouse was a welcomed addition to his armada. Before, he was a nuisance, but now he really liked the guy. He waved at the man who was accompanied by Dice, a member of Guild's former crew. Luffy continued his walk when he spotted a woman in her 20s, hungrily going through plates. He knew exactly who it was, and Luffy decided to welcome her on. Ever breathe in between bites? Luffy approached her. He immediately noticed her skimpy attire. Shut the hell up, you don't know me, responded the girl. She continued to eat everything on her plate with ease. Her appetite was insatiable, and yet Luffy was not bothered. Sure, well, my name is Luffy and welcome to the Grand Armada. Whatever, I just want to meet this Mugiwara, see what he's about. She took a massive bite off of a drumstick and then pointed it at Luffy. What are you doing here, Luffy? I just believe in the cause. Luffy did not tell the truth, but he didn't lie either. He was Mugiwara, but he wanted to mess with her for a bit. But what's your name? It's not fair that you know mine and I don't know yours. Jewelry Bonnie, the baddest bitch in all the seas. She then stopped eating as she felt full, a mountain of plates in her wake. See you around, Luffy. Take care of my tab for me. Bonnie gave him a kiss on the cheek and ran away. The shopkeeper tried to race after her with no luck. Luffy began to take out his purse full of gold coins, but the shopkeeper insisted that it was okay. Anything for Captain Luffy. He thanked them kindly but still left 3 times the amount of Bonnie's tab. Got to help the local businesses. ... This woman was trouble, but the captain is taking a particular interest in her. Jewelry Bonnie. The 3rd unit recruited her by finding her in her home sea in the South Blue. With their unit, Lucci could afford to split his people into different teams to locate the targets in the list. Vergo was the one to locate her, heavily disguised, for he was hiding from the Marines. It was easy to sell her on meeting the captain, as she was interested in treasure. Plus, she was also interested in what he wanted from her so badly. Luffy left the restaurant and made his way to a nearby bar. It was there where he found another new recruit. You must be him, huh? When Lucci came to me, I didn't believe that it could be possible. When Lucci was in Cypher Paul training, he was heartless. And to see him with a heart, well, ... Well, I just had to meet you. A long-nosed fellow acknowledged him without turning from his spot. The man wore a black hat, paired with black jumpsuit. He had a pink handkerchief over his breast pocket. In his hands was a cup of iced tea, and yet he held it like it was alcohol. Am I who you thought I'd be? Luffy sat beside the squared-nosed man. He then asked for a cup of ice water, something to keep his wits. You're definitely shorter than I thought. Scrawny even. I just can't believe that Lucci would follow someone else and totally give up his hunger for chaos. My name is Kaku, by the way. I know who you are. I made that list. For a secret organization, Cypher Paul sure can't keep any information from the likes of you. I guess not. Well, it was nice meeting you. I think I'll hang around. But I take orders from Lucci. I got it. Keep in mind, he takes orders from me. Luffy gave Kaku a smile, to which the former Cypher Paul agent scratched his head. Yeah, huh. And with that, Kaku left, leaving Luffy to finish his drink. ... Very strong, yet his allegiance could be anywhere. He will also be a powerful ally. Kaku. Lucci found Kaku in a bar in a similar manner as to how Luffy met with him. Kaku was found while in the middle of an espionage mission. Lucci offered him a way out and Kaku was immediately intrigued. So Kaku dropped his mission and left with Lucci. He was one of the first agents to disappear from the Cypher Fall agency. It was strange, for this time, Luffy was joined at the bar by a blue-eyes, blonde-hair woman wearing glasses. May I sit here? She asked. Luffy knew she meant business. Sure. Luffy knew immediately who it was. He then looked at her and found that she was studying him. So, you are Mugiwara then? She joined Luffy and got her own drink, a glass of lemonade. I saw you speaking with Kaku. Yes, I am. And you are. He knew the answer, but it is only polite. Khalifa, by the way, how do you know we are not here for Cypher Paul? That we did not take your crew up for their offer so we can infiltrate your division. Khalifa was very calculating, analyzing his every action to read what he is about. She was also straight to the point, just as he remembered. I'll tell you what, if you were spying on me, then I'll figure it out eventually. Plus, what do I have that I want hidden from the world government? Luffy was the one to get up this time, leaving a pouch of gold on the bar, of course more than what the glass of water was worth. Khalifa was taken aback by the rejection of the Straw Hat Captain, but she was now more interested than ever. Mugiwara. Fascinating. Khalifa spoke to a recording device. Day 7, made contact with the Straw Hat Captain. She then waved her hand over the bar counter and cleaned everything. Where her hands touched, the surface of the bar was spotless. Beautiful but deceitful, perfect for his crew of intelligence gathering. Khalifa. This time, it was Galdino who found Khalifa. He found her on a tip by Lucci on her last known location. She was sitting along a bench waiting for her contact when Galdino took the spot. Galdino went on and offered Khalifa a position. She thought about it for some time, and eventually conceded to her curiosity. She agreed to go along with him to possibly join the Straw Hats. As a spy, even she will not give an answer to that. Mugiwara right. The ever-so-stylish underworld crime lord walked alongside the Straw Hat Captain. He puffed his cigar while having both hands behind his back. When I heard from your messenger that you're interested in my services, why I could not believe it. You mean to tell me that the same man who took down Joker is interested in little old me? He is not my messenger but one of my crewmates. Right then, well Mugiwara, I am here. What is so grand that I should stay? I got it. Tell you what, you can challenge me in one thing, and if you win, you take over the Grand Armada. Knowing full well of the man's ambition, Luffy took advantage of his prior knowledge in offering the entire fighting force of the Straw Hat Armada if he won in whatever he wanted to play. In terms of confidence, the Straw Hat captain was not lacking one bit. At first, the man was taken aback by the bold request of the Straw Hat captain, and yet his confusion was replaced by a smile. Who would pass up an opportunity to take over such a massive armada? But if you lose, you have to work for me. Luffy finished his sentence, to which the underground powerhouse agreed. Alright Mugiwara, you drive a hard bargain, so here is my game. His body suddenly had openings like castle doors, and Luffy was immediately surrounded by 10 soldiers who enlarged once going out of his body, each pointing a gun at him. I'll just defeat you and really take your entire fleet. Nice try, Bijeh, but Luffy released a small wave of his conqueror's haki, knocking out the 10 soldiers around him. The power was enough to make Bijeh fall on both knees. You're 10 years too young to even think of challenging me. Once Luffy finished his words, Bijeh fell flat on his face, overwhelmed by Luffy's conqueror's haki. The Straw Hat captain coolly walked away from the passed-out bodies of the underworld crew divided by very strong player in the underground world. Why would Captain be interested in this man? Capone Bijeh. The underground world has been in turmoil for some time. Joker's death caused a massive black hole in the distribution section of the underground world. Capone Gang Bijeh was going to get in on the action but was instead met with Law and Corazon. He was surprised to see the brother of Doflamingo join the same man who killed him. He was going to kill me anyway, Corazon explained. Their conversation was in broad daylight in the middle of a busy street, and yet they seemed to just be staring at each other. It was due to Corazon's devil fruit ability. It's true, I was there. Law tagged along Corazon as they made a good team. Plus he trained him on how to use his new devil fruit ability. The proud new owner of the Op no Mai. I know you, Trafalgar Law. I got my contacts. His influence was wide, which is why Capone was so damn dangerous. Law took a heavy sigh when his real name was not revealed. Did Capone know that too? Nijiwara, huh? Bijeh opened his eyes, revealing his army behind them, an aged cigar over his lips. What do you say, boys? Wanna go mess around with pirates instead of the underworld? Cheers erupted from within the body of the living fortress. Bijeh was on board, though his motive was to overtake the Grand Armada. Luffy then passed by a tall man, with a hairstyle that resembled the hair of a bull. Luffy smiled, remembering the time he had to take himself to the next level in order to defeat the door user. Not a word was uttered between them as they passed by each other, the bull-headed man not noticing that the Grand Armada captain just passed him. Bluno, hold up. A dark-skinned man with stylish facial hair and long braided hair ran after Bluno. He also passed the Straw Hat captain without noticing him. Jabra, have you met him yet? Nope, but who cares, we're really here for Lucci. Jabra put his hands in the back of his head, and the two continued to walk. I'm glad you two are on board, Luffy commented to himself, moving along his journey throughout Water 7. But how am I going to ensure that you gain your destined fruit abilities? His abilities are perfect for infiltration, sort of similar to Broly. He'll definitely be a valuable ally. Bluno entered through the front door of his safe house, one arm carrying groceries. He had to look normal despite being on a deep undercover mission. Bluno immediately realized that his window was open. Two figures sat on the other side of the room, playing a card game of all things. He knew this guy from training. He will be an interesting guy to convince. Jabra. Hey Bluno. One of the men was Jabra, who sat across from a familiar figure, one of which he thought was wiped out by Cypher Paul. Hey, this time it was Lucci who spoke, a cigarette over his mouth. Say, you wouldn't want to come join me and become a pirate, would you? Bluno dropped all of the groceries, tears welling up on his eyes. He never thought he'd see his friend again. I'll go where you go, Lucci, Bluno stated with conviction. Bluno cared for the young Lucci as a brother despite his early mishaps. So did Jabra. The two took Lucci under their wing once they joined the academy all those years ago. That's what I said. Jabra joined in, dropping a straight flush with 9, 10, Jack, Queen and King. Although Lucci had a smirk on his face when he dropped a royal flush, beating his older competitor. Welcome to the Straw Hat Grand Armada, said Lucci with a smile. Luffy met all the new recruits. Some knew who he was, some did not. He had a grin over his face as his plan was coming along nicely. Though he felt weird, something didn't seem right. His last stop was the dock, where his ship was being made. In his time in Water 7, he met Tom's apprentice, Iceberg, and Cutty Flam. Though he knew Cutty Flam as his super cyborg shipwright, Frankie. Now how exactly did he gain the trust of Tom and gain the favor of the entire Water 7 island? Well, 1.5 months ago, Water 7, Luffy and his queens arrived at Water 7 after a 2-week trip. In his company were Hancock, Robin and Viola, and their first stop was Tom. This is crazy if you ask me. We'll need billions of berry for this project. Alright, I understand. But can you start the skeleton of the ships with what money I have now? Then we can talk once we have the money. Are you sure about this, Mugiwara? We can do as you ask, but what if you don't get us the money? Then that's just wasted resources and time. I guarantee that no such thing will take place. Tom was scheduled to be executed due to his refusal to give Spandam the blueprint for the ancient weapon Plute. He was said to be freed by the judge for helping make the Oro Jackson. But instead he earned his freedom by creating the Sea Train. That is until he bumped head with the smug new head of Cypher Pole 9. Spandam hired people to steal the ships created by Frankie and launched an attack on Water 7. Tom took responsibilities for the crime and was now sentenced to death. Frankie attempted to intercept the Sea Train but was ultimately run over, left for dead. Though Luffy intercepted at just the right time, where Robin and Viola took care of Frankie, bringing him to the nearest hospital and ensuring that he survived. Luffy and Hancock took care of the guards along the Sea Train and retrieved Tom. Who the hell are you people? Spandam cowered at the arrival of Luffy and Hancock. All of the guards stationed along the Sea Train were either turned into stone or beaten to a pulp. The 4 in the train carts were the only people who remained conscious for the encounter. Mugiwara, what are you doing here? I'm saving you, of course, Luffy commented with Hancock removing Tom's bindings. Luffy turned his attention to the poor excuse for a human being and slowly approached him. Spandam continued to back down, trembling in his heel. He then left trails of yellow liquid on the ground as he quite literally pissed himself. Please, spare me. He fell on both knees, his clothes soaking in piss. I'm just following orders. Spandam, Spandam, Spandam. Luffy stopped going forward, standing over the kneeling Cypher Paul leader. I should kill you. I should ... but I won't, and if you ever step out of line again, I will find you, and I will kill you with my own hands, understand? To this Spandam teared up, crawling on the ground and grabbing Luffy by his shorts. Thank you ... oh thank you. But Luffy wasn't going to let him off easy. He delivered a powerful kick straight through the guts of Spandam, sending him through the roof of the Sea Train and launching Spandam far through the ocean. If he doesn't survive ... oh well. Why? Tom was at a loss for words. Because you don't deserve to die, Tom. You are a better man than Spandam will ever be. With that, Tom was rescued. The entire Water 7 was indebted to Luffy, and Cutty Flam only lost his limbs, which was now replaced by mechanical ones. It could have been worse. Thus Luffy became the Savius of Water 7, which jump-started the development of his requested ships. He smiled at the memory and found Cutty Flam. Oi Frankie, how are you? Luffy went to join the shipwright who was working tirelessly on his ship. Ah, Captain, you know, with you calling me Frankie all the time, I think I'm starting to like it. Cutty Flam, although better known as Frankie, commented, to which Luffy gave him a smile. By the way, Captain, as far as your ship goes, the crew have been working hard on it and it's almost ready. You know, when you proposed the plan for your ship, I could feel the ship as if it's part of my heart. It was as if you were digging into my deepest desire and figuring out the ship that I wanted to create. Frankie led him to the bay, where the familiar lion head was on the front of the ship. It looks beautiful. Luffy inspected the ship, looking over its details, just as he remembered it. Yeah, well, it helped a lot that you gave us so much money to work with. I never saw Sir Tom grant a massive loan at a promise, but you are our savior. Frankie remembered the recent events and smiled. Hey Frankie, wild question here, but by any chance would you like to travel the sea? This way you can always watch the Thousand Sunny in order to keep it in top shape. Thousand Sunny. I love that name, it's super. He then rubbed his chin. Now his arms were noticeably cyborg arms. Unfortunately, Luffy didn't get to him on time. Alright Mugiwara, I will talk to Iceberg and Sir Tom first and take you up for your offer after. How about it? Sounds good to me. Luffy then shook the hands of the cyborg now known as Frankie. I'll be seeing you around. But that Luffy moved on. The sun was finally beginning to set as his day was a long one. The Thousand Sunny was coming along nicely. Now Luffy began to think, where would the shipwright best work? Possibly the 6th Division. Though his thoughts were interrupted when suddenly a massive explosion occurred in the distance. He looked at the area where it happened. Swirls of blue and yellow flame launched all the way into the sky. Luffy immediately knew who it was. But why is he here? Without a second to waste, Luffy ran to the disturbance. What he saw was the bodies of Gem, Kurobai, and Tanaka were laid out. Then there was also Monet, halfway covered in snow as she was contradicting the flame with her abilities. She was struggling while the man continued to yell for Mugiwara ... That was him. What does he want with him? Luffy immediately panicked, seeing Monet in the state that she was. Anger filled him and he dashed straight to the floating figure. He grabbed the man by the neck and immediately slammed him on the ground. Luffy's grip was tight, and no matter how hot the man's flames were, the blue and yellow swirls were no match for Luffy's absolute fury. What the hell do you think you are doing? Luffy's arms were covered in haki, his eyes gazing deep into the man's soul. Crackles of his conqueror's haki pressured the phoenix further. In that moment, Marco, in all his years with Pops, never experienced outstanding aura such as this ... And it was then that he immediately knew Mugiwara was the real deal. And yet the phoenix was defiant. Let me go, he said between breaths. Pops is going to kill you all ... if you don't ... here to warn you. The ease at which Mugiwara held him down was scary. To this Luffy let go, his eyes widening. The phoenix which he held down out of anger took a moment to catch his breath. What did you say? Luffy asked. In all of his planning, this he did not anticipate at all. Right when Luffy let go of Marco's throat, his commanders arrived, surrounding the lone Whitebeard pirate. Boa Hancock was immediately by his side, with Viola and Robin going to the injured. First Commander Katakuri arrived with 2 donut rings, his hands ready to swing at the captain's command. Monet's fallen figure caused Katakuri became enraged. She was a member of his division. Second Commander Mihawk was inches from piercing Marco's heart. You're lusting for some blood. Third Commander Lucci stood by Katakuri, his arms crossed and his eyes intently watching Marco. Fourth Commander Arlong had his newly acquired golden trident ready to throw. He found Kurobai on the ground, which angered him greatly. Fifth Commander Brook floated in the air, emitting cold air to keep him afloat. He looked down at Marco with the intent of battling him if he attempted to flee. Sixth Commander Crocodile joined Brook in the air, swirling in sand. Newly recruited commanders also joined the fold. Seventh Commander Guild arrived, adjusting his suit in case he was needed. He noted that Tanaka was down, which irked him. 8 Commander Hadrudin stood over the group, looking down at Marco with his arms crossed. Does it get this interesting? Kishishishi, the 9th Commander Gecko Moria, arrived, with his scissor blade on both hands. His recruitment was interesting, and it took the combined effort of Lucci and Mihawk to bring him in. That was a warlord. How was he going to get access to this person? Gecko Moria, a man, leaned on the former Shichibukai. His shit-eating grin was massive. The newly appointed 10th Commander of the Straw Hat Armada, specially requested by the captain himself. Former member of Roger's Pirate, the greatest of them all. The one, the only Buggy the Clown. His recruitment was easy once Galdino figured him out. He just buttered him up and he was immediately on board. Get the hell off me, Buggy, said Moria by removing Buggy on his shoulder, causing the Bara user to fall on his face. You'll pay for that, flamed Buggy, shooting up immediately and threatening Moria with his knives. What's up, Mugiwara? Been some time, eh? A complete contrast to when he first met the clown all the way back in the East Blue. This Buggy was more of what he remembered back in his timeline, and Luffy was happy about that. This man was a former member of the Roger's Pirate. He needs to be cautious. Buggy the Clown. Marco looked around at the 10 commanders of Mugiwara's crew and coughed some blood, his airway finally opening up from the tight grip. Pops, Mugiwara. He wants her blood for taking his territory. Luffy knew Marco long enough to know it was no bullshit, but to wage war on him. This was getting crazy. He wants to make an example of you for stepping on his toe, so to speak. Marco could speak a bit clearer now. He looked at the other commanders. Despite being powerful, he managed to piss off an entire armada with trying to warn them of impending doom. Sorry about your people, they attacked me first. Luffy then brought out a golden mini Den Mushi on his pocket. And suddenly, his voice could be heard in all the speakers all over the island. Emergency meeting, be at the hall in 10 minutes. He looked at his commanders, who all nodded their head and left for the hall, his queens following shortly after. After declaring his announcement, voices from all over the island buzzed in excitement as what the meeting was about. People began to rush into the hall and Luffy looked at Marco. Come, Marco, I'm going to need you there for this. You are seriously considering a war with Pops, are you? Marco asked, joining Luffy in the walk to the meeting hall of Water 7. My divisions are ready. My manpower is ready. Our ships are ready. Luffy looked at Marco with a smile. He then held the double door before opening it. So why not knock some sense into the old man to retire? The Luffy opened the door, revealing the entire fighting force of one Mugiwara, and Marco couldn't help but think, damn, thank you all for coming. Luffy made his way to his seat, Marco walking beside him. This urgent meeting was called out of necessity. Luffy took his seat next to Hancock. He then addressed the entire Grand Fleet. All were from different walks of life. They were all united under his ambition, under his flag. For we are going to war with Whitebeard. The Straw Hat Grand Armada, with the first commander of the Whitebeard pirates as witness, has returned the declaration of war with one of the emperors of the sea. Mugiwara Monkey D. Luffy versus Whitebeard Edward Newgate. 2 months ago, with Mihawk, Barady, Dracula Hawkeye. Mihawk was many things, but a babysitter he was not. Presently the 2 girls were messing with his sword, as they competed to lift it. Sugar attempted to turn it into a toy while Baby 5 attempted to bombard the blade with missiles and gunfire. She was a living weapon, which was crazy in its own rights. Why won't this blade get destroyed? Yelled the frustrated Sugar, who was joined by Baby 5. It's because Yoru is the blade which will make Captain into the king. Mihawk then placed the sword in his back and continued to stare in the distance. 2 bored teenagers were a handful, but luckily they were finally arriving at their destination, the newly opened floating restaurant known as the Barady. The money which Zeph was given by Luffy was put into good use, as now they could feed as many people as they would like. Upon entrance to the newly opened floating restaurant, the trio were met with a buffet of the best food two chefs can muster. Mihawk, Sanji, as the child that ran towards Mihawk, to which Sugar and Baby 5 thought he was going in for the hug. But instead, with the blazing will instilled in him by Zeph, his feet were set on fire at the friction of his steps. He then jumped up and attempted to deliver a blazing kick straight through Mihawk, but the swordsman fanned Sanji out of the way with one wave of Yoro. Sanji landed on a far wall of the floating restaurant to the dismay of Zeph. "This is brand new," screamed Zeph, crying at the sight of his brand new ship taking damage. "My apologies, Red Leg, but your hot-blooded apprentice is as passionate as ever." Though Sanji's demeanor changed once he realized there were ladies with the second commander. "Beautiful." He began to twirl around Sugar, then transferred to Baby 5. To each one his eyes nearly popped out of their socket at the young beauties. "My name is Sanji. I am 11, but even at my young age, you are both the flowers which blooms in my heart." The young man fell on one knee and 2 roses magically appeared from his back pocket, and he attempted to hand it to the 2 young ladies. "I don't like things like this, Baka." Though Sugar had a noticeably blush along her cheeks, she looked like she was 10 by choice, but in all actuality, she was 12. Her ability allowed for age manipulation, toy creation, and memory manipulation, one of the most powerful abilities in all of the known devil fruits. Baby 5 took it a different way. Her frail heart took Sanji's approach as a proposal. "You actually want ... me?" The 14-year-old teenager could not believe the approach of the blonde young man. Though their little love fest was interrupted by Zeph, who delivered a powerful kick through the skull of the blonde-haired Casanova. "Enough, you thick-headed buffoon." Zeph then turned to Mihawk while Baby 5 tended to the wounds of Sanji. "Like I was saying, okay, I will watch the kids, but they better carry their weight." Mihawk looked deep into the eyes of the 2 young girls, giving them a non-verbal order. "Command. Follow Red Leg. Respect him or die," was the aura he was letting out, to which both young ladies nodded slowly in agreement. "They'll be fine." Mihawk began walking away, but the young Sanji once again attempted to get the jump on him. This time Mihawk didn't even remove his blade as he took a side step, causing Sanji to overshoot his kick and falling into the wall by the entranceway. "Hawkeye." Zeph waved goodbye to the swordsman. "Red Leg, children, Sanji," to get a call by name by Mihawk. Sanji got up immediately, fired up by being singled out. "Sugar, call your sister every day. She insists." With that, Mihawk finally left. A stopover before moving on. "All right, little people, there are dishes in the sink, pots of stew to stir. Sanji will clean his mess, and we are opening in 2 hours. So get to it." Zeph was talking in a sweet voice, a little high-pitched due to wanting to sound nice, yet Sanji looked at him funny. "What the hell is wrong with your voice, old man?" But Sanji received another one of the Red Leg's axe kicks, causing bumps to form over the head of the blonde young man. "Get to work." To this the 3 children did get to work. "Good." Zeph had a satisfied grin over his face. He looked at both of his legs, remembering how Mugiwara stopped him before needing to eat it ... for survival. "One of these days I'll repay you." Shimatsuki Village. The swordsman docked away from the island, traveling to the village through a small boat. Mihawk arrived in a grim environment. The death of a young woman filled the air. A certain moss-haired swordsman happened to run into him, falling flat on his butt. "It's you." The young Zoro was bawling in tears. "Back for more, huh?" Zoro attempted to retrieve his 3 blades, but his mouth trembled too much to grip the blade. Mihawk didn't speak, letting the young man explain the situation. "My best friend in the whole world died. The elder says she fell down the stairs ... but I know what happened." He then fell once more on his back. "Why did she have to die? This can't be real. I must be dreaming." Suddenly the young man had a bright idea. "Hey man, you're not from around here. You're a swordsman, so take me with you. Yeah, train me to be the best I can be." The hopeful young man shot up to his feet, looking into the eyes of Mihawk. Behind Zoro, an elderly swordsman instructor stopped in his track when he realized who Zoro was talking to. "No, I know that one day you will be my apprentice, but now is not the time for that." He stopped, dropped on one knee and grabbed the young man by his shoulder. "Get stronger." He couldn't bring the young swordsman with him, not yet. Zoro bawled out again and Mihawk began to walk away from the young man. The elderly instructor joined Zoro and ruffled his hair. Though Zoro had one more thing to say to the New World swordsman. "Next time we meet, I will earn your respect." The young green-haired swordsman yelled to the top of his lungs. He immediately turned to his instructor. "Sensei, please teach me the way of the sword." Zoro stopped crying, falling on all fours and begging the elderly instructor, Kushiro, parent of Kuina, to train him. To which the grieving parent finally smiled. "Let's go then, Zoro." It was time to teach Zoro the special techniques passed down through his family. Mihawk returned to the port, where his ship was docked. Though with his superior vision, Mihawk immediately noticed a small figure running through the woods, a black blanket over her. Mihawk found this suspicious and immediately ran to where the young girl was, appearing in front of her and causing her to fall backwards. Her blanket fell from her head, revealing her short dark blue hair. "Who the hell are you?" She immediately noticed the black blade and drew her own blade. though noticeably her blade was interesting, crafted with such precision. Dracula Mihawk, he said simply, to which the young girl began to cry. You're real, huh? She began to tear up, memories of her life flooding her. He bragged about meeting a great swordsman with a giant black blade. He even said he cut you with your own blade. You are Kuina. She silently nodded her head. Why? I have to return home and learn my true history. A woman with a blade won't amount to anything in the East Blue. The only way to make it easier for everyone is if I died. Tears continued to flow from her face. She could not stop no matter how hard she tried. So I took a heart-stopping capsule. Anyway, I have to go now, mister. My escort is waiting for me. She got up and put the hoodie over her head once more. Mihawk led her through as she ran to the port. He decided to follow her, hiding behind cover. He found that she boarded a tiny boat, one in which traveled to a larger ship anchored several miles away from the shore. The sail of the ship had the character for the word Shimatsuki. Even Mihawk was confused. It wasn't the village where she lived in Shimatsuki Village. Who were those people? He attempted to learn more information. He was going to give chase. But just like a mirage, the ship which contained the young Kuina disappeared from sight. Shimatsuki Island in the East Blue. Kabaji ... Hey Kabaji, you got any more water? A red-nosed pirate laid flat on his back, suffering from the heat which was raining down on him outside. A lot has changed for the clown pirate. He was true to his word of training non-stop, but he still had fun here and there. No, nothing. Captain Kabaji looked at his empty cup, trying to drink what little droplet was left of it. Moji, I heard a lion carries a pouch of water on their back ... Let's open Richie up, Buggy said weakly, although the lion jumped up in fear of his own life and buried its own head in the sand right next to Moji. Those are camels, Captain. Camels, said Moji weakly as he pushed the lion away from him as it was so hot. Well, this is not what I expected when Captain said locate the former member of Roger Pirates, Buggy the Clown. Standing over the quartet was none other than Rob Lucci. Behind him were the new recruits of the Straw Hat Grand Armada. Jewelry Bonnie with a piece of chicken leg on her mouth. Capone had a smoke in his mouth. Kaku, Bluno, Califa, and Jabra stood professionally beside Lucci. Caldino and Vergo were standing behind the group having a conversation of their own. Who the hell are you? Buggy immediately stood up, on his guard with a handful of knives in between his fingers. Kabaji and Moji joined him, trying to look intimidating. If you told someone that they were flat on their ass just moments earlier, then nobody would believe you. And what do you want with me? The great Buggy the Clown. His right eye narrowed as he looked at Lucci's face, mere inches from the third commander. Of all the people Captain sought after, Buggy was one of the people he wanted. After meeting the clown face to face, Lucci was curious as to what the captain wanted from him. Something about his uncanny luck. My captain, Mujiwara, requested your presence. He wishes to make you a commander in his armada. Suddenly, Buggy's eyes nearly popped out of its socket. He then brought Kabaji and Moji into a huddle, quickly discussing the matter. Despite the attempt of a private conversation, Lucci could hear them easily. This was the time that was promised between them. Yo, Captain, this is our way out of this damned island. I know that SHSS, but I'll play hard to get. Maybe swindle some money from this serious guy. The trio looked at Lucci, who was impatiently waiting. Okay, so ask for some baris, then say you'll consider it. Hey Buggy, I'll do you one better. Captain specifically asked to recruit you as one of his commanders. To this, the entire crew of Buggy the Clown fell flat on their face. Me ... Me, yes, of course, my massive power reaches even the new world I see. Come, how about we talk baris, you know, entrance salary per se. Buggy regained his composure from the surprise and was now trying to get some money. He extended his hands, to which Lucci dropped a bag of gold on it. This enough. Buggy's hands detached from his wrist and fell on the ground. He did not expect the weight of the gold bag. So much money for his service. Who is this Mujiwara fellow? Better not be that red-haired bastard. His sworn enemy. Fine, I'll come along since you people want me so bad. But remember that the great Buggy will kill you if you overstep. Though realistically he was super excited to reunite with an old friend. Whatever, Lucci said as the group returned to their ship. Buggy then ran beside Lucci. So got any food and something to drink aboard your ship? Thriller bark. Glad you could join us, Mihawk. Lucci stood next to Mihawk as the two were outside the entrance to Thriller Bark. Lucci brought along all the new recruits to take care of Moria's men. Moria is a pain to deal with, even that I admit. The two commanders walked forward, casually going through the hunted wonderland. Though he is manageable, I am telling you I do not need help. Lucky for the group that Mihawk's time matched with theirs, as he was able to join them after his mission in the East Blue. Fine, but he has an army. Sure you can handle them all? Was Lucci's question. Sure I can, with both eyes closed, replied Mihawk with a smile. Meanwhile, Buggy was hiding behind Kabaji as the cyclist was going through the graveyard section of Thriller Bark. Moji was occupied carrying Richie. Whatever, Mihawk. Anyway, I need you all to split up, locate Moria's people and take care of them. Do not kill those since the captain wants to use them. Lucci's group nodded at their captain's orders. The group dispersed in groups of twos with Kaku and Khalifa heading one way, while Jabra and Bluno went another. Of course, Kabachi and Moji were put together, while Galdino and Vergo were a team which left Boney and Buggy to work with one another. Hey Lucia, Hakya, what should we do? Law and Corazon hang back as the duo were looking for a more interesting job duty. Moria loves to make zombies go crazy. To this, Corazon and Law exchanged a look and beamed up. Time to train his fruit ability. Mihawk and Lucci went through the front door, knocking at the doorsteps of Gecko Moria, the warlord. Kishishishi, I have visitors. Hawkeye and Cypher Paul. An uncanny duo if I do say so myself. Moria, Captain Mujiwara has tasked us with attempting to make an ally out of you. He wants to make you a commander in his armada. This was Lucci speaking, as Mihawk wasn't much of a talker. Red-haired wants me. Tell him to fuck off. Living in Thriller Bark, the warlord does not get much news. He has become complacent due to his powerful fruit ability. He cares for nothing but himself. No, not red-haired. Mujiwara Monkey D. Luffy. The man wanted for 1 billion Baris. A rookie, huh? Well, I am impressed at you both, and I assume there are more people in your armada, but like I said, not interested. Moria was firm. He outstretched his arm, producing a hint of shadow with each hand. Oh, is that a threat? Thought Mihawk was itching for a fight. It had been some time. Go ahead then, Moria. Do it. Lucci teased the warlord, egging him to strike. We're not leaving until you join. Fine, then I'll kill you both. Moria unleashed a flurry of shadow bats. The attack went straight for the duo. Rokushiki Lucci activated the secret martial arts technique, Rokuogen. He placed both fists in front of him, sending a shockwave of energy which destroyed the incoming shadow bats. Awake my weapon. The very ground which the duo were standing on trembled violently. From somewhere close by, a massive blood-curdling roar could be heard all around. Then they looked up, finding a humongous being that towered over them. My oars. The titanic monster yelled once more, causing Mihawk to look at Lucci. Take your pick, Mihawk stated, recalling the battle back in Totland. He decided to pay it forward of some sort when Arlong let him have the fight with Snack. Moria looked irritated at the casual conversation the two commanders were having. I want Moria. Lucci gave Mihawk a thumbs up, appreciating the chance of getting a choice on who he would fight. Fine. Mihawk dashed towards the titanic monster, his blade trailing behind him. Oars swung his massive fist forward, fist colliding with the ground which Mihawk was on. For a monster, Oars was fast, but the thing is Mihawk was much, much faster. In a matter of seconds, Mihawk was already climbing along the arm of the monster, swinging his blade several times to deliver powerful air slices towards the face of the beast. Despite his massive blade, Oars was barely affected by the air slices, merely flinching at each hit. Mihawk smiled, finally being free to do as he pleased. Back in the Armada, only training with Galdino's wax clones and Brulee's mirror clones. Oftentimes there would be some heated spars, though nobody can really say they have gone all out. Now, in the face of his biggest opponent yet, the swordsman, which aimed for the greatest of them all, smiled in the face of adversity. Oars attempted to swat Mihawk on his arms like some fly, but the swordsman evaded the powerful palm by jumping in between his fingers. His blade suddenly emits a powerful aura. It was none other than Haki. For the years he's been with the Straw Hat, it was inevitable that he mastered armament, specifically armament coursing through Yoru. He then generated a massive slice, this time his blade going through the shoulder of the mindless beast. The cut went from the upper right shoulder straight down through the armpit. His right arm fell straight down on the ground, detached from its reanimated corpse. A small tremor ensued at the impact of the fallen limb. The zombie giant decided to use its head, smashing it along its own left hand, trying to squash the swordsman, though Mihawk simply cut the zombie's head off, effectively ending the terror of the titanic giant. The head of the continental beast fell near Moria, where Lucci had a smug look on his face. It was almost like Mihawk meant for it to fall towards Moria's general direction. Was it a happy accident or purposely done? What's the matter, Moria? Didn't see that coming, did you? Doesn't matter, I can still defeat you, then deal with Hawkeye. The shadow user unleashed a tornado of shadow demons, launching them at Lucci. The Rokushiki user disappeared in a blur Shigen. Then, while Moria thought he encased Lucci in a shadow trap, the man appeared behind Moria. He delivered a side kick over the side of the warlord's head. Moria was lucky his shadow caught the attack, though he wasn't lucky when Lucci delivered a close contact Rokuogen. Moria immediately felt the pain, an intense level which he had not experienced in years. He coughed up blood and doubled over, but Lucci wasn't done yet, delivering another Rokuogen at the reeling shadow user. It did not stop at 1 or 2. Lucci kept going until Moria was flat on the ground. The shadow user was unable to put in an ounce of offense. Rob Lucci was too damn quick, and to that the cocky warlord can admit. Uncle? Asked Lucci as he stood over the fallen Moria. In his own sense of humor, Uncle meant surrender yet. My generals. They will arrive. Do nothing because they've been taken care of. Lucci interrupted as to save Moria from wasting his breath. Vergo and Galdino returned with a beaten Absalom. Kaku and Khalifa had Dr. Hogback tied up with a rope. Jabra and Bluno took care of the zombie army without breaking a sweat. Kabaji and Moji returned empty-handed, crying tears of joy as they did not have to deal with any monsters. Buggy and Bonnie returned with a tied-up girl, who seemed to be too big for the clothes which she was wearing. Law and Corazon were there as well, responsible for handling most of the zombie fodders. "What, Perona, you were 15. Absalom commented as he attempted to wiggle out of his bondage. This piqued Law's interest. Age manipulation was a thing. He's gonna have to have a sit-down with Bonnie. Corazon took note of this and feared for what Law was planning in his brilliant but puny head. This pink-haired pig made me this way. The former 15-year-old squirmed from her own bondage, which caused Kabaji and Moji to look away. Her sudden movement caused things to show, and they weren't about to mess with a teenager. No, sir. She made me freaking 20. Perona yelled in anger. To this the duo took a peek. She was 20 now after all. What? The brat made me feel sad with her ghost, so I acted out of my mood, retorted Bonnie, looking for an ally, to which Buggy nodded furiously. He didn't want to anger the big eater. I phased you with my negative ghost and you decide to make me freaking 20. Turn me back now. What is wrong with you? Perona yelled. Not with that attitude, hell no. The two ladies argued continuously to the dismay of the agents. But Lucci wasn't really paying attention to the exchange as he returned his gaze at Moria. So will you at least meet the captain? It was a tense few minutes where Moria slowly got up. He then twisted his body and stretched his tired muscles. Now he realized that his laziness was his downfall. Maybe these people can help him exact revenge on Kaido. Fine, I'll meet Mugiwara, but let my people go. To this Lucci gave an order for the release of the prisoner, but Lucci held his finger up. Mihawk approached Moria with a fair warning. Captain said no more zombies, messing with people's shadows, and degrading experiments, was all Mihawk said, to which Moria nodded in agreement. His main source of fun was now forbidden, and yet the sweet prospect of revenge was very sweet. Very sweet indeed. All right, we're done, exclaimed Lucci as his list was finally complete. He got all the people he needed to get, and it felt so good. To Water 7 they go. Or room, Water 7. The room was tense, to put it lightly. Marco the Phoenix was the first division commander of the Whitebeard pirate, and he doesn't get rattled. But looking around the room, he could tell that this group was serious. The floor was given to Mugiwara, who delivered a passionate speech about their purpose, and the time for action is now. Then the Fishmans countered with apologizing feverishly for breaking the promise with Whitebeard and thus causing this war. Mugiwara eased their worries and proceeded to rile up the rest of the crew. They then all looked at Marco, as Mugiwara asked, why had Marco come? "I don't want a war," was his answer, to which everyone returned their attention to Mugiwara. They were satisfied with his answer. Marco was impressed at the respect which Mugiwara commanded. They all paid attention to him, and nobody interrupted his passionate speech. Looking over his entire fighting force, Marco could see all the warlords minus Kuma, who was with the Marines, and Doflamingo, who was killed by the same man who was speaking. Empress, Moria, Desert King... Then those who were invited to join, such as Hawkeye and Knight of the Sea. More notable figures were present, such as Gang, Big Eater, Demon Child, Soul Prince, Gold Emperor, the Saw, the Clown, and the Giant. Though the most troubling of the bunch, which he even considered was on equal footing of his own, was Dogtooth. The man himself was staring at Marco, watching his every movement. Marco returned the intensity, and the room got noticeably quiet as the two powerhouses were trying to kill each other with their eyes. "Katakuri," Luffy said, and Katakuri scoffed before returning his gaze to the Straw Hat Captain. Then the gaze shifted to Marco the Phoenix. "What the hell is he doing here? If you ask me, we should kill him and get it over with." Crocodile spoke up, wondering what the hell the enemy was doing in their war briefing. "Marco is here because he needs to know we mean business. As far as tactics, he'll be long gone for that. Right, Marco?" Luffy looked at Marco, to which was protested by Buggy. "What do you mean? He's our enemy. We should take care of him," yelled Buggy, who found his voice despite all the powerful people present. He was commander anyway. "The old man will cripple at the loss of his phoenix," stated Moria, looking at Marco with a smile. "Buggy, Moria, when I say I want Whitebeard at his best, I mean at his best." He then nodded his head, to which the giants that stood outside the hall. It was basically Mugiwara saying, "You are free to go. You want Pops at his best, huh?" In his heart he feared for the worst, as Whitebeard was declining in health by the day, and this war could push him to retirement or even death. "You'll get the war that you want, Mugiwara. Tell Whitebeard that I'll meet him here at the dawn of the new year." Luffy tossed Marco an eternal log post, its arrow pointing in one location only. No traps, no funny play, just a straight-up battle between his people and my people. "Can you send that message for me, Marco?" "Tisk." was all Marco said as he morphed into his phoenix form. He opened his wings and flew away, taking the path which was opened by the giants. In his mind, all he could think about was how much he failed. He failed to de-escalate the situation and sparked a bigger fire. One is which is going to shape the future of the world. For better or for worse. All right, Straw Hats, Luffy addressed his crew. Each one fired up as much as the other. At the dawn of the new year, we battle fucking Newgate. What say you to that? Luffy was many things. More prominently, he was an amazing motivator. Hell, he felt like he could rival the likes of Fruit User below Betty. How'd he know of her? Well, he's keeping tabs of the Revolutionary Army through word of mouth and articles here and there. We say hell yeah. The unison was magnificent, enough to make a grown man cry. The Straw Hats, even those who just joined, knew what to say and when to say it. By everyone, Luffy meant everyone. From the snot-nosed brat who was brought up by Shanks, to now an entire Armada commander, Mugiwara Luffy has come a long way. The time which he challenged Whitebeard was the beginning of the new year, which was in 6 months' time. Looking over his entire Grand Armada, Luffy couldn't help but admire the fighting force which he assembled. In the 10th Division there was Buggy, the man whose luck never runs out. And his crew were, of course, Kabaji, Moji, and Richie. They were the first pirate group that Luffy considered to be a challenge back in his time. Alvida didn't count, she was a hack. In the 9th Division, Gecko Moria was pried from the warlord system. Luckily, Lucci recruited him, or else he would have been a possible problem later. He says they were equal, but it was obvious the trio of Hogback, Absalom, and Perona were following his command. In the 8th Division, the giant Hadrudin leads the mighty trio of himself, Dory, and Brogy. It is Luffy's dream to bring an entire giant pirate division into his armada. He was glad that their dreams aligned. In the 7th Division, the man whose wealth was unfathomable, Gran Tesoro. The man who controls gold was in charge of their financial division. If anyone needed funds and weapons, equipment, or budget for food, people came to Guild. In his division were Baccarat and, surprisingly, Jewelry Bonnie joined his division. The prospect of all the gold must have got her riled up. She was an interesting addition. The possibilities of her age manipulation abilities were endless. In the 6th Division, Sir Crocodile, the man whose hard exterior was imprinted in his vanguard unit. He continued to carry his alias of Mr. Zero. He then gave the alias of Mr. 1 to Matchvice, Mr. 2 to Gladius, and a new addition in Mr. 3 to Dice. His power-based unit was great for pushing through a strong front defense. In the 5th Division, the King of Soul, Brook. His unit consisted of a theatrical personality such as Bentham. And new transfer from the 4th Division, Gem. And in his unit, for the impending war, the Minks decided to tag along his division. This is a temporary condition as the Minks were still prioritizing locating the Poneglyph. In the 4th Division, the revamped underwater unit was led by Arlong. In his unit were the former members of the Sun Pirates, Aladdin, Jinbei, Kurobai, Hachin, Chu, Ikaros Much, and Zio. Then to round out his division, a transfer from the 5th Division in Laboon, and the addition of the Kraken. Now the top 3 division, the trio in which Luffy instills his most confidence in. That did not mean he did not trust the others. It was just obvious that these 3 were the strongest, to say it frankly. In the 3rd Division, Rob Lucci, the former Cypher Fall agent, has become a powerful ally. His division specialized in espionage and covert missions. Being a network-like division, his division consisted of some of the most powerful specialists. From the 4th Division, Bruley transferred to this department. Then Tanaka joined due to his useful inanimate object phasing ability. Vergo and Galdino were also powerful additions in his crew. The last to round out the group were the former agents of Cypher Paul, Kaku, Califa, Bluno, and Jabra. Then the 2nd Division was solely for Dracul Mihawk. He prefers no crew members and nobody has changed his mind. The powerful swordsman was one of the best in the world and his ultimate goal was to be the best. When Luffy recruited him, they fought for a solid amount of time. It was then when he decided to join Luffy as their goals aligned. Last but not least, the 1st Division led by the former Charlotte family member. He now called himself Dogtooth Katakuri, dropping his family name. The Machai user led a division which consisted of Snow user Monet and the new addition of Capone Baja, the Living Castle. That rounded up the divisions. But there were still 3 important people in his crew. His queens, Princess Viola, the actual princess of Dressrosa who bonded with Luffy through initially being a political relationship. It had now grown into more. Nico Robin, the woman who can read poneglyphs. Initially she was shy and reserved, but with the friendship she developed with Hancock, she had become a monster in her own right, a monster in the bedroom. Then his first love, Boa Hancock. She was clearly the main lover of Luffy, though luckily, the ladies didn't mind. She was beautiful, caring, powerful, and amazing. And Luffy thought about it and he does not remember when the last time she was serious in battle. Scary. Finally there was the top, the pinnacle of the Straw Hat, Grand Armada. Monkey D. Luffy himself. Now, imagine this. 6 months before the fated day. It was enough time for the crew to get even stronger. 6 months before the question can be answered, Mugiwara or Shirohige. Imagine a 6 months stronger Buggy the Clown under the guidance of powerhouses. Imagine a powered up from the likes of the former Cypher Paul agents under the direct training of a Rob Lucci who has a heart. Imagine an entire Fishman division which had the trident of Aladdin, Arlong and Jinbei as their guiding force. Imagine the Soul Prince unleashing his full potential in a battlefield full of troubled forces. Giants once again fighting as pirates. Banks joining a world-changing war. A serious Gecko Moria and Guild Tesoro. Crocodile fighting for a purpose. The Queens in action. Yoru against Diamond. Machai against Phoenix. Rubber against Quake. Who is to be king? 6 months ... Just imagine. But before that, after the meeting adjourned, Luffy relaxed for a little bit. So why Buggy? Hancock sat on Luffy's lap. He was speaking to Hancock and Katakuri, the two people in charge when he was not available. He has a way of getting lucky. Bet you if Baccarat touched him for his luck, she'll have limitless powers. Is that so? Katakuri rubbed his chin, his pelican-like mouth exposed for all the world. No longer was he ashamed of it. In a crew filled with people of different shapes and forms, what was there a need to be ashamed of? I actually met him early on and nudged him in the right direction. He's stronger than he lets off. I trust you, babe. Regardless, Luffy had one more person to go after. I have to travel somewhere by myself, Luffy said, getting up and moving his lady to the side. Where are you going, babe? Hancock was curious as to where her lover was going. Are you sure you should leave by yourself at this tumultuous time, Captain? Katakuri was curious as well. I'll be fine. Where I'm going, no marine or pirate will bother me. Plus, he would be a great addition to my crew. Who? The Straw Hat Captain gave a passionate kiss to Hancock, and he jokingly offered one to Katakuri, to which the man gave him a deadpan look. He then made his way to the dock, trying to locate Viola and Robin to tell them of his solo mission. But before getting too far from Hancock and Katakuri, "You'll see," was all he said that the duo heard. Thought to himself, a massive smile over his face, his skin tingling in excitement at his destination. It was time to get him. Time to go to Burka. It was a breezy day in the South Skypia district of Burka. A man with a straw hat was casually eating a meal at a local restaurant. Even he had to admit that these were some good food. Maybe he'll ask for some recipe to send down to Zeph. "Does the meal satisfy you, Mr. Blue Sea?" the waitress asked. It was not often that the Sky people get visitors from the Blue Sea, and when they do, they treat them like absolute divine beings. "Sure it does. Thank you again for the meal." Luffy reached into his pocket and paid for his meal with golden coins. It had become a habit to double the amount of his tab, just something to give back to the community. Luffy got up, thanked the staff once more. The captain made his way outside of the restaurant, met by a crowd of curious Birkin citizens. They all looked at him with admiration and curiosity. Luffy enjoyed the stares, but he was really after one thing in his Sky Island visit. His goal was located in a monastery where a lone man upheld his practices and upheld his godly self-worth. Luffy made his way to said monastery. It was massive, made with a large amount of gold. To the people of the sky, gold was a common luxury. He noticed that the crowd which had followed him throughout his time in Skypie dispersed once he entered the premise of the monastery. Luffy stood in the gigantic front door. He seemed like a dwarf when standing next to the entranceway. He knocked 3 times and then, nothing but silence. Suddenly the door swung open, a hint of electrical current surging through the door, possibly to mechanize it. "Human of the Blue Sea, what brings you to my sky?" A commanding voice echoed throughout the massive hall. Luffy nodded that the ego of the man was humongous, even a year before destroying his own homeland. "I have come to speak to Enel," Luffy said casually, emphasizing the lack of respect for his name. When Luffy fought the Thunder God in his timeline, the egotistical bastard was so full of himself that it was easy to enrage him. This was his approach here. Probably going to need to fight Enel, then beat him until he joins. Simple enough, right? "You dare refer to me by my mortal name?" There was tremor in his voice, yet he retained his composure. Enel jumped from the balcony which he had been standing on and landed in front of Luffy. "Tell me, Blue Sea Man, what do you need to speak to me for?" Luffy noted that Enel did not care for his name. By the end of the day, he'll turn that around. "I came to invite you into my armada. For you see, I am aiming for the king of all the Blue Sea's pirates, and I know that you will be a great asset in my fighting force." Luffy phased around the room, not looking at Enel as he admired the architecture. "Yahaha." Enel laughed for a good minute, doubling over as his stomach hurts. "I haven't had a good laugh like that in ages." Enel finally stopped laughing, and yet the Straw Hat Captain remained unfazed. "You see my reaction, Blue Sea Man? That is my answer to your outrageous request." Enel proceeded to deliver a divan using crackles of electricity. Luffy noted that Enel was already proficient with his devil fruit. More than likely the 8 years since destroying his own homeland, the Thunder user became really lazy. He found no competition and just messed around, playing with people's lives like some sort of puppeteer. Though Luffy's goal was simple, stop the god complex before he gets out of control. The perfect time to do this is to catch him before going ballistic and destroying the kingdom of Burka. Enel laid on his side casually eating a bowl of grapes which floated along with the divan. Luffy noted that Enel's appearance did not have much difference. He still had his 4-drum accessory pierced over his back, his earlobe were still hanging low, and he still had the same smug look on his face. I'm sure we can come to an arrangement. Here in the sky your reign is supreme, sure, but don't you want to test your limits? In the blue sea there are literal people who can shake the world, excrete magma, control darkness, even light with their own hands. A quake person you say? Magma, darkness, light. Enel sat up. Luffy finally reached him. No, it does not matter, for I know I am supreme. Sure you are. In a blink of an eye, Enel left a trail of electricity behind him, swiftly appearing in front of Luffy. They were inches from one another where the godly man was enraged. Tell me, Blue Sea, what color do you bleed? Enel must have been insulted by Luffy's rhetoric. It was hilarious, yet Luffy kept a straight face as Enel launched a 100-volt thunder strike. But something odd happened, to the godly man at least, as his electrical one-shot man-killer had absolutely no effect on Luffy. Red, but you'll never get any out of me. Luffy had a smile on his face now, having the Birkin in the palm of his hands. Another round of thunder strike, each one having a higher voltage than the last, yet Luffy was not affected. The Straw Hat Captain even yawned in boredom, as the over-reliant Loja was using up all his thunder strike techniques without any effect. What the hell? For once, the thunder user was shook. You know the Quake Man. I'm going to war with him ... and I'm not planning on losing. The determination was there and Enel noted the man's resolve. Tell me your name. Enel finally yielded. For all his years as a self-anointed deity, he has never met a man that stood up to his wrath. Monkey D. Luffy, future king of pirates. Luffy said it with such ease that Enel smiled. He knew it. He knew that Enel would ask for his name before the end of the day. Why? Because he freaking Mugiwara Luffy. Luffy ... it's got a ring to it. But I'm sorry to say, but you shall die here ... I in the sky. Enel suddenly expanded into a massive blue beast made of pure lightning. Luffy remembered this form and it was annoying. So maybe he should slap some sense into Enel, make him realize that there was no point to resist. 100 million volt Amaru. The technique was impressive, but Luffy remembered his Amaru form was bigger, probably twice the size of what he was now. If you lose to me, Enel, you join me. Luffy inflated his muscle balloon, and air twirled around him, momentarily obstructing Enel's view. But once the air cleared, it revealed Luffy, Gear 4th, bound man. In Luffy's mind, he might as well overpower Enel so he would join him. He wondered if it would work. I'll never lose to anyone. Enel's anger brought his massive palm forward, which Luffy met with a palm strike. It was a clash between Amaru and bound man. But rubber beats electricity, so Luffy's palm went through the arm of Amaru, destroying it until his palm connected with Enel, forcing him out of his Amaru form. The god was knocked to the farthest wall of his own temple. The shock in his face was evident. Luffy returned to his normal form, approaching Enel. As he got to him, he squatted in front of the thunder user, looking at him with the smile which had become so annoying to Enel. Enel felt a trickle of liquid flow from his mouth. Red substance escaped him. He was bleeding. Luffy just stared at Enel, waiting for his answer. The god thought he was invisible, yet Luffy just showed him firsthand, with only one palm strike, that this was not the case. For a good minute Enel pondered the new reality which the Straw Hat Man just brought to him. There was a whole world which challenged his godly abilities. Then Enel slowly got up, wiping the blood which escaped from his mouth. Fine, Mugiwara. I'll join you. It's Captain, by the way. Where are your people? I'm not going to call you. Luffy raised his eyebrows as if to ask, go on then ... Fine, Captain. I have disciples, but they are all weaklings. Call them over, I want to meet them. Luffy now took the divan of Enel's, laying on it. What a power move. Fine, Enel gritted between his teeth. He brought his hand into the sky and launched a thunder strike straight up. This was the signal. At first it was quiet, but it couldn't have been more than 2 minutes when rumbling outside the building began. Suddenly 4 people emerged through the front door, all of which took a bow before even looking at who they were bowing to. Satori, Shura, and Jidatsu, Enel stated, pointing at each one. Had thick shades and still the bald head which he had before, his blade still over his back. Satori was as plump as a grape. He had multiple balls in his back. Then Shura, who wore his goggles and helmet combo. Last was Defatsu, who had a funky hairstyle choice. We are here, God, exclaimed the foursome, though Luffy was merely amused. Hello, my name is Luffy and I am bringing Enel with me to the Blue Sea. Want to come? The shock in their faces was amazing. Nobody in all of Skypia expected their self-proclaimed deity to lose to anyone, ever. Yes ... Wherever God goes, we go, answered for the group. Excellent. But don't call him God, it's weird. Call him Commander or something like that. Luffy then got up from the divan, where Enel plopped down on his seat. Take a day to gather your things, and bring as much of your dials with you. We sail tomorrow. Luffy then casually walked out of the building. As he stepped out, he was met with an overwhelming round of applause, though most notably a Pegasus riding man in a knight's armor. "Thank you," was all he said, but Luffy knew the importance of this man, for he was Ganfall. A sea of people crowded him, forcing him to move on from the elderly warrior. Ganfall didn't know it yet, but in another life, he was real good friends with the Straw Hats. But the current god of Skypia needs to watch out for his people, so therefore, Luffy will forgo their surefire friendship. An eventful day wouldn't be complete with an unexpected surprise. "Take me with you." A young energetic kid approached Luffy, a massive bazooka over his back, and his face was covered by a tribal mask. He rode a waveboard, and Luffy knew immediately who it was. "No kid, go home," Luffy responded as he laid on the hammock along his ship. He had borrowed one of Tom's ships to ensure that the knock upstream won't destroy it. He didn't want to have kids for the war, especially where they were going. "I am not a kid," exclaimed the young man, removing his mask and revealing a red bandana over his head. "Listen, kid, where we are going, you don't want to be involved." Luffy took a heavy sigh as he realized the kid was not leaving. He got up from his hammock and looked at the young man, recognizing him by his facial feature. "Wiper, come on man, I need to go stronger, and if you were the one to beat the Burken Thunder God, then you must be a powerful Blue Sea person. I want to be stronger, plus I can be useful. I can make your dials 10 times better than they are now." He drove a hard sail, but Luffy could not do it in good conscience. "All right kid, fine, listen, tomorrow at sundown, we depart. Say you goodbyes and meet us here. Don't be later or we are leaving you." "Yes captain." The young Shandian warrior ran back to his village. Luffy didn't say it, but they were actually leaving at noon, where the Shandian warrior would learn when it was too late. Luffy returned to his hammock where he continued his nap, thoughts of his grand scheme circling his mind. Come the next day, and Luffy was met with another surprise. A hulking man was waiting on the deck of his ship. His attire was that of a monk. He was of Burken descent and heard of Luffy's triumph with the Thunder God. "Ah, Captain Mugiwara, I wish to join your crew. I have become curious about the Blue Sea and wish to see all of its wonders with my own eyes." Luffy knew who it was, but didn't want to just say people's name without them telling him first. "Sure, you may come, but who are you?" He acted like he didn't know, but he knew it was Uruj, a monk of the Burken people. The hulking figure stood on both legs, showing how he was towering over Luffy. And yet the gentle giant still had a smile on his face. He remembered that well about Uruj, how he always smiled. "Welcome aboard, Uruj." Just like that, Luffy came away with Enel, his army, and Uruj. The 4 disciples of Enel came with massive backpacks, each holding Skypian dial technology. Those dials would really do wonders for the upcoming war. As the Straw Hats left the White Sea and back to the Blue Sea, Luffy suddenly sensed a familiar presence. "What the fuck, Wiper?" he exclaimed, to which the young man jumped out of his hiding. "What the hell are you doing here?" asked Luffy. "I got my stuff like you told me and hopped on board. I was excited, that's all." To this Luffy deadpanned, forgetting to double-check before departing. "Fine, but I'm going to pull a Mihawk and dump you at Zeph's." "What the hell is a Mihawk?" asked Enel out loud as he was balancing his golden long pole on the tip of his finger. "He is the sword god," answered Uruj. "His expertise reaches even our temples. Crazy how in a year's time Enel would have destroyed the entire Burken population. Would Uruj have been there, or would he have begun piracy? How time changes." So Luffy had to stop over the floating restaurant, Barady, but before that he wanted to check on his people, the original Straw Hats. Syrup Village. It was crazy, as the young Usopp had become an athletic wonder. The young person had become the protector of the village, whose big mouth can now back up his words with his godlike aim. Thanks to Katakuri, Usopp has become an expert of sorts in observation haki. It only took Katakuri one day to train the young man, and he ran with it. "Ah, Captain Luffy, what brings you here? Where's the big grumpy?" Of course Usopp was referring to Katakuri. "Hey Usopp, I see you're doing well. He's not with me today, but hey, I got some stuff for you." Luffy noted that Usopp was being tailed by one particular blonde-haired young girl. Miss Kaya had developed feelings for the young Usopp, which was great. Luffy dropped a backpack full of all sorts of Skypian dials. "Well, these are amazing. What should I do with them?" Usopp was looking through the pile. "Use them, improve on them, do as you please." Luffy was going to ask Usopp if he wanted to go to Barady to train with the others, but maybe now is not the right time. Not with Usopp finally coming on his own. "Well, I'll be off now, Usopp. Just wanted to stop by and say hello." Already, Captain. Bring me with you, Captain." Flashes of his younger self filled his mind as he remembered being the same young man who begged Shanks to take him along. He shook out of his memory and looked back at the young Usopp. "Are you sure?" Luffy was contemplating whether he should let him come. "Yeah, I want to be a great warrior of the sea. And you will be Usopp-san," exclaimed Kaya, who had been hiding behind a tree. She popped up to invigorate the confidence of Usopp. "Kaya-chan, you really think so?" At a young age, boys are oblivious to obvious signs of affection, so Usopp didn't notice that Kaya was blushing and stuttering from nervousness. Yes, yes you will." Then yes, Captain, I am sure. To this Luffy replied with, okay, Usopp, but I can't take you to the front line yet. I have to first take you to my friend, who will train you until you are ready. Luffy chuckled in his mind at the thought of Zeph as a babysitter to all the children. All right, I'll tell my mom and then I'll meet you in a few, Captain. And that was how Usopp left his home village to grow into a great warrior of the sea. At first his mother was against it but eventually gave in, understanding that her child is looking for adventure. Kaya on the other hand took Usopp's his first kiss by giving him a quick peck on the lips. The young girl then ran as soon as she did so and said goodbye to Usopp. The young man was too shocked to react, but Luffy hurried him along. Everyone, this is Usopp. Luffy introduced the young man, to which Wiper immediately got close to him, as both were around the same age and they were both the youngest of the group. Enel was still doing his own thing, eating fruits and daydreaming, while the 4 disciples were doing regular ship duties, per Luffy's orders. Enel was stubborn and didn't do meddling with the weak. Next up, Shimotsuki Village. Zoro had grown taller. The green-haired swordsman was currently doing curls with a tree. No joke. Well, you're still hot-blooded as ever. Luffy approached the young man and leaned against another 3. One in which was the same tree that they found him on all those months ago. Captain, Zoro dropped his stuff and ran towards Luffy, excited to see the Straw Hat Man. I knew Hawkeye would change his mind. Oh no, I'm not bringing you to the new world yet, but I want you to come with me to a place where you can become better, with people around your age. Alright, as long as I can be better. Zoro picked up his 3 swords, 2 of which were low grade while one was Wado Ikemanchi. He must have inherited it after Kuina's supposed death. Oh yeah, Luffy knew. Everyone reports to him about everything all the time. He then grabbed a backpack full of his belongings and awaited for the captain's orders. Why do you have all your stuff with you? Asked Luffy. I knew someone would come for me, so I had to be ready. This broke Luffy's heart, as the young man had been waiting for a long time, with his stuff always ready to go. Let's go. Luffy ruffled the hair of the young Zoro and led him toward his ship. Aboard the ship were the group, with Enel now bored out of his mind, but Usopp and Wiper were the troublemakers. They immediately took interest in Zoro, and they invited him to join their little adventure group. It was quite funny really, but Zoro noticed Ohm and his giant sword. He then asked the disciple, do you know how to use that thing? Wanna find out? Hell yeah. And thus Zoro found a sparring partner in the swordsman, Ohm. The last stop before going to the Barady, Orange Town. Captain, the orange-haired girl immediately saw Luffy and ran to him, giving him a big hug. Luffy was surprised but laughed at the young girl. So it is time. Time for what? Well, Mr. Arlong told me that one day I will come and join the Straw Hats, so it must be time if you are here. The young girl was clever. Well, what will your mom say? Your sister? I told them about it a long time ago and they told me to follow my dreams, which is to map the world, by the way. Is that right? Well, I'm not taking you to the new world yet. You have to prove yourself first. Nami then approached a broken cement pillar, one of which was left behind by a burned-down building. She then focused her palms, generating a powerful strike that would make Arlong proud. She then unleashed her palm, surface-style, 100-palm true strike. Her palm barely touched the cement pillar, but her strike caused the cement to crumble into thousands of tiny pieces. Impressive. You need to train more. Fine. So Nami got her things in order and went to tell her family the news. She then returned to the port where the group was waiting for her. She was introduced to everyone and immediately fit right in, joining Usopp and Wiper in developing new technology with the dials as well as blue sea technology. Someone was bound to discover something new when combining the worlds. Last stop, Barady. You mean to tell me you brought all these kids for me to watch? When Zeph said that he would repay Luffy somehow, he didn't imagine he would babysit a bunch of teenagers. Sanji was floating around Nami as the orange-haired teen had caught the attention of the love-struck young man. Zoro had found the deck of the Barady to be the perfect place to train. For some reason, Sugar and Baby 5 would watch him train. Usopp and Wiper immediately found a spot to set up their inventions. They had been tweaking the dials and putting some adjustments to them. Yeah, thanks a bunch, old buddy, Luffy said as he ate a plate full of fine cuisine. The group had stopped for a moment to grab a meal. Fine, but we're even after this, Zeph proclaimed. Sure, said Luffy in between bites. And that was the end of that. Water 7. Luffy's mini trip took him 2 weeks, and his trip he was able to bring his original crew where he knew where they would be. Wiper was unexpected but welcomed addition regardless. He managed to recruit Enel, Uruj, Ohm, Satori, Shura, and Jidatsu. So Luffy transversed the distance from Barady and returned to Water 7. It was there where he was met with a tight embrace by the Empress. Hey, how did you know I was here? Luffy said as he gave his woman a kiss. A woman always knows, said Hancock, as she gave way for Robin and Viola to say hi to Luffy. They each embraced him and gave him a passionate kiss. So this is who you wanted to get so badly, huh? Said Hancock as Enel passed by, looking around the dock. There are many interesting people. He wished to test his limits. You, muscle beast, I wish to battle you. Enel called to Dice, which the big man accepted without much protest. The two fought there, and then to which Dice ended up fried. Enel's excitement was noticeable as he merely asserted dominance in some of the members before moving on to the next. So many fresh fighters, he was in nirvana. You there, Octopus, I wish to battle you. And Enel proceeded to defeat Hatchin as well. He was more like slapping people around while he moved on to the next person. His 4 disciples were perfect for hyping him up. It was hilarious. Electricity, huh? Now Hancock understood why he brought him along. You think we're ready now? He put his arms around Robin and Viola as he walked his ladies through the streets of Water 7. Oh yes, we are. Hancock opened the door for Luffy as they arrived at a building. Lucci's entire division was present. Captain, welcome back, said Lucci, who got up and took a bow. His group took a bow along with their captain. Hi everyone, what's going on here? Luffy looked around as the people were sitting around a wooden chest. It was opened and Luffy found what they were looking at. 3 devil fruits were the content of the chest. How'd you get these? Luffy observed the devil fruits and felt their power. If these were what he thought they were, then fate really did smile upon him. Believe it or not, Captain, it washed up ashore and we found it on patrol. What do you want to do with it? Well, do you guys want it? He looked at Lucci's division. Tanaka shook his head as he already had a devil fruit ability. Feldino did the same and so did Bruli. Bluno and Califa already had fruit abilities as well. Vergo was unmoving as he did not believe in fruit ability. This left Kaku, Jabra and Lucci. Hell yeah. Jabra grabbed one and took a bite out of it. Kaku was a bit hesitant, but he took a bite of another one. This left Lucci with the last remaining fruit. Oh, what the hell? And Lucci took a bite out of the fruit and the effect was instantaneous. You son of a bitch, Luffy said to time itself, as it was indeed stubborn. Kaku transformed into a giraffe, Jabra transformed into a wolf, and Lucci transformed into a leopard. This time it happened way earlier than it should have, and the people who were supposed to receive them, received them. Insane if you asked him. I feel the power, exclaimed Lucci, to which the group began to admire his newfound power. Get used to it, guys. I want you all to be 100% once we go to war. Aye, Captain, said Lucci as he looked at his new form. Combine this with his deadly mastery in Rokushiki. He felt invisible, so Luffy walked out of the building with his queens, finally able to breathe for a moment. Hey Lu-chan, I'll see you later. Robin gave Luffy a kiss on the lips. I have to meet with some minks about poneglyphs. I have to go too. I'm training the new recruits, keeping them in top shape. Hancock also gave Luffy a kiss, lingering for a moment. This left Luffy and Viola. Are you going to try and get away from me also? Luffy teased, to which she shook her head in a cute manner. Nope, I actually asked them if I can have you to myself for the rest of today, said Viola innocently. Oh, where would you like to go, princess? Let's grab some ice cream. Then we can talk about what's coming after later. Viola winked and led the way, grabbing Luffy by the hand. He had a lot of work to deal with, especially with the coming war, but for now, he shall enjoy his time with Viola. He placed his arms around her and enjoyed her company, for the two had a wonderful date, along with an intense session afterwards. Gah! Madame Charlene of Fishman Island cried as she awoke from a vision of the impending war. We have to warn him. I have to. She rummaged through her items, tossing everything around as she tried to locate the item she needed. She owed the Straw Hat Captain this, as he was able to rehabilitate her brother, who she really thought was a lost cause. Madame Charlene repeated her vision out loud as if to reinforce it in her mind. A knife will fill the world with darkness, for the birth of the end is near. Blood and destruction will cover the air as one man will once again become his best. A faceless man in a passageway will put a halt to the pain. The last part of the prophecy caused tears to fill her eyes. To ensure the birth of the new age, a unification that has never been seen before. A Straw Hat man will have ice fill his veins as he will die from this very world. Straw Hat Armada. Everything was ready. Everything was coming together. 6 months passed in the blink of an eye, and these were the series of events that unfolded in that time frame. The first month was of course Luffy's mission to bring in Enel. The third division was bolstered with the addition of new fruit users, Aluja at that, and plans were developing in the wake of the coming war. A communication division was made along with a medical department. Positioning was set as there was a right, left, and middle area for the upcoming war. Scout units were sent out to review the island where the battle would commence. Luffy brought up a mirror communication device over his mouth. Lucci, scout the island for us. Do not engage any enemy you happen to spot unless absolutely necessary. Aye, Captain. Lucci immediately activated his Zoro and disappeared in a blur. He had an important mission to be the initial scout of the unknown wasteland. It took him several days to travel to the island and recognized that it was empty, not an ounce of life force anywhere. At least from his initial feeling of the island. The third commander was quick traveling through the massive wasteland in a matter of hours. It helped that he had a new power in the leopard devil fruit. Nothing but emptiness and rock formation all over. Though his mission had halted at the visual confirmation of the enemy. In fact, it would seem that the enemy had a similar idea as a plump black-haired man and a well-dressed, kitchen knife-wielding person crossed his path. He wasn't going to reveal himself, but they seemed to be adept in observation hacking. The group were at a stalemate, each side not talking to one another. That was until the plump guy finally spoke up. "Look, we'll turn back to our base now. We'll see you in a few months." The plump man feigned retreat, but instead, he whipped out his pistol, firing it towards Lucci. "No teach," exclaimed his partner, knocking down the gun from his hands. Though it was too late, the trigger was already pulled. The third commander was quicker than a bullet, so he ducked his head and pressed forward. He wasn't supposed to engage, but these people were pushing it. Lucci got close, but the kitchen knife-wielding individual was quick enough so that his knife was mere inches from the face of the leper. Something else was happening as the plump man had a strange expression about him. A maniacal smile over his face as he brought his pistol from Lucci to the back of his own crewmate's head. "What the fuck?" Lucci thought curiously, although he had to make a quick decision. Zoro. He stepped sideways from the kitchen knife user, avoiding the blade, and used a Rokuogan to knock back the plump man. His gun fell far from where he stood. The kitchen knife-wielding man jumped toward his partner's aid. "In a few months," said the kitchen knife man, and the duo turned away, running swiftly before disappeared in the distance. Lucci was too shocked to give chase, not even at the fact that the plump man aimed to kill his own, but at the fact that he saved the kitchen knife-wielding man. It wasn't his problem if there was inner conflict in the Whitebeard pirates, so why the hell did he save the enemy? Reporting this back to the captain will be really strange. Lucci returned after some days to report his finding. Luffy visibly tensed at the mention of a man named Teach. "Just as I thought," Luffy began. "You did well, Lucci." The third commander was shocked at the captain's response. "If we can, I want to emphasize that we will not kill unless absolutely necessary. And you exhibited that today in your encounter with Teach and Thatch." Thank you, Captain." "Lucci, when it comes to it." Luffy got up, his eyes as serious as ever at the prospect of Teach becoming what he was in his former timeline. "Kill Teach no matter what." "Aye, Captain. You can count on me." Luffy touched Lucci in his shoulder and was glad. "You are dismissed, Lucci. Get some rest. I heard you're doing good things with Hadruden." "You'll be surprised, Captain. Good night." In the second month, training sessions were intense. Mihawk would not let anyone make mistakes in the sword drill. Katakuri beat the crap out of everyone in his endurance course. Lucci continued on his tall task to teach the giants Rokushik. Imagine the destruction of Hadruden's Shigen. Damn, Brook kept the crew entertained at sundown with unique productions and plays every single day. Though he wasn't slacking on training either, as Mihawk and Brook would spar late into the night. Monet had a bright idea to send a request for help to Dressrosa. Her friend would surely get it. Aladdin did the same after the daily formation training with the 4th Division. He sent for help to Fishman Island. Even though a good amount of powerful fishmen were already with the Straw Hats, what's the harm in a little more help? Hancock decided it was time for the Kuja tribe to show themselves to the world. With the backing of the powerhouse that is her lover, there is no fear in possible retribution with enemy forces. She called Sandersonia, the current Empress of Amazon Lily, and asked her if they could come. Brook got the bright idea to call Laboon's caretaker, Crocus, because they were short of doctors and he would be an amazing addition. In the third month, Enel finally challenged the commanders. Luffy commanded the battles to occur in a deserted island as to save face for anyone who happened to lose to the electricity user. He didn't tell this to them, as all he said was to minimize damage on Water 7. Only his queens knew the real reason, and Hancock wanted to fight the Thunder user as well. 10. Buggy must have died when absorbing one single thunderbolt. He stood no chance. Kabaji and Moji were with him and carted him off in a wheelchair. "Captain, are you dead?" "Shut up, Kabaji. This just means I need to get stronger." Despite losing terribly, Buggy was elated, for he found that he needed more to grow. 9. Moria put up a fight but ultimately lost to the light produced by the lightning. He could not produce his shadows quick enough. Moria did not bring anyone with him, as his lack of trust was still evident. 8. Amazingly, Hadruden and Enel had an intense back and forth, as the giant's resistance was strong. But due to Enel's Amaru technique, he was able to get a yield from Hadruden. 7. Guild had brought an armor of gold, but Enel was able to pierce through the armor with his superheated thunder strikes. He too went into the fight alone. 6. Crocodile against Enel was a fun match, as it went on for days. Though ultimately Enel won by bombarding Crocodile with so much electricity that his sand would all turn to glass. The sand user eventually couldn't keep up, and they had a stare down after the battle. Crocodile laughed, Enel laughed, and the duo became sort of instantaneous friends. Go figures. 5. Brook took a look into Enel's soul in the first second of the battle, left, and surrendered after seeing what was in Enel's soul. A yearning for acceptance, a challenge, and family. "We are what you are looking for," Brook simply said before leaving the island. Enel raised his eyebrows, trying not to let the skeleton man get to him. 4. Arlong did all he could, using all of his techniques to beat Enel, but typing is not in his favor, for electricity is very strong against him. Thus Arlong regretfully lost. Jinbei was with Arlong as he had lost to Enel earlier. He did not challenge him again. Hancock was up next with Luffy present. He was simply watching as he wanted her to fight to her heart's content. It started off fine. Her observation had improved. But there was a problem. Enel did not lust for anything. Man, woman, he did not care for anything but himself. Maybe putting a mirror in front of him would then allow Hancock to turn him into stone. The fight went on for almost a day, with Luffy holding Hancock as he could tell that she was about to use it. Enough. Immediately Hancock understood what he meant. Now wasn't the time to use it. This was for the war. Hancock ceded and Enel won once again, though he was a bit pissed as he won by technicality. He wanted to win for real. Maybe next time. 3. Lucci was up next and he brought Galdino with him. It was the perfect opportunity to try his new Leopard Zoan. He was quick, he overshot most of his moves, and ultimately lost to the Thunder user due to his inexperience. We got to do this again. Lucci extended a handshake to which Enel accepted. Welcome to the crew. In each fight, Enel was starting to get warmer and warmer to the idea of becoming part of this crew. All these people were strong, accepting, and they wanted him. They could challenge his superiority complex and knock some sense into him. It was a fresh feeling. 2. Now it was Mihawk. Unfortunately for Enel, that was where his challenge would end as he finally lost. Don't get it wrong. It was an intense battle, but the advanced armament and observation combined was too much for Enel as he stared down the tip of Mihawk's blade. Welcome aboard. Mihawk retrieved his blade and put it on his back. He began to walk away. 1. What about the first commander? He wanted to test himself against the second strongest only to Mugiwara. Don't bother. Mihawk stopped in his steps. If you could not defeat me, then you won't even touch him. A testament of Katakuri's abnormal growth in the second best fighter in the entire Grand Armada. He constantly trained with Mihawk and Lucci, and when the captain was available, he would train with him also. So this is my limit. Enel looked into the sky. Swordsman, show me how to turn my skin into black resin. Mihawk smiled at the request, so Enel was trying to learn Haki. What is the world going to become with Enel as Haki user? 0. Now on to the 4th month. The Armada received ships of people joining their cause. From word of mouth and recommendations, warriors, underworld, and pirates alike have traveled to Water 7. Warriors from Dressrosa led by Kairos himself, and he also brought Pica with him, the new head of Dressrosa's military force. I can't believe you are all here. Luffy met them at the dock, surprised at the arrival of reinforcement. We had to be here for you as you were there for us, Mugiwara, said Kairos, putting his fist over his heart. Pica's voice was still annoying. Nodded in agreement. It is because of you that I was given a second chance. Luffy thanked the new arrivals as warships of capable fighting men and women arrived. Fishman Island had given their pirate force to the Straw Hats, and yet they brought it upon themselves to bring in Fisher Tiger, along with an army of merfolks and fish people. I can't even begin. Mugiwara, we owe you our lives, and especially me. We are with you no matter what, was all Fisher Tiger had to say as the duo embraced. Alabasta brought Impel himself, along with a large army with him. Mugiwara, King Cobra and your fiancée, Princess Vivi, send their regards. As soon as we received word that you were going to war, we had to come assist you immediately. Luffy immediately noticed Crocodile hovering. Did he really ask help? Go figure. The Kujas from Amazon Lily extended their fighting force to aid their sister, a former empress. Luffy and Hancock welcomed the addition into the fold, but something strange happened. Katakuri was present and awaited the arrival of Sandersonia, and the duo disappeared together somewhere. What was that about? Pirates from the first half of the Grand Line, wanting to be part of history, came as well. And underworld members that Pica called personally. As he put it, he doesn't want to die just yet in a war with Whitebeard, so it is in his best interest to call in people that could help his survival. Surprisingly enough, Brook managed to contact Crocus, who was more than happy to come and see Laboon once more. Crocus did take Luffy's suggestion and went to a winter island known as Drum Island. He met the other clever doctors and began to collaborate with them. Once Crocus was called by Brook, Dr. Huruluk along with Dr. Kiriha were more than happy to come. As Dr. Huruluk put it, a war is the playground of a doctor. More importantly, Crocus did find the blue-nosed reindeer, and the young doctor's apprentice was as bashful as ever. He continued to fear humans due to treating him as a monster. Luffy caught wind of this and began to think of a way to convince the young reindeer to stay at Zeph's for the duration of the war, as he does not need to get involved just yet. The additional forces were put into the different crews to bolster their numbers, but the majority of the main battles will occur with the commanders and their main forces. Now they had the numbers that could rival him, and additional fighting powerhouses in Fisher Tiger, Pell, Pica, and Kairos, women power in the Kuja tribe's entire fighting force, and powerful doctors in Dr. Huruluk, Dr. Crocus, Dr. Kiria, and apprentice, the bashful Tony Chopper. On the 5th month, Tom came through with providing the crews with their ships. Luffy of course got his 1,000 sunny. And admittedly it was just as he remembered. It perfectly encompassed the memory of his past life, but the content of the ship were now his queens. They each had their quarters and Luffy would sleep with a different lady at night. And Sunday, which is Luffy's favorite day, they would be in one room and go at it. Katakuri's ship was a steamship that had 2 giant rotating mochi donuts. It was used in conjunction with his devil fruit ability to keep his ship running. Though in the event that Katakuri was not available, steam power was ready for use. It was called the Mochi Express. Mihawk was the only person in his division as he liked it this way. His ship was a mere coffin, which was powered by an electric engine invented by Frankie. Mihawk simply named his ship Coffin for obvious reasons. Lucci's ship was a stealth ship, designed for speed and infiltration. It was jet black in color and powered by Galdino's wax ability. He used his wax to create a turbine of sorts to which was used to generate power for their ship. It was known as the Super Cat. Arlong of course had his shark-shaped ship perfect double for a submersible. It was known as the Great White. Brook had the grandest show, with of course the giant stage at its belly to bring the show on their trip. The ship was magnificent in stature, perfect for the rock star. Crocodile had a sand oasis, a ship that he used in conjunction with his abilities. It housed a massive powerlifting facility for the powerhouses in his crew. Guild, who generously gave the parts of Gran Tesoro in order to make the other ships of the crew a possibility. His ship is the Gran Tesoro 2.0. It still retained the massive giant roulette wheel in the middle of the ship. Hadrudin of course had a Viking-style ship, big enough to fit the giants in his crew. Dory and Brogy were surprised at the masterful work of the tiny carpenters of Water 7. Moria's ship was a smaller version of Thriller Bark, and the Shadow User covered his ship with a lot of holes and openings to force the enemy's shadows. Last but not least was Buggy, whose ship was a carnival of sorts. A lot of people doubted the clown at first, but he really put in the work. And he will surprise a lot of people during the war. Oh wait, there was actually one more. The Arc Maxim was created as one of the ships that Luffy specifically asked Tom to build. It was a ship powered by electricity and it was given to Enel. The Thunder User never really felt at home until he joined the Straw Hats. He could really learn to enjoy the company of the Blue Sea people, who are now, as he would never admit this out loud, his people. His crew consisted of his original disciple, Uruj, and a combination of people from the volunteers from all over the world. What's special about his ship is that it flew. Sky coverage was in their back pocket. Excellent. On the last night before heading out to the island where the war was going to take place, people were getting last-minute tactics from one another. Nerves were high, but morale was to the top. Unlikely conversations were taking place between people from different walks of life, but the Straw Hats were a tight-knit group, and that was how Luffy liked it. Tanaka and Jem were having a conversation. Gladius and Ohm were discussing positioning in the battlefield. Uruj and Dice were talking strategy, a crazy group of different people and personality, all under the umbrella of Straw Hat Luffy. Viola and Bruley were going over calls for battle. Kairos was impressed by the massive fighting force that they have gathered. He could see how this force could stand toe-to-toe with a world power. Hey, how do you know Mugiwara? Fisher Tiger sat next to Kairos as they were having dinner. Hell also joined them. He saved my country. Oh, same, and changed my view of the world, was Fisher Tiger's response. He did that for you guys too. And the trio laughed at the coincidence. Crocus passed by and overhearing their conversation he decided to add on. He took the giant whale away from my care, which caused confusion between the trio, though later on realizing that he meant Laboon. A tall green-haired beauty passed them as well, adding her own input on the subject. He banged my sister, added Sandersonia, to which they all laughed heartily. Medical division. The doctors were getting together and exchanging information. A workflow was getting put together. They were trying to figure out the best way to treat the injured for the upcoming war. Luffy had already spoken with the additional doctor, introducing himself to each one. He pulled Dr. Hurulek to the side and asked him if he wanted Chopper with him during the war. Honestly, Captain, no, I do not, replied the doctor. But he has nowhere else to go. What if I tell you I can keep him safe? To this, the doctor agreed and Luffy made arrangements to meet the blue-nosed reindeer. Dr. Hurulek introduced them and left Chopper to speak with Luffy. Hey, my name is Luffy. What is yours? Luffy had to be gentle with the young Chopper, as he was still fresh on the pain in which he suffered from humans. Tony Chopper, replied the reindeer bashfully. Hey Chopper, say, would you care to step away from all this craziness for some time, meet some children around your age, make new friends? Asked Luffy. I can't leave Dr. Hurulek, replied Chopper. No, you are not going to leave him. Just think of it as a retreat. I'm a vacation of sorts. Luffy followed the change in expression in Chopper's young face. Is there candy? Asked the curious reindeer. Oh yeah, lots. Chopper contemplated the offer. Are the people nice there? The reindeer asked bashfully, to which Luffy responded with, only the nicest and most caring people I know. After a few minutes, Chopper finally nodded in agreement. All right, excellent. Well, my friend Bluno will bring you to Zeph. Later that day, Bluno reported to Luffy with his mission. Zeph wanted to relay something to you, Captain. What was it? Asked Luffy despite knowing full well what it was about. Please excuse my tone, but he said, not another one. Tashishi. Of course, he would. Thanks, Bluno. Chopper was somewhere safe, not in the middle of a war with the commanders, so we sailed tomorrow. Buggy trembled in his chair as he was surrounded by the commanders of the Grand Armada. You'll be fine, Buggy. You've grown so much since you first came onto the crew. It was Brook who eased Buggy's worries, for the Soul King did not have any fear in his eyes, as he doesn't have any eyes. Yo-ho-ho bone jokes. I believe we'll be fine. Our captain will be king. Hancock had joined the commanders' meeting as one of the most powerful members of the Straw Hats. She also held the queen rank in the Armada, which meant she was basically above Katakuri in rank. In no way does anyone take the Phoenix from me. I have marked him as my enemy. Katakuri's blood boiled at the thought of engaging Marco. At first glance, Katakuri felt an intense aura with the first commander of the Whitebeard pirates, and there was no way anyone else could battle him. Fine, but I will handle the second in command. This was now Enel, who spoke up to no one's protest. But Mihawk had an interesting input on the matter. He was on the corner and sharpening his blade. It doesn't matter who fights who, all we need to do is win. To make our captain king, we must win. To that, a chorus of agreement. I never thought I could find a group of people that I would call my friends again. If you could believe it, Moria had tears flowing from his eyes. You guys have been the closest I've been to anyone in my time since being wiped out by Kaido. If you die in the battlefield, I'll kill you myself, declared Moria. Yahaha, I agree with the Shadow Man, declared Enel, who have become an integral power in their fighting force. He was now the 11th commander of the Straw Hat Grand Armada. If you are all to die, then you are not worth the flag which we represent. This was Crocodile, who continued to smoke his tobacco. Right, commented Hancock. Good point, Crocodile. Hadrudin chimed in with a hearty laugh. As one of the newer additions, I really found you all to be very welcoming and helpful. This is true, as I never tried to apply myself and my devil fruit, other than overwhelming the enemies with my gold. But now I've grown tenfold. Guild crossed his legs as he took a sip of his drink. Then a moment of silence as the group digested their current predicament. Hey, let's go around and remember our favorite moments so far in this crew. This was Brook who suggested this. Let me start. I was stuck in the Florian Triangle for 40 years, and probably many more. So my favorite moment so far is Captain saving me in a lifetime of loneliness. Multiple people who sat close to him patted him on the back. 40 years in isolation. That is insane. I'll go. When Lucci trained me in Rokushiki, added Hadrudin as he formed his hands into a fist. Mine is getting the life beaten out of me. It was a wake-up call that I need to be better, was Crocodile's addition to the conversation. Katakuri over there put a number on me, Guild commented. He woke me up and helped me realize that I was lacking in so many areas. That reminds me, Guild, we still need to have a rematch, said Crocodile, remembering that embarrassing loss to the gold user in the Gran Tesoro. I want a rematch with Lucci, exclaimed Moria. Yeah, well, I want to beat Hancock, Mihawk, and Katakuri, but that's not happening anytime soon, replied Lucci, who was glad he was being shouted out. In your dreams, Lucci, exclaimed Hancock, laughing at the third commander. I only want to become the best swordsman in the world. That will be my favorite memory, added Mihawk. You probably already are the best swordsman. Katakuri spoke up, forgetting his animosity with Marco for only that moment. He then addressed everyone in that room. You are all the best in the world at what you do. They all agreed to this, as there was no way they could lose the war, at least in their mind. Anyway, I'm going to get some rest. We have a long trip ahead of us. The group dispersed into their separate ships, checking in on their units to ensure that everyone was prepared. For that night, Hancock joined Luffy, embracing him tightly as the prospect of the war was becoming more and more of a reality. She swore to herself that she was going to fuck his brains out as if it were their last. Docks. A few days before departing, at the number 7 dock of Water 7, Luffy invited 4 people to join him for a very important meeting. He had called them a few hours earlier to meet with him. Captain Chan, what can I do for you? The first person to arrive was Bentham, or as he was better known by his Akama name, Bonkle. He was closely followed by Bluno, who took a kneel in front of Luffy. Captain, I was informed by Lucci to meet you here. Then another person arrived. Captain Ya, what is going on? This was Law speaking as he was holding both hands behind his head. There was something noticeably different about him, as he seems to have gotten taller. I won't forgive you for tricking me the first time we met, Captain. It was Bonnie who Luffy called to join them in the meeting. Luffy turned from looking at the horizon and immediately noticed Law's change. Oh this, Bonnie manipulated my age. There was no point of remaining young and held back by my age. So I asked her to make me older. Of course, it makes sense. Law was a genius of sorts. He was the man responsible for getting the alliance close to Kaido ... Then he remembered his loss. Getting close to death ... the death of his friends ... But he shook the thought out of his mind. I need you all to do something very important for me ... And you will all have to be at the right place, at the right time. The group nodded at the captain's special orders. So here it is, listen carefully as I will only say this once. Marineford. Panic echoed throughout the entire Marine headquarters as thousands of Marines were shuffling to their battle station. News broke out of a clash between Whitebeard and Mugiwara mere minutes ago. It was released by Big News Morgan. Sengoku thought that the old bird was either helping the pirates or was really getting rusty and obtaining the news as this cataclysmic event was only revealed to them a few minutes ago. All personnel to your battle stations. We sail in 20 minutes. A voice echoed throughout the base and Sengoku was raking his brain. Why would Whitebeard want to fight a pirate below him like Mugiwara? Whitebeard was an emperor of the sea. He was a few road poneglyphs away from the One Piece. Sir, Admiral Zephyr is ready to depart. Admiral Akainu and Admiral Aokiji are a few minutes from getting to their ships. Fuck, we can't let this happen. Sengoku continued to rack his brain as he could not get an answer to why this is happening. Garp, he exclaimed, as he knew the old man had a relation to Mugiwara. Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp joined the fleet admiral in walking briskly to their battleship. What the hell is your grandson up to? Yelled Sengoku, into which Garp replied by simply saying, beats me, and shrugged, snickering to himself at the action of his grandson. All personnel to your battle stations. We sail in 15 minutes. Fuck. Sengoku knew that by the time they got to the location of the battle, the entire world could be swallowed by tsunamis, earthquakes, fissures, and so on due to the destructive power of Whitebeard. This fight can't happen, and yet by the time they arrive, it could be too late. Sir, Admiral Aokiji has disappeared with all communications off. The more pressing, sir, is that Admiral Akainu and Admiral Zephyr have both sailed ahead of the fleet and are currently outside of the Gate of Justice. They are going at the target location at a rapid rate and are declining any orders to turn back. A random Marine gave Sengoku the update, to which the fleet admiral could pull all the hair out of his head. The Gotham fanatics. A united force is better than this divided force bullshit. All personnel to your battle stations. We sail in 10 minutes. Young ones, huh? I remember when we used to be hot-blooded young Marines like those too. Was Garp's comment, though before having the chance to yell at his casual take on the situation, another bad news came. Sir, Admiral Akainu and Admiral Zephyr have each lost a battleship each in their 20-ships fleet. The person responsible is currently not letting them pass. Who would be stupid enough to get in the way of two Navy admirals? Sengoku asked out loud, to which Garp had a smirk over his face. It's him, of course. Garp replied knowingly. Outside of the gates of justice. Get out of the way, red-haired. This came from Zephyr, who stood at the front of his ship. They had history from Sabai, where he deflected the Marine Admiral from chasing after Luffy, Arlong, and Mihawk. I will go through you, warned the Marine Admiral. Red-haired, get the fuck out of my way, exclaimed Admiral Akainu. The hot-blooded Marine Admiral was on his wits' end, as 6 months ago he wanted to put on a pin on Mugiwara, and now he was challenging emperors. Admirals, Shanks began. The aura in the air was so thick that many low-level Marines were passing out, as the three powerhouses were in a standoff. I'm sure we can come to an understanding. Red-haired, this is your last warning. I swear on everything I will kill you. Akainu's blood vessel was showing on the tip of his forehead, as he was very agitated. This amused Lucky Roo as he pointed at it and laughed while Yasopp joined in. Van Beckham smirked at the sight. Sorry, but Shanks drew his blade, revealing his intention. Nobody will interfere with Faith. At the command of their captain, everyone switched gears. Yasopp drew his gun, Lucky Roo pulled 2 pistols, and Ben Beckham drew his own sword. The rest of the red-haired pirates followed suit, and the time for joking has passed. Though a smaller Marine ship got past the Red Force, Shanks noticed it, Ben Beckham noticed it, but they let it pass. For the person within the ship was important for the future. Admiral Akainu wrapped his arm in magma, not caring about anyone on the Marine ship he was on. All he cared about was absolute justice, and if it meant destroying his own people, so be it. Admiral Zephyr covered his arm in armament, as the master user was ready to stretch his arms against the newly crowned Yonko. Sure, and Shanks wrapped both arms along with his sword in crackling red and black haki. You think you know one-armed Shanks as a Yonko. Have you met two-armed Shanks? World Economy newspaper. The Albatros Zoan user was currently going through the daily manuscript. One of his reporters entered, shuffling at his feet. Sir Morgan, sir. Marines are here to interview you, sir. Tell them to go away. I'm busy. Word traveled quickly, as Morgans was late in reporting the war between Mugiwara and Shirohige. A special someone was sent to deal with the incompetence of the journalist. I can't leave without answers, Morgans. At the entrance of his office, there stood Vice Admiral Borsellino. He had a different aura about him, almost as if he took his job a little more seriously. Well, I'll be damned. Morgans dropped everything he was doing and quickly got up. He attempted to toss his chair at the Vice Admiral to make a quick getaway. Light flashed in the room and Morgans found himself pinned against the floor of his office. All operations in the news central stopped as people watched their boss in his office. "Back to work, fools," exclaimed Morgans, despite feeling an immense amount of pain at the bottom of Borsellino's foot. "So you were saying, Morgans?" asked the Vice Admiral. He really was different, more serious, scarier even. "What happened to the aloof light user?" I knew it was going to happen, okay. I just prolonged the news because I thought Mugiwara would chicken out. This was a lie, of course, as back in Whole Cake Island, Morgans became a huge fan of Mugiwara for causing a ruckus in Big Mom's land. Although nobody needed to know about that. Fine. Borsellino released Morgans, but not before penetrating both of his wings with light beams. Exclaimed the head of the World Economy newspaper. He stumbled into the ground as blood flowed freely from the fresh wound. "You might want to get that checked." Borsellino began to disappear into light particles. And Morgans, for future references. Don't forget to report news of this magnitude again. Got it. With that, Borsellino disappeared as quickly as he arrived. Morgans nursed his wounds as he seethed in anger. Damned Marines, thought the underground emperor. He was the man who controlled the news, damn it. To be made a mockery by Borsellino. "Fuck you, Borsellino," he exclaimed, knowing full well that the light user was long gone. "Attach," exclaimed Morgans, calling one of his chief reporters. "Yes, boss," responded the elderly photographer. "Make sure you get some good shots on that war, you hear? I got holes all over my body because of this damned war." "Yes, boss," loud and clear. Attach replied and disappeared, making his way to the place of war. A good photographer always found a way. "Show me what you are good at, Mugiwara," thought Morgans. Inland, an uncharted island of what will now be known as Inland, was the location that the Straw Hats selected to invite the Whitebeard pirates for war. The location was an empty wasteland with no life form. On the northern shore of the island, the Straw Hat Grand Armada has arrived, slowly filtering into the island. They have designated a home base of sorts on the northern shore, as the time for war is not for another day. "Set up camp," he commanded the other members of the crew. They had a long next couple of days, possibly weeks or even months. Luffy had set up his camp. His queen was elsewhere as he rested along a chair. This is getting really serious now. 6 months ago, it was just words, planning. But now, it was Robin who joined Luffy. She gave him a loving embrace, one of which Luffy looked forward to throughout his days of constant battle, meeting, training, and so forth. "Yeah, hey listen, Broly is going to be set up here to be our communication hub. Viola will be our visual coordinator. Dice and Galdino will stay back to watch the communication and medical units respectively. Do you want to?" Luffy was interrupted with a kiss on his lips, one that lingered for a long time. "I will be in the battlefield with everyone." "I thought so, but I just wanted to ask." "You are so stubborn," Luffy said with a smile before kissing her once more. Robin was so amazing, so calm and collected, innocent but wild. She was exciting and kept him straight to his course. "This is why I love you, and I you," responded Robin, and the duo shared a kiss. One thing led to another and they made sweet love all night. As quick as the night went by, it was finally done. Morning finally came and the Straw Hats were quietly preparing their gear, for they were all marching into a world-changing war, one of which will be talked about for ages. Luffy led the group along with Hancock and Katakuri. Just as planned, Viola and Broly stayed back along with Dice. They would be the information network for the crew. Dr. Hogback, Dr. Harulek, Dr. Kirea, and Dr. Crocus headed their healer division, with Khalifa, Tanaka, and Absalom as runners. Galdino was their guardian. Hundreds of personnel are equipped with dials and Fishman technology, as well as human technology. The human technology was thanks to their newest addition, Cyborg Frankie. The air was tense, which caused Luffy to speak up. "Listen, everyone." He did not stop going forward. Not once did he look back. Instead, he looked up. Buggy was tasked with keeping their flag in the air. "If ever you are in doubt, look at our flag. Just press forward and follow it. We will win no matter what." With his simple statement, the group eased up slightly, looking at the back of Captain's crest. It was their crest, their mark, their flag. Arriving in an open battlefield, Luffy received a call from their communication department. "They have arrived." It was Viola who spoke to the group, with Broly transmitting her image through mirror communicator. As she said so, rumbling from the distance became louder as an army of pirates came from the other side of the island. Luffy could see him, Edward Newgate, whose mere presence caused the air to thicken. Despite the distance between them, he could tell that Whitebeard was looking at him, and he returned the favor. The two stared into each other for some time, each army stopping dead in their track. Each side waited for their commander's orders. All 16 commanders of Whitebeard were present, with possibly 20 of his allied commanders, Boris Jr. toward their side, while Luffy had Hadrudin, Dory, and Brogy on his side. In the front of Whitebeard's group, there stood Diamond Jazu, along with the vanguard unit, ready to go at the order of his captain. A sea of people covered the southern section of the battlefield, with people positioning on the left and right flank. The Straw Hats matched them with Crocodile's vanguard unit in the middle. He had placed Enel to lead the left flank while he had Lucci leading the right flank. Doflamingo led the unit that would clash with Lucci's, while Haruta led the unit that will face Enel. It did not matter who fought who. They needed to win to solidify their captain's claim in becoming king, while the opposing side needed to win to solidify their captain's position as the strongest man in the world. Communication department ready, said Viola, which echoed throughout the allied forces. Medic bay ready, said Dr. Hogback, who led the medical team. Despite having more qualified doctors, they elected him as his unorthodox methods could be the difference between life and death. Keep each other safe, commanded Luffy to everyone, then silenced. Buggy was looking around, looking through the faces of each person on his side. His grip fell through as the flag which he held up nearly fell from his grasp. He caught it with both hands as the flag nearly fell from its high point. Buggy sighed in relief but was now met with another predicament. His pistol was falling from its holster, and it did so, but he was able to catch it with his feet. Another sigh of relief, but it was quickly replaced with shock as his big toe caught the trigger, causing the gun to fire. Imagine a quiet field, where everyone was on edge and everyone heard gunfire. At first, there seemed to be no reaction, but adrenaline rushed in and both sides were fired up. They used the gunfire as the catalyst for the World War. Go everyone, for pubs, yelled Jazu from the side of Whitebeard, thinking that the side of Mugiwara opened fire first. People from his pirate crew charged forward, blazing passion following with each step. Let's go, yelled Crocodile, his vanguard unit close behind him. The sixth commander had a personal grudge against him, so it was only natural he went straight for the Yonko, and he had the perfect plan as his body turned into sand. Oh, thought Buggy, his facial expression was that of immense shock, for he was the reason that the war started. It had to start somehow, he thought to himself. The war of Straw Hat pirates against the Whitebeard pirates was finally underway. Inland, massive people charged forward. An initial clash was inevitable and the inland war would properly commence. As the two opposing sides clashed in the middle of the wasteland, Jazu's eyes were set as he attempted to clash with Crocodile, but the sand user turned into sand, using his element to merge with the ground to skip through the forces and go straight for the Yonko. Crocodile re-emerged mere inches from Whitebeard, who stood firmly with his signature by Sento. The Yonko noticed him but did not acknowledge his attempt to smite him. Crocodile on your 9, came in a call from Viola. Crocodile realized that Whitebeard did not move because Flower Sword was there to intercept him. Vista, the fifth commander, blew back Crocodile by catching his golden hook with his dual blade and tossing him away from his captain. You're never going to touch my father, claimed the fourth commander of the Whitebeard pirates, Flower Sword Vista. Watch me. Crocodile had a smirk on his face as he had a mini sand tornado on one hand. He was behind enemy lines, but he did not care. Crocodile was out for Whitebeard's head. He threw the sand tornado straight into the face of Vista but was met by a countering rotation of flower petals. The sand dissipated but Crocodile appeared from the dust, bringing his golden hook straight to the face of Vista. Luffy stayed back, along with Katakuri and Mihawk, as all the way on the other side of the battlefield, Whitebeard and Marco were yet to make a move. I should have known he would go after him, said Luffy to his companions. He has a temper all right, replied Mihawk. Whitebeard removed his coat, finally making a move as he seemingly punched the air on both sides. He then gripped the same air that he punched and pulled down, powering through the invisible resistances at his fingertip. The old man was using his power early to intimidate them. Trembling began in the distance and something was coming. And it was coming fast. Tsunami incoming, yelled Viola as she could see the massive tsunami coming from the east and west of the island. It must have been 400 feet high, and instant death for most if it were to crash on everyone. Though without even needing to give an order, Mihawk jumped in the air from the captain's side, bringing his sword around him. Green air slices, an after image of his powerful strike, escaped the tip of his blade in rapid succession, aimed toward the base of the tsunami. To all who were able to look up and witnessed it, Mihawk literally cut the massive tsunami, and followed with dicing the massive water into huge raindrops. Gururara, Hawkeye is here, said Whitebeard. Deal with him. One of Whitebeard's commanders nodded his head, jumping in the air and charging at Mihawk. Mihawk had just finished cutting the massive tsunami when a blade-wielding swordsman charged at him, bringing his sword to clash with Yoro. Hawkeye, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Mihawk did not recognize the swordsman that clashed with him mid-air. Giant droplets of what was once the tsunami which Whitebeard brought over them now fell into the battlefield. The name is Izo. Mihawk suddenly had a smirk in his face. Perfect. Massive raindrops continued to drop into the ground, creating a muddy environment. Though the battle continued, no matter what. Middle ground. Damn it, you're messing with my army, Mihawk, exclaimed Moria from the battlefield below. The earth of inland was filled with dead bodies, those who were remnants of a possible war from ages ago. Plenty of soldiers for the shadow user. Eyes up front, princess. A massive man with a giant bazooka fired his shot straight to the face of Moria, though the cannon fire merely went through the shadow user as his face reconstructed with his abilities. Blenheim will end you today, right here, Moria. Interesting. Moria brought out his scissor blade, his blood boiling from the insult of being sent one of the weaker commanders of Whitebeard pirates. Blenheim dropped the bazooka and brought out his cutlass, clashing with Moria. Gunfire, metal clashing with one another. Blood, sweat, and tears escaped the personnel on the battlefield as the battle continued to heat up. Guild, Jazu is plowing straight for the captain, called in Viola to the 7th commander. Got it, responded the golden man. Diamond Jazu continued his momentous dive forward, trying to reach the base camp of Mujiwara, though 3 golden gates slowed the charge of Jazu, effectively stopping him on the 3rd gate. Enough, Diamond Man. You're overrated. Gold is much better. Guild Tesoro had a massive smile on his face as a wave of gold followed the 7th commander. He had swallowed swords and guns alike in his drive to stop the momentum of the Diamond Man. Screw gold. Jazu delivered a diamond-infused punch which was met with a golden wall. The 2 minerals of the earth clashed in a beautiful battle of diamond and gold. Thatch was currently locked in a duel with Hancock, as the Empress had caused a massive dent in their fighting force. Many men and women alike were turned into stone at the power of Hancock. Madam, I implore you to stop what you are doing. Thatch met the kick of Hancock with his knife. Luckily, Hancock covered her kick with armament, or her foot would be cut clean off. No, I'm good. Hancock put more force into her kick which knocked the knife out of Thatch's hands, but he was able to catch it with his offhand and jumped several steps backward. Stop messing around, Thatch, Commander Namor exclaimed as he used his mastery in Fishman karate to plow through people. But when he aimed to kick another member of the Straw Hats on the back of their head, Arlong intercepted the strike with his saw blade. You stop messing around, responded Arlong as he sliced his blade diagonally. Namor jumped along the side of the blade to avoid the strike and delivered a powerful flying leg drop. Arlong caught the strike with his forearm and the two jumped away from each other to create some space, right before meeting once more in a thunderous clash. Kaku, the proud user of the Giraffe Devil Fruit, fought against Speed Juru. The quick spear user was powerful yet Kaku had held his own. They were entangled in the center field. Jabra fought against Bizarre. Their battle was intense and Jabra was going all out with his Wolf Devil Fruit. But these New World pirates were really strong. Gladius battled against Magai. The swordsman electric strike was quick, but the bomb creator had a few tricks up his sleeves. It was a matter of keeping up. Matchvice and Monet were both against the DeCalvin brothers. The two were experienced in working together and they fought the experienced twins. Bije, the human fortress, fought against Zodia, and the Whitebeard ally was met with an underground powerhouse. Uruj tossed Kingu to the ground. He took a lot of punches through his body and he returned it with a powerful punch as each strike was returned tenfold against the Whitebeard warrior. Kingu attempted to get up, but ultimately passed out. The Mad Monk has won. Right flank. Watch out. Lucci blazed through the battles between Baccarat and another enemy pirate. He chopped the enemy pirate in the neck for the red-haired beauty and went on with his search for the plumped bastard. Thanks, called Baccarat, to which Lucci gave a thumbs up. He was severely curious at his reasoning on why he would attack his own crew member, plus he carried a very strong aura about him. Lucci has never felt pressure like that since Captain and it was driving him nuts. Right flank, 20 feet from you due north, called in Viola. Thanks, responded Lucci. And with the help of Viola's guidance, Lucci was able to find the man named Teach. Lucci drove a strong right through the guts of the plump man, and drove him several yards back, creating a dent on the very earth they stood on. Ah, that hurts, that hurts. Teach tumbled around the ground on which his body was hurting all over. Lucci must have mistaken the knife-wielding guy to be the strong one and this guy was just an idiot. Bonnie kept close to Bluno and Law as she fought against Elmi. She was tasked with a very important mission and she can't miss her mark. Corazon the Silent One was pitted against Karma, as the calm and collected former Marine engaged the pirate. He kept Law in close proximity as the newly aged pirate was barely getting used to his new 20-year-old body. Law fought against Iluin as he also kept close with the others. His mission was more important than the initial clash. Brook and Bonclay were fighting together, as the duo developed an amazing chemistry in all their shows together. They were an amazing team, but an enemy came near that forced them to fight separately. Although, an ally captain of Whitebeard has joined the battle and is currently battling Bonclay. Squard, another allied captain of Whitebeard, brought his massive blade and clashed with Brook. Their match was also a sight to behold. Bonclay was suddenly knocked out by Ao, but Bluno came in for the save with a doorway. The Whitebeard commander diverted his attention to another enemy. There were more allied captains and commanders in Whitebeard's crew, but there were also hidden powerhouses in Mugiwara's crew. Fisher Tiger is currently fighting Dama, as the expert warrior was immediately met with admiration from Dama. His tale of rescuing slaves reached all corners of the sea, and this was the first time that Dama has met him in person. In the middle of a fight was the craziest part. He was on the right side of the battlefield. Pell is fighting Ramba as the hero of Alabasta was using his years of additional training and advice from Lucci all those time ago. The bird warrior was crazy fast, combining his falcon abilities along with his new understanding of Rokushiki. He fought close to Fisher Tiger, left flank. Sandersonia and Marigold led the Amazons in the left flank as they held their ground firmly, keeping pace with the seasoned Whitebeard pirates. Enel was having the time of his life, currently engaged with two of Whitebeard's commanders. Rokugo and Atmos were simultaneously engaging him, but neither Enel nor the Whitebeard commanders were getting the upper hand. He was on the left flank of the battlefield along with other members of the Armada. "Feel my wrath," exclaimed Enel in glee as massive bolts of lighting covered the battlefield. Robin, along with the trio of Minks and Pedro, Zippo, and Peckhams were deep in battle, where Robin was fighting Whitey Bay. The Minks kept close with the Poneglyph reader to ensure her safety in this massive war. Kairos, the warrior of Dressrosa, was locked in a duel with Fasa, meeting him on the left side of the battlefield. Jinbei faced Flamenco as the former allies were pinned against one another at the stubbornness of one. Whitebeard. Jem used his additional training to battle Haruta. The human bomb was overwhelming Haruta, but the commander had massive pride and he was not going to lose without a fight. You know what? Haruta was not going to lose to some unknown allied backline. Meanwhile, the flag bearer of the Straw Hats was currently posing as he stood behind the waves of the Straw Hat pirates. He was confident because he was safe as he flashed a triumphant pose with the Straw Hat flag in his hands. The 10th commander was accompanied by Moji, Richie, and Kabaji, and they hang back to, make sure the flag was okay. Joy, ha ha ha. "This is so easy," exclaimed the clown, though a towering shadow passed him and Buggy's eyes widened. "Out of the way, Buggy." Hadruden's thundering voice echoed as he was activated for a battle. Ors Jr. made his way forward too, and the giants clashed in the center of the battlefield. Thanks to the coordination of Viola and Bruley, the Straw Hats were able to clear out of harm's way of the giant's footsteps. Some unfortunate members of the Whitebeard pirates were squashed under his footsteps. The matches were set and yet 4 people remained unmoving. Whitebeard, Marco, Katakuri, and Luffy. The Straw Hat captain looked at Katakuri. "Go right. Keep away from the battlefield as your fight with Marco will get destructive." "Aye, Captain." Katakuri covered his face with his scarf, his eyes never escaping the gaze of the Phoenix. Katakuri disappeared in a blur, and shortly after, a blue streak followed closely behind. The Manchai user went right as per Captain's orders, and Marco followed closely behind. Far right. The inevitable clash between the second most powerful of their respective army went out. Hard Machai met Phoenix Flame as the resulting impact caused the people from the war to experience an aftershock, one of which blew nearly everyone's head back. Dogtooth. Marco had a smile on his face as half of it was covered in Phoenix Flame. His leg was currently in collision with Katakuri's forearm. "Phoenix," greeted Katakuri as he pushed Marco away from him. There were so many things going on at one time that everyone seemed to forget. The impending clash that would need to take place. It would be a battle between the titans of their respective crews. Allied backline. Luffy thought it was about time to move, beginning with low strides. A sea of people stood between Luffy and Newgate, but he'll get to him, and his plan will be set in motion. With Uruj being free of his opponent, he noticed that the captain was making his move. So the smiling monk plowed through where the captain was making his stride and joined him, becoming a spear for the captain. Luffy had reached the middle ground when he was joined by his allies. "Oi, Captain, let me guide you," said Uruj, not once looking back. Luffy had a grin in his face as the addition of the Mad Monk was paying dividends. Vergo also joined them, creating a 2-headed front. But about halfway through, Vergo was knocked back by an enemy captain. Then Uruj was outnumbered and had to stay behind to keep the captain moving. An army of Whitebeard pirates stood between Luffy and his destiny. He readied to activate Gear 3rd, to punch his way through, but he never did so. Why? 2 towering giants brought their weapon through the earth and cleared the final wave of enemies for the captain to have a straight shot at Whitebeard. Enemy backline. Luffy leaped from where he stood, his fist outstretched, with the old man in front of him. Luffy finally delivered the right hook of the century, colliding with Whitebeard's own punch. An emperor's duel occurred between them where hundreds of people who were close to the clash effectively passed out. Crackles of haki escaped their collided fist, and Luffy knew, from the very beginning, that they would have to be alone to be able to fight all out. Someone had snuck something under Whitebeard while focused on the clash with Mugiwara. By the time he realized what it was too late. Whitebeard had fallen through a door, falling down through the portal. "What trickery is this, Mugiwara?" Whitebeard exclaimed as he continued to fall through the door. Within a few seconds of falling down, Whitebeard saw a blur of a man who touched his back. At contact, Whitebeard twisted so quickly that it shocked the man who touched him. Where the hell is Mugi? Though he was never able to finish his sentence as Whitebeard fell straight through the other side of the door, landing on both feet. No longer did he have a visual of whoever touched him. Inland Unknown Island. We are still at inland, just away from the battlefield. Luffy had made his entrance through a floating door. He closed it behind him and the door disappeared in thin air. What's your play, Mugiwara? Whitebeard's voice was low and he seemed to be holding himself back from lashing. This is for your benefit, as I asked for your best. Well, this is it, give me your best. Luffy outstretched his arms to point at their surroundings. A mile in all directions of nothing but empty land. So have at it, old man. Kirarara. Is that so? Suddenly, Whitebeard's fist was covered in quake bubbles. He then punched the air, causing a tremor to begin from underneath Luffy. Come on, you got better stuff than that. Listen, 0.2 miles out in all directions, I've made a bounce room. For you see, I've taken inspiration from Don Quixote and created a room where your particular power will remain inside my rubber cage. So like I said, go crazy Shirohige. It was now time to get serious, as Whitebeard's frown turned into a grin. You know Mugiwara. He then removed his coat, placing his bicento on the ground. If it wasn't for being a damned cocky brat. He then licked up his bicento. I would have loved to have a cup of sake with you. And the old man disappeared in a blur, his bicento appearing mere inches from Luffy's face before he noticed it. Fuck, exclaimed Luffy as he was lucky to bring up his arm out of instinct. But the old man was not done yet as he brought his left heel up, attempting to kick Luffy right in his kidney. And this time, luck didn't bring a factor when Luffy brought his knee up to block the strike. Luffy then brought his free leg and kicked Shirohige right through his guts. This was enough to separate them for the time being. But the old man was very stubborn, charging forward once more. All right, Luffy exclaimed. For once in his 2 years since returning to the past, he was finally able to go all out. He activated Gear Second and also used Natural Zoro in conjunction with his ability to match the speed of the Yonko. He learned his Gear Second by getting a variant of Zoro, but adding the natural style of Rokushiki. With the help of Lucci, Zoro helped him get even faster. This was a testament of the old man's insane God-given gifts, as Luffy had to use 2 speed-base abilities to even keep up with him. Maybe he bit off more than he could chew. But he couldn't think about it as Luffy avoided an incoming strike with the enemy's bicento and delivered a right hook, straight to the thick skull of the Yonko. The atmosphere became thicker as the exchange between the two candidates of the Pirate King erupted, and their match would echo through the course of history for eternity. But to Luffy's insane good luck, the old man coughed for a moment, stopping his attack mid-stride. It was enough opening for the Straw Hat Captain to deliver a devastating gut punch, one in which caused blood to escape the mouth of Edward Newgate. Kirurara brat, said Whitebeard as he wiped the blood from his mouth. Old man, Luffy responded confidently despite pain all over his body. His body was covered in steam and his haki-infused body blew up into a muscle balloon. He began to bounce on the ground and Luffy had activated his Gear Fourth, Bound Man. The duo waiting for the other to make a move. Right flank, anyone free. Pell needs help, called Viola over the line. Corazon took a moment to look around and found that Commander Lucci was occupied, so he had to get his attention. Oi, Commander Lucci. This came from Corazon as he kept the sound only through each other's ears. Corazon manipulated sound and he can direct it to go to certain people if he so chooses. Lucci looked away from Teach for a moment as the plump man continued to tumble on the ground in pain. Pell needs help. Lucci realized that the Alabaston warrior was bleeding from an open wound on his right forearm. The pirate captain, Ramba, penetrated the skin of the falcon. The Zoan attempted to deep dive the New World captain, but was met with the end of the enemy's blade. Now he was at the mercy of the enemy. What is your name, warrior? Asked Captain Ramba. Pell of Alabasta. Pell gasped for air as blood continued to flow from his wounds. He struggled to get up as his impending fate was a death on the battlefield. Not a bad way to go out. It was an honor, Pell of Alabasta. Just as Ramba brought his blade down, attempting to smite Pell, Lucci had covered the distance and tackled Ramba into the ground. Before Ramba could retaliate, Lucci brought together his leopard paws, mere inches from the chest of Ramba. Rokuogen. He repeated this 3 times, ensuring that the enemy captain would not be able to move from the injury he has sustained. Allied backline. Medic. The Straw Hats have designated 3 runners for medical retrieval. Tanaka, who was quick to travel through the battlefield as he was able to phase through inanimate objects. In order to assist Tanaka's travels, Pica had brought up stones from the earth and scattered them all over the battlefield, but Tanaka had a trick up his sleeves. Califa, whose bubble ability was perfect for evading enemies as nobody could hold her long enough to stop her movement. Absalom, who could phase through enemies' gaze without attracting attention. Their doctors included Dr. Hogback, Dr. Hurulek, Dr. Kira, and Dr. Crocus, along with countless healers who volunteered. Law was busy fighting in the war, but his healing skills would have been useful. Califa arrived at the aid of Pell. who brought him close. She then created bubbles underneath her and she slipped through the enemies and back into the home base. Pell was immediately transported through a series of medical beds. Hundreds of people were already being treated, as many people were suffering from deadly injuries. Pell was assisted to a bed and Califa left him going out for more people in need. Pell looked into the roof of the makeshift tent and closed his eyes. His final vision before passing out was Dr. Hurlek. This was really a war. Right flank. Back in the right flank. Lucci had watched Pell gets carted off. He then jumped into the sky, activating his Jeppu to seemingly float in the air. He launched Tabu Shigen bullets all over the battlefield, rapidly launching an attack to all enemy forces. He actively incapacitated maybe 100 of Whitebeard's men. When he finally fell into the ground, remembering his actual opponent, he realized that he made a huge mistake. Forgetting about Teach for only a few moments was not good as he felt the same maniacal energy from a monster. He didn't feel this presence before. Why was this showing up now? Zahahaha. Teach laughed as he somehow made it behind Lucci. Strong, but I got something to do, so disappear. Teach fired off 3 shots of his pistol and Lucci thought he was just going to dodge them like all those months ago. Big mistake as all of the bullets entered each of his legs, 2 on his right. Lucci was too shocked to anticipate Teach following him with his gun. He accurately predicted where he would be and accurately hitting him with his bullets. He fell backward as the impact of the gunfire caused him to tumble back. But Teach was not done as he got on top of him. 3 bullets left in the chamber of his revolver. In quick succession, Teach managed to fire all 3 of his remaining bullets, 1 in Lucci's torso, upper right arm, and left arm. Teach then watched as Lucci was bleeding out, with a sadistic smile on his face. Everyone dies eventually. Let's see if this is your time ... Oh, by the way, I know who you're after ... Yeah, the one that murdered your family in cold blood ... Yeah, she is really dangerous, but damn fine if I do say so myself. He mocked him and yet Lucci could not do anything. For all the energy he had left, he used to not choke in his own blood. With that, the seemingly stupid and the weak plump man ended up absolutely defeating Lucci. Before Teach could truly leave, Commander Moria stood in front of him, stopping Teach in his strides. For Moria has left the middle ground and traveled to the right flank. In his wake was the passed-out Blenheim, with his cutlass broken in pieces. "Get out of my way, Moria," warned Teach, although Moria responded by swallowing Teach in a shadow demon, although the shadow demon exploded with the plump man looking angry. "Disappear, Moria." Teach had reloaded his revolver within an instant, and successfully fired 5 shots, each going through the skin of Moria. "How? I am Shadow." Moria fell on one knee and then finally flat on his face. Teach had successfully defeated 2 of the Straw Hat commanders, 3rd Commander Lucci and 9th Commander Moria. Bluno, who had just returned from assisting the captain, realized that Lucci was down. "Commanders." Bluno immediately rushed to Lucci's side, with Bonclay rushing to Moria. "I'm going to the medical bay," exclaimed Bluno as he opened a doorway from under Commander Lucci and Moria. He then opened the door and let the commander disappear on the other side. Moria was out indefinitely as the shadow user could not move, not even one bit. A puddle of blood was left behind by the 3rd commander of the Straw Hats. "Sorry, Captain," thought Lucci as his mind faded into darkness. His mind filled with regret as he wasn't able to fulfill his promise. He could not kill Teach. With the loss of Commander Lucci and Commander Moria shortly after, morale was low in the right flank. Viola actively searched for Teach to give his location to another commander, preferably a powerhouse like Enel. But the strange thing was, nobody has found Teach. "We lost Lucci," exclaimed Fisher Tiger, who pushed Dama back, delivering a twisting gut kick right through the stomach of the Whitebeard allied commander. Dama was knocked back, to which Fisher Tiger finished his combination with a 100-tile punch straight through his guts. Dama effectively fell over, eliminating another member of the Whitebeard pirates. Exclaimed Bonnie as she could not get in contact with Elmi. She fell flat on her back with intense pain in her midsection. Fisher Tiger realized that her ally was down, so he charged straight after Elmi. Her gun never reached above her waist as Fisher Tiger disarmed her, that delivered a painful kick right through the chin of Elmi, knocking her out. "You all right?" asked Fisher Tiger as he surveyed the surrounding, although extending his hands at Bonnie. "Yeah, I'm good," though she grasped her side as Fisher Tiger helped her up. She nearly fell down but was caught by Fisher Tiger with one arm. "No, not good." With the missing commanders on their sector, Fisher Tiger took it upon himself to take over command of the right flank. He was definitely up to the task. "Medic." In a few minutes, Tanaka arrived, just as Fisher Tiger tossed 2 enemies away from attempting to attack Bonnie. "Got it," exclaimed Tanaka as he took Bonnie over his shoulder. He then dashed through the battlefield, with Bonnie around his arms. Tanaka could only phase through inanimate objects, so he had a genius idea of phasing through swords, guns, baseball bats, whatever. It helped that Pica raised stones for him to phase through, but he really needed to get creative in this vast battlefield. As long as it's not a living being, he was golden. Allied backline. In a matter of an instant, Tanaka had traveled through the battlefield and had delivered Bonnie to the home base. What happened? Dr. Hurlek met Tanaka at the door, placing Bonnie immediately to a patient's bed. Trauma on her abdomen was all Tanaka could say before returning out on the field. He had to get more injured as quickly as he possibly can. This goes the same for Absalom, who returned with an Amazon woman with a massive gun wound on her chest. And Khalifa was not slacking off either, as she brought back an underground member who broke bones all over his body. The medical bay was in overtime. The communication bay was in overtime, as they kept updating their big board on the forces in battle, any backdoor movement, and shifts in formation. Viola, in particular, was working overtime, and so was Bruley, as she kept her mirror communications online at all times. There was no time to rest at a time like this. Buggy, on the other hand, continued to wave their flag proudly, continuing on his claim that this war was too damn easy. Though this was a specific fronting strategy, as he was scared shitless. He had to look strong for the people. He had to hold the flag up. No matter what happens, it has to stay up. Right flank. Over in the right flank, things were getting intense. Law remained in his intense battle with Iloan. Not one was getting the upper hand on the other. He noticed that Bonnie was gone. How could they do their mission now? Bonkley continued to fight with Ao, who was shocked to see him return. The Whitebeard allied commander could have sworn he took care of this guy earlier. Brook created space between himself and Squard, freezing the enemy commander for a few moments. Fisher Tiger-san. Brook joined the Fishman warrior. What happened to Lucci-san? He is in the med bay as far as I know. The warrior pushed back two incoming swordsmen with a rising leg sweep. We need the sea. Just wait a moment. They should be here soon. Brook responded before returning to his battle with Squard. The enemy captain unfroze himself with sheer wool and brought his giant sword down on the 5th commander. Brook absorbed the strike with his cane sword and knocked the blade out of Squard's hands. What? Asked Squard in confusion as his blade flew in the air. Then Brook proceeded to slice Squard crossways, each cut creating a slice through the chest of the enemy captain. His soul briefly escaped him, but Brook decided to return it to his body. No need to kill. Squard fell back, passing out from the strike. Men, resume battle position, Brook exclaimed as the Straw Hats were still at a loss on the right flank. 2 commanders down, and it was getting grim by the minute. Suddenly, Brook felt something incoming. For way down underground, 2 massive titanic beasts in Laboon and Surum had been tirelessly digging through the belly of the island. Then, as the fishermen asked for the ocean, they shall receive. Laboon and Surum emerged gloriously from under the land, bringing with them a massive source of ocean water through the hole which they dug. Surum entered the right flank. All right, cheered Jinbei. A new wave of energy coursed through the Straw Hat pirates. He delivered a devastating fishman karate technique that ultimately caused Flamenco to double over, his giant mallet falling on his sides as the content of his pocket leaked out. Left flank. Laboon entered the left flank, providing the much-needed ocean water for the fishmen of the Straw Hat pirates. Yeah, exclaimed Aladdin along with the countless fishmen in the left flank. The renewed energy from the freshwater caused fighters such as Hatchin and Icarus much to course with new energy. The Amazons took the new energy from the fishmen and pressed forward as well. Robin was currently engaged in a heated battle with Whitey Bay. Neither woman was letting the other get even a slight advantage. Whitey Bay noted that Robin was strong, and for a New World captain to admit that it was a testament of Robin's intense training with the Straw Hats. Peckham's, Zebo, and Pedro kept close, protecting Robin from other pirates from trying to jump her when she was not paying attention. Protect her at all costs, exclaimed Peckham's, knocking back an enemy pirate. Zebo sliced an enemy with his sword while Pedro ensured that the one who reads the poneglyphs is okay. Whitey Bay got the upper hand shortly, and she brought her cutlass near the throat of the queen. Pedro jumped in to interfere. But there was no need. Robin actually had Whitey Bay right where she wanted her. Her limbs extended out of the body of the enemy pirate captain, and Robin literally choked her until she passed out. The queen got up as if nothing happened and continued on the battle. Kairos of Dressrosa had a wife and child to return to. There was no way he was losing his life here. He fought valiantly against Fossa, effectively delivering a horizontal slash through the enemy commander. Kairos stood tall at the end, but he was exhausted beyond belief. The New World commander was no joke, even he could attest to that. Lucky for him, Frankie came in with a hyper beam of sorts and blew Fossa far, far away. Thanks, said Kairos as he blocked an incoming strike. You're welcome. Frankie gave a thumbs up to Kairos and continued on unleashing his technological inventions. Somebody assist Gem. Enel was calling the shots for the left flank, and upon using his mantra, he was able to feel that Gem was driven to a corner by Haruta. He would go over there, but he had his hands full with Atmos and Rokugo. Gem was at a corner, nearly at the tip of Haruta's blade, when somebody came in for the save. Got it, exclaimed Perona, who had been phasing her negative ghost through hordes of people to lower their morale. But the newly aged 20-year-old was finally activated for battle. Gem was immediately retrieved by Absalom and helped to the medical bay. She floated to Haruta, who immediately met her in the air. Haruta was quick, but Perona was able to bring 2 negative ghosts through the commander. I am but a cockroach. Haruta fell on all 4 and dreaded his life, though the effect was only momentary as Haruta used his superior speed to knock Perona out, effectively beating her as well. It was a few years too early for Perona to even put a dent on a Yonko commander. The commanders of Whitebeard's division were no joke, and this was a testament, as everyone should already know. Just as Haruta was about to move on to the next opponent, crackles of thunder covered his surroundings. For in the distance, Haruta could see that Atmos and Rokuya were passed out cold, their bodies burned by lightning. Haruta felt his body tense as he turned around, seeing a smiling Enel right behind him. He tried to bring his sword up, but a lightning bolt shot right through him, knocking him out. Enel then leveled the battlefield, slowing the roll the Whitebeard forces were garnering. He sent out a rain of thunderbolts, knocking several members of the Whitebeard pirates unconscious. The battle between Ors Jr. and Hadrudin began in the center field but has now migrated to the left flank. Each punch by either giant caused the earth to tremble as neither one of the giants gave way to the other. Though Hadrudin had a hidden card in his back pocket, for the past 6 months, Lucci had been tirelessly training him in the art of Rokushiki. Jeppu imagined a giant that was kicking the air so that he could stay afloat. People couldn't help but stop what they were doing to look at the giant that blocked the sunlight. Ors Jr. looked up curiously with Hadrudin descending rapidly, delivering an elbow drop straight to the head of the giant. The impact brought Ors Jr. onto the ground. People scattered for the falling giant in the fear of getting crushed. A massive dust storm brewed up and Hadrudin was the victor. "Yeah," exclaimed the 8th commander, although his celebration was cut short as his knee buckled inwards. A gleam of shiny substance collided with one knee, then the other as the giant fell face first on the ground, unable to get up. Hadrudin's celebration was interrupted by none other than Diamond Jazu, who sought revenge for his fallen friend, Ors Jr. Enel noticed the arrival of the Diamond Man and noted that if he was here, then that means guild lost. The Thunder user charged at Jazu, supercharging his lightning to be at its highest strength. And yet, as it collided with Diamond, the powerhouse of the Whitebeard pirates merely ignored his strike. Jazu realized that it was he who was causing the problem and picked up steam, eventually catching Enel with a shoulder tackle right in his chest. No amount of lightning, thunder, or electricity could slow his roll. For a big guy, he sure was fast, and a natural absorbent of his power. Enel did try his best, but his best was not enough. He failed in defeating the 3rd commander of the Whitebeard pirates. He managed to beat a couple of them, and yet he met a literal wall in Jazu. His electricity could barely affect the diamond as it does not conduct electricity, so it was not a good match for him. Haki didn't help much either, as in hand-to-hand combat, the 3rd Division commander had him beat. So Enel was now on his back, shocked to have lost to a 3rd Division commander. He thought he would steamroll through the enemy commanders and eventually deal with the Quake Man all by himself, and yet, here he was, overestimating himself once more. He needs lightning strong enough for natural advantages, and disadvantages won't be a factor. Black lightning. Yeah, more. He needs more power. Middle ground. Guild had been rushed to the medic's bay. He was utterly defeated by the 3rd commander of the Whitebeard pirates. He sustained many internal injuries as the blunt force of the Diamond Man was too much for the Gold Emperor. In terms of ground mineral hierarchy, nothing tops Diamond. "We lost Guild," exclaimed Arlong, whose sword was knocked out of his hands and was now fighting Namor in hand-to-hand combat. "I noticed," responded Hancock, who fought nearby. She was engaged in a tightly contested match with Thatch. In the middle ground, 2 expert swordsmen fought with such grace that people couldn't help but watch them. "What do you know about Shimitsuki, warrior?" Mihawk heard the loss of Guild, but he could not avert his attention from his opponent. Commander Izo looked at Mihawk with confusion. He then clashed with the swordsman in multiple angles. Not one time could he gain an advantage. "Enough, who's asking?" He brought his sword from the ground, cutting the very earth they stood on, and brought it through the center of Mihawk. But the swordsman's countered with a diagonal cut, stopping Izo from his momentum. He then forced him back and received a gash right on his chest. Izo felt the pain but did not let that bother him. Mihawk did not allow Izo to retaliate as he slammed his sword away from the swordsman. He then unleashed a flurry of slashes, enough so that Izo could not keep up, receiving multiple, non-fatal cuts from all over his body. Maybe I'll tell you one day. From the exhaustion of trying to keep up with Dracula Mihawk, Izo fell face first on the dirt ground, losing to the world's greatest swordsman. Damn, thought Mihawk as he didn't learn anything new. So much for getting answers from someone he thought would know. Back to Hancock against Thatch. "Don't worry, my lady, we've had our losses too." Thatch joked with Hancock as he responded to Arlong's outburst of losing one of theirs. "We can't lose this war. I hope you don't take this personally." Hancock delivered a roundhouse kick right to the face of Thatch, but the 4th commander caught it with his forearm. "I don't really," he said with a smirk and pushed Hancock back. Thatch then closed the gap and brought his knife to the face of Hancock, who could barely avoid the strike by a hair. Her opponent was really strong, so she would need to use it then. Hancock stepped back, channeling her devil fruit and focusing on it. It was time to show her awakening. Though before she could reveal her new power, blood splattered all over her face as Thatch found himself gasping for air. For the fourth commander of the Whitebeard pirates found himself on the receiving end of a sharpened dagger straight through his heart. Hancock's eyes widened as a gruff-looking man stabbed the commander in the back. He had an enraged look in his face. "Zahaha," laughed the assailant, one hand with the murder weapon, another with a handful of grapes. Hancock watched as the eyes of Thatch went from anger to pain and then finally to emptiness. Life escaped the fourth commander without a chance to get an answer. "Why?" So the queen asked for him. "What are you doing?" All of a sudden, the grapes which were on the hands of the assailant changed shape, turning into what Hancock could only assume: devil fruit. "Zahaha. At last, I finally got the opportunity to take you out, Thatch." The gruff-looking man consumed the grape devil fruit, taking only one bite out of it. He then began to tremble as the power which was within the fruit coursed through his entire body. "Why would you kill your own?" asked Hancock, cautious as Teach let the darkness course through his entire body. For months, Teach had been looking for a chance to kill Thatch as the fourth commander ate the Yami Yami no Mai. As fate would have it, Thatch found and actually consumed the devil fruit, and Teach waited for a long time for its arrival. Now it was his destiny to become the darkness to swallow the world. Nobody, not even a time traveler, could mess with Teach's destiny. "He ate the fruit which belongs to me." With that simple statement, a portal of darkness emerged from behind Teach. He then stepped back, allowing the darkness to swallow him. Though he did not leave without leaving his mark as he let the darkness explode and kill those in close proximity to the portal. Hancock was lucky to activate her armament on time, or else she would be dead. She would have pursued the shadow user, but he had been long gone. "Commander Thatch," exclaimed one of the Whitebeard pirates. "He's dead," exclaimed another. And just like wildfire, news of the death of Thatch spread throughout the battlefield. It wasn't, although the Whitebeard pirates did not hear anything she was saying. She had blood on her hands, and she was the one fighting Thatch. No one would believe that Teach killed him. No one. "Hancock, they will not listen to reason." Mihawk landed behind her, standing back to back with the queen. He had just finished his battle with Izo and found the queen in some trouble. "I didn't do it." She reiterated her previous statement. "I know." Mihawk gripped his blade tightly. Stupid men. Her anger caused those who were near to pass out. Conqueror's haki was exhibited by the queen. Then, as to finally accept that they were not going to listen, Hancock finally activated her awakening. A pink humanoid figure escaped her body. Its form morphed quickly as its long, slender lower body turned into a snake's tail. Its upper body was that of a human, and it held a circular orb on one hand and a spear on the other. Its head was covered in 1,000 snakes. The pink humanoid blob had become Medusa, the Cursed. Her fruit is the Miro Miro no Mai. Though deep within her fruit hid the mythical Zoan known as Medusa, a woman who turned anything that looked upon her horrid face into stone. Hancock commanded the mythical beast to wreak havoc as it used its tail to cause massive damage in the enemy forces. The orb in its hands emitted energy beams, and the spear was used for close combat. Any and all who stared into the face of Medusa turned immediately into stone, even if they did not lust for it. "Go now, Mihawk, chase after Jazu. Leave the middle to me," was Hancock's command, to which Mihawk complied. Dashing to the right flank and immediately recognizing Jazu, beating Enel, Hancock cleaned house in the middle ground, riding on top of Medusa and causing massive dent in the enemy forces. Earlier her advances were halted by Thatch, but now it seemed like nobody would be able to hold her back, and there were those who tried to stop her, but they all failed. "Allied backline. No, come in," exclaimed Dice as he removed Commander Enel's name from their war board. The battlefield was finally taking shape as commanders and prominent fighters from both sides fell off. On the side of the Straw Hats, 3rd Commander Lucci, 8th Commander Hadrudin, 9th Commander Moria, and 11th Commander Enel were incapacitated. For the allies, Pell and Marigold were defeated. For members, Bonnie, Gem, and Perona amongst hundreds of allied fighters and members. Then on Whitebeard's side, Commander Thatch was killed, Commander Blenheim, Commander Haruta, Commander Atmos, Commander Izo, and Commander Rokuyo have been beaten. In the Allies department, Ors Jr., Squard, Elmi, Demab, Ramba, and many more, though the most important of the battles were on the enemy backline, left flank, far left, and on an unknown sector of inland. On the enemy backline, Crocodile and Vista were not letting the other get the upper hand. As sand met flower petals, on the left flank, a match was brewing as an unstoppable force was going to meet an immovable object. Mihawk was the force, whereas Jazu was the object. On the far left, away from the battlefield, pillars of blue phoenix flames exploded in several directions as it met a hard, thick, Machai wall. Marco and Katakuri were engaged in a close battle. Then of course, there was the match of the Titans, Mijiwara and Shirohige, inside a 2-mile-wide rubber room, duking it out in a match of the century. Unknown Island. The battles were continuing, neither side particularly getting any advantage. All the battlefield remained at a stalemate, though something was brewing on the detached island of inland, where Luffy fought Newgate. Luffy had now transformed into Gear 4th, Bound Man. He tried to power through Whitebeard's guard, but the Yonko really took Luffy up for his offer. He was actually going all out, without the risk of causing any world-ending events. As Luffy got close, Whitebeard delivered a powerful quake punch in the air that sent Luffy back by several yards. "Kurorara, brat, you sure you want me at my best?" Whitebeard brought his finger in the air once more, gripping tightly as he pulled down once more. Luffy felt his surroundings alter as fissures formed from below him. He jumped out of the way, as rock formations altered all around him. That day, Luffy learned that Whitebeard without a limiter is literally a monster. But he had a few tricks up his sleeves, as he would not fight Whitebeard without having a plan to beat him. But first he had to get that Bicento taken care of. So Luffy activated Gear 2nd, and put the natural form of Zoro on top of it. He disappeared in the naked eye, but Whitebeard kept up with him. He used some of the raised ground formations in order to launch himself forward. Whitebeard brought his Bicento down at Luffy, but the rubber man caught the Bicento, wrapped it with his rubber arm, pried it from Whitebeard, and tossed it far from the Yonko. As his focus was disarming Whitebeard, Luffy forgot that the old man still had his other limbs available. He brought both hands down at Luffy and hammered him into the ground. Then Luffy hit the ground so hard that he was lifted from the ground, and Whitebeard kicked Luffy before he could recover. The more devastating part was each strike by the Quake Man was infused with his ability, so the inside of Luffy's body would have been turned into a blender if it wasn't for activating armament on time. Luffy caught himself with both hands, slowing his tumble. He finally halted, but Whitebeard wasn't done with him. The Emperor was already in his face. His right fist pulled back with a familiar bubble of his Quake ability around it. He then brought his fist forward, aimed into the face of Luffy. Gear 4th, Snake Man. Luffy had transformed into one of his most powerful forms while tumbling from the strike by Whitebeard. As the Yonko brought his fist down towards Luffy, a perfectly timed python caught Whitebeard behind his head. The impact was enough to distract him, as another python connected on his right cheek, then another to the left cheek, until quite literally, Whitebeard was bombarded with punches from different directions. Enough. Whitebeard released his Conqueror's Haki, knocking Luffy slightly back. He recovered and brought his fist back and launched another barrage of pythons. This time, Whitebeard was ready, using Observation Haki to block each strike. There were only 2 fists from the Straw Hat Man, and he loved to strike in Whitebeard's blind spot. Not too shabby, old man. Luffy noticed someone appear from a distance, then disappeared quickly. That person grabbed something and left, just as Luffy had planned. Left flank. The very earth trembled as the Dressrosa commander pulled all the stone from the land and pulled it in himself. He then merged with the stone and commanded it to squash Jazu. Though the Diamond Man simply smashed through the monster that is Pica and went straight out of his stone beast, effectively locating and taking care of him. The third commander of the Whitebeard Pirates was on a roll. He went through Commander Guild, Commander Enel, and now Dressrosa Commander Pica. But the immovable force finally met his match, as a diagonal green air slice made its way towards him. He blocked it with his diamond-covered body, which caused the dust to cover the ground. Once it cleared, though, in the path of Jazu was Mihawk, his blade extended and pointed at the Diamond Man. "Your victories end right here, Jazu," declared Mihawk. "Will you enforce it, Hawkeye?" challenged Jazu, as the 2 commanders looked at each other before finally engaging. Mihawk brought Yoru down into the shoulder of Jazu, only to meet a diamond-covered shoulders. To make it sturdier, Jazu covered his diamond in armament just to make sure that Yoru doesn't cut through him. Mihawk was known as a swordsman who could cut anything, and Jazu wasn't going to take any risk. Yoru diverted its strike towards Jazu's neck, but that too was covered in black diamond, a result of the armament. He then used his free hand, opposite of where Yoru struck him, and pushed the blade back. He then brought his shoulder down and charged at Mihawk, but the swordsman used his immense speed to jump up in the sky. Jazu looked up to find the tip of Yoru crashing towards his back, so he used his back foot to launch himself forward, narrowly avoiding the crashing blade. In the place where Jazu once stood, Mihawk had brought down Yoru, with a large crater on the ground. That would have been him if he did not get out of the way. So who would win? The immovable object, or the unstoppable force? Enemy back line. Crocodile was holding the 2 blades of Vista with his golden hook. He used his free hand to bring up a sand spike, attempting to stab the enemy right through his heart. Vista knocked the golden hook back and cut the sand with both blades. A flurry of flower petals following each strike. Vista noticed that a group of Straw Hats has gotten in their backline. More specifically, 2 giants, a monk, and an armament user with thick shades. So Vista took his blade and knocked down the golden hook, and unleashed a rose rondo, which wrapped Crocodile in a tornado of flower petals. That should be enough to hold the sand user for even just a moment. Vista rushed Vergo first, knocking him out before the Straw Hat member could react. Yuruj tried to slam Vista with a giant rock, but Vista expertly cut through the rock and knocked him out. Vista then made a play for the giants but was stopped by Crocodile. He was able to get out of the rose trap. "You bastard," Crocodile said with a serious look on his face. A sand sable covered his hands. "Ah, you have gotten out of my trap," said Vista with a smile. He managed to clear 2 enemies who got into their backline. That should be okay for now. The problem now was the giants. Crocodile unleashed his own tornado of sand, but Vista twisted in the opposite direction, eliminating the sandstorm. But Crocodile blitzed him, bringing his golden hook down towards Vista. Once again they clashed with each other. The sound of the golden hook and blade echoed in the air. He touched the ground, to which he turned the ground into quicksand right under the feet of Vista. The 4th commander began to sink, but he jumped up in the air, powering through sinking in the quicksand. Far right, Katakuri brought up a massive Mochai pillar, attempting to clip the Phoenix mid-air. But Marco was an expert flyer, and he dodged each spike pillar before doing a 180 and deep diving towards Katakuri, Phoenix Flame boosting him forward. The Mochai user manipulated his Mochai to turn into a semi-liquid state, as the massive Mochai pillar seemingly melted and came crashing down over the head of Marco. The Phoenix noticed that he was surrounded by Mochai and exerted a large amount of Phoenix Flame to burn his surrounding. At the end of the exchange, they were back to square one, with Marco standing several yards from Katakuri, neither man gaining any footing against the other. "Why didn't you just back away when I warned you?" Marco said as once again he took flight, boosting forward once more to deliver a kick into the face of Katakuri. The Mochai man brought his hands forward, manipulated his body so that the kick was swallowed into his body as a Mochai form, and brought Marco close. "Captain will be king," said the first commander of the Straw Hats simply, which initially shocked Marco but caused the first commander to chuckle. "That's funny because my pops is going to be king," replied Marco with a confident smile. He released blue and yellow flame from the tip of his feet to escape from the Mochai trap. He used it to create a separation once more. Middle ground. Enough. From atop of the enemy line, Shirohige slammed his Bicento on the ground. This war is now over. The Whitebeard pirates will stand down. Though upon closer look, his arms were trembling slightly while holding the Bicento. Confusion ran all throughout the battlefield, as commanders, allies, and fighters looked at each other in confusion. Marco, who was still locked in an even battle with Katakuri, decided to see what this was all about. "Maybe we'll meet again, Dogtooth. Another time than Phoenix," replied Katakuri as he watched Marco fly towards his captain. Katakuri crossed his arms and listened in on Viola's report. "Final phase, everyone, stand down," was all Viola said, to which everyone immediately understood. The Whitebeard pirates stopped, and the Straw Hats stopped. The war has come to a halt. "Pops, what is happening?" Marco landed beside Whitebeard. Earlier that same day, Bluno opened the door underneath Whitebeard to transport him to the island which the captain chose. Bonkley was the one to tap Whitebeard in the back. Luckily, Bluno phased the Yonko through before Bonkley could have died. Then, later on, Bluno picked up the Bicento which the captain knocked out of Whitebeard's hands. He then delivered the Bicento to Bonkley to complete the look, as the main user turned his form into Whitebeard and called off the war. "Listen carefully, I just want the war to stop." Underneath his disguise, he was scared shitless as he was making things up as he went. "But why?" cried Marco, still confused at the whole thing. Bonkley, in the guise of Whitebeard, began to sweat feverishly as he tried to come up with an excuse. "Say you lost one of the commanders ... Oh. Thatch was killed." "That's right, good call, Viola. We lost Thatch," he said with a smile of sorts, but quickly recovered with a serious face. "Fuck ... But in a war, Pops, unfortunately, there are losses," began Marco, but Viola fed some good information to Bonkley to finally cease the first commander's pry. "Hancock says that a Teach killed him, say that." "Thank you. Higher power for the woman named Viola," thought Bonkley as he finally had a good answer. "Marco, Thatch was killed by Teach." This put the first commander in a massive state of shock. No, in the mind of Marco, all he could think about was how red-haired and even Mugiwara warned them about Teach. They should have listened, they should have. "This war is now over," declared Bonkley, posed as Whitebeard. "Now, Marco, I will retire on my ship. Do not bother me no matter what." Excellent, the perfect hiatus. This should give the captain enough time to settle the battle with the real Nuge. With one powerful leap, he leaped into the distance, pretending to disappear into the horizon. He nearly pulled a hamstring trying to mimic the Yonko's massive leap. Ouch, ouch. And once Bonkley was in the clear, he entered a door that led him back with the main force. Marco looked at where Whitebeard once stood, in massive confusion. "Retreat," ordered Marco, to which the Whitebeard pirates began to filter out. It was captain's orders. "Stand down." The Straw Hats respected their retreat, as Katakuri gave the orders to stand down. The fight between Jiazu and Mihawk was a tie. As Mihawk stopped his blade from meeting with the Diamond Man, his blade blazed a shiny black color as he was aiming to cut the arm off of the Diamond Man. Their match was postponed. Crocodile against Vista was a tie. Neither Sand nor the swordsman had an advantage over the other. Crocodile seethed as, throughout the battle, Vista kept him occupied. He did not get to his goal to take care of the old bastard. And of course, Marco against Katakuri ended as a tie. The match of the century was put on a hold as neither man would let the other gain any form of advantage. This was the burden of first commanders. The war was over, but really the war was only reaching its conclusion in the unknown island, where Luffy and Nuge resided. Inland Unknown Island, Rubber met Quake as neither man was letting the other gain an advantage. Luffy's barrage of Gum Gum pistol was met with the quickness of Whitebeard's fist. Barrage of fist met each other, each strike causing energy to release, destroying the land they stood on. The very earth lifted at each impact and the two separated once again. Whitebeard infused his fist with a quake and hit Luffy in his abdomen. Though the rubber man absorbed the strike, swallowing the fist of the old man in his rubber abdomen and kicked him straight to the face. Whitebeard didn't let his gaze leave the Straw Hat Captain as he took the strike like a man. He then used his other hand to palm Luffy's face. He attempted to squeeze, but Luffy used both legs to create separation. Luffy covered himself in steam. Now activating Gear Fourth once more, with no limit, he could switch between Python and Bound Man without an issue. The old man was obviously held back by his declining, and Luffy didn't like the advantage. He wanted the old man at his best. Luffy released a Kong Gatling gun. The weight of each strike was heavier than before. Whitebeard brought up his arm, absorbing the strike with his quake-infused forearm. As Luffy's fist connected with Whitebeard, his fist shook violently at the impact as the Quake Man transferred his ability through his defensive strategy. Luffy shook his arms as he was forced to retreat, his vision becoming shaky. But Whitebeard didn't let up, as he has done all throughout their fight. Without his Bicento, who had disappeared from where it landed earlier, he used his legs to kick Luffy straight to the face. Luffy closed his eyes and absorbed the strike as he had no time to dodge it. He was sent several yards back, finally stopping as his momentum slowed. Old man, I'm going to win this. Luffy readied his fist, preparing for his ultimate desperation technique. In your dreams, brat. Whitebeard was going to match Luffy as he too wanted this match to end. Luffy covered the distance, bringing his right fist forward. Whitebeard leaped forward as well, infused with massive earth-shattering quake punch. Luffy met him with his own rubber punch as his thought process was to absorb the initial quake and then go through the old man's fist. It was so crazy that it might actually work. Hacky energy escaped their final clash. Not one man moved from their punch as their entire environment shattered. The ground they stood on collapsed. Screamed Luffy, trying to generate more power in his punch. GRR. Whitebeard could not push forward while using his most powerful technique. And then an explosion. Then silence. Who would have thought Rubber could stand toe-to-toe with Quake? Allied backline. A person had arrived in the Allied backline, and he was intercepted by the 10th commander. Kabaji and Moji were passed out, defeated by this lone man, a black spike going through their abdomen. You won't ... you won't be able to pass, exclaimed Buggy, although the enemy pirate remained smiling. Despite Buggy's front, he was completely bloody and beaten by the enemy. Darkness covered Buggy the Clown as he was swallowed whole. His will would be tested as the invading person continued on, towards the operations department of the Straw Hat Pirates. Nobody could hear him, but Buggy was within the darkness. He was in so much pain, as he felt like he was being pulled and cut into a million pieces. For within the darkness, the clown was being tortured to his death. Get me an IV running through Lucci right away, exclaimed Dr. Hogback, who was tasked with the tall order of trying to save the third commander, though no help ever came, as something dark covered their tent. What is the meaning of this? Exclaimed Dr. Kira, although her question was quickly answered. Enemy on the proximity, exclaimed Galdino as he immediately jumped into action. In the communication department, Dice had also joined Galdino, as a lone member of the Whitebeard Pirates stood before them. He was the reason everyone was surrounded by darkness. Listen, you don't have to do this, said Galdino as he held his arms up, trying to calm the enemy pirate. I don't, asked the plump man with a dark grin over his face. It was then that Galdino realized that this man was not someone they could negotiate with. He morphed his fist into a wax boxing glove, and provided Dice with wax shoulder pads. Dice charged at the darkness user only to find himself flat on the ground, under the foot of the enemy. Galdino then tried to attack him, only to be at the receiving end of a spike, straight through his chest. Zehahaha, laughed the darkness user. He then sunk into the ground, once again causing a massive explosion, this time at the heart of the Straw Hats communication department and the medical bay. As the smoke cleared, their entire operation was destroyed. People were slow to recover as the resulting explosion was devastating. Bruley got up, finding Viola under a pile of rocks. Help, exclaimed Bruley, but nobody would answer her call. So instead of relying on others, she instead lifted the heavy object by herself, using every ounce of her remaining strength to lift up the debris. To her delight, it was lifted, and Viola was finally free. But there were countless other members of the Alliance that needed help, so there was really no time to celebrate. In the medical bay, the medical staff and patients found themselves unharmed. How? Asked Dr. Crocus, though the answer was outside, as the giant who was defeated by Jazu had to be treated outdoors. And as a commander, after realizing that their medical team was under attack, Hadrudin had shielded the medical tent with his own body. And now, the explosion caused him to faint. Though it was thanks to the 8th Commander that the medical bay was there to help others. It was unfortunate that the communication department went down. But it was lucky that the war had been called off. Perfect timing, thought Viola as she laid in the medical bay. But she needed to look one more time to make sure that everyone was safe. She activated her vision power, looking into the distance. Though due to her exhaustion, she overshot her aim and went way past the battlefield, even past the Whitebeard pirates. Though what she saw caused her to cry, scared for what was coming. For in the distance, flags of marine covered the ocean. "They're coming," exclaimed Viola to the surprise of those in the medical bay. "What is it?" Enel had finally awoke from his defeat and was the first to get to Viola. "The Marines are coming." "Oh no," said Crocus, for a member of the Rogers pirate to recognize that they were fucked. Then they truly were fucked. Fuck. The group were now in a panic, as Bruley finally woke up from her slumber. "What's going on?" she asked groggily. "Hurry and warn the personnel at the battlefield. The Marines are here," commanded Enel. Bruley brought a mirror in front of her face. Her eyes wide open. "Marines are coming," she screamed on the top of her lungs, her voice echoing all throughout the battlefield. Straw Hats and Whitebeard pirates alike heard it loud and clear. Meanwhile, on the fields of the northern shore, a body of a fallen commander remained on his feet. Darkness finally disappeared from around him. He was covered in his own blood. His eyes were lifeless. His breath was slow and troubling. And yet, he remained standing. Not once did the flag of the Straw Hat pirates fall. It had to stay up. The flag had to, no matter the cost. In Land Unknown Island, Luffy stood tall over Whitebeard. He had come out victorious on their final attacks. Rubber absorbed the superquake that Whitebeard generated. He was exhausted beyond belief, as Luffy had suffered many internal injuries. A couple of broken ribs, and he was sure he tore many of his muscles. Hopefully his abnormal healing factor will take care of that. Meanwhile, the old man was of course suffering for his old age, as he was coughing furiously. He sustained many broken bones all over his body, and his left arm was limp. His knee blew, and it was a miracle that he was moving. If it was 2 years that Luffy went straight for the Yonko, he would have had his asses handed to him and died at the hands of the strongest. But 2 years of training with the most powerful people that he knew helped him prepare for this moment. At last, Whitebeard fell on one knee and couldn't believe that he was beaten. If Mugiwara delivered a finishing blow, he wouldn't even have enough energy to fight back. It was his utter defeat. "Yes," exclaimed Luffy as he fell backwards on his back, for he too had reached his limit and used the last ounce of his energy to stand before Whitebeard and wait for his yield. "Hey, old man." Luffy was flat on his back, and Whitebeard was on one knee, as neither man could move anymore. "What brat?" he asked, panting for air as he coughed up blood. "If it's all the same, I would love some sake now." "Kirurara, brat, are you dying?" His tone suddenly shifted. He realized that the old man was held back by his chronic cough. "Yeah, if you call off this war, I have someone that can cure you." "Yeah, right. Mugiwara, if I were to show any weakness, Kaido and Linlin will try to take my territories for their own. And those evil bastards will cause pain and suffering for the people I swore to protect. By Fishman Island joining your flag, it showed that I was vulnerable, and I could not have that happen." As he responded with doubt, Law emerged from a doorway, presented by Blueno. Whitebeard took note of the new arrival. "I understand that, Whitebeard. How would you like to be healthier and younger? To stop these evils from ever getting an upper hand on you?" added Luffy, to which Bonnie emerged from the same doorway. "What benefit would helping me do for you, Mugiwara?" "Well, it would get you off my back, of course. Stop this dumb war about pride. And I will need your help in the future ... so it would benefit me as I need an alliance with you," responded Luffy matter-of-factly. "Is that right?" With nothing more to lose, Whitebeard decided to take him up for his offer. "Go on then. Just don't resist." So Luffy looked at his people and nodded his head, and they began their work. First was Bonnie, who touched the world's strongest man. It took a lot out of her to bring him down, but she did it. Suddenly, she has turned him into a 25-year-old, back in his absolute prime. Whitebeard looked at himself, admiring the work of the age manipulation user. "Wow," was all he could say as he was younger once more. "How long will this last?" "Forever, until I revert you back," responded Bonnie weakly as she took a seat on the ground, exhausted from the technique she had used. "Whitebeard, you this will sting a little." Law brought his hands forward. room. Suddenly Whitebeard was encompassed by a clear blue bubble and Law brought his sword out and sliced Whitebeard. His body then floated in the air in sections and Law began to work on him. After an hour, Law had a jar of purple substance, what everyone could only assume is poison. You should be okay now, Whitebeard. Just stay on top of your health, stop excessive drinking and exercise more, said Law as he returned Whitebeard to normal. Is that poison? Yes, replied Law. But in Whitebeard's mind, he thought of who could do such a thing to him, who would betray him. So, Luffy was glad he took him up for his offer. He didn't know if he could go on for more rounds. Go on, guys, thank you for your help. Law and Bonnie took an awkward bow, and Law assisted Bonnie as she was weakened. They have successfully performed their designated task and left through the doorway of Blueno. The Whitebeard before Luffy was now in his prime. His flowing blonde hair was noticeable, and he had a new air about him. Law had cured his sickness, while Bonnie made him younger. Not so bad, Mugiwara, so this was your deal the whole time, huh? The thought of who betrayed him was put in the back of his mind, for now. Yeah, I need you, Whitebeard. In the future there will be a war that would decide the fate of the world. And I can't let you die before then. Is that so? That makes sense. You know, Goldie Roger did mention someone who will come to shake this world. In a memory of his past encounter with the Pirate King, Whitebeard could vividly remember it, as he shared a cup of sake with the dying Roger. The Pirate King offered to give him the information on how to get to Raftel, to which he refused, though when Whitebeard brought up that he knew someone similar to Roger with a D in their name, Roger asked him if he knew what it meant, then told him about it. So this is the guy Roger, the man who will change the world, thought Whitebeard as their surroundings reverted to normal. Luffy's rubber room no longer in effect. An open door was left by Blueno for Whitebeard to return to the mainland. Let's have a sake in front of our people to solidify our alliance. You hide like that. Though Luffy noticed someone coming, slowly, Whitebeard was already inside the doorway created by Blueno, so it made sense he could not sense this incoming person. You coming, Mugiwara? Noticed that Luffy was hanging back. I'll be there in a bit. To which Whitebeard nodded his head, his golden locks flowing in the air. Whitebeard disappeared inside the door. Blueno, tell everyone that I will meet them soon. I know my way back. To this Blueno nodded and disappeared inside the door, closing it from behind him. This left Luffy on the unknown island. Cold air suddenly filled the surrounding and Luffy immediately knew who it was. Finland. Whitebeard went through the other side of the door, just as Broly had announced that the Marines were coming. Marco immediately noticed his new look. Later, responded Whitebeard. Let's go. Retreat, commanded Whitebeard, as the war with the Marines in their current depleted conditions is not in their best interest. Katakuri had joined Whitebeard, as Blueno filled him in on the new alliance as well as the captain staying behind as he had to take care of something. We have two ways to go to a pocket dimension, mirror and door. I have one man who can hold thousands of bodies inside his fortress, offered Katakuri, as he remained calm in this troubling situation. I appreciate the offer, Dogtooth, but we can get out of this on our own. If you run into Mugiwara, tell him to rendezvous at my home island, Sphinx. Whitebeard provided Katakuri with an eternal log post to his island. Katakuri nodded at the Yonko respectfully and returned to his people. With the captain missing, he had to call the shots. Alright, listen up. Katakuri brought the mirror communication device in front of him, broadcasting throughout all allies. Vijay, bring in as many people as you can. Blueno and Broly, open as many portals to your dimensions. We have to retreat now. Law, Dory, Bragi, Arlong with me. As soon as he made the command, Vijay activated the Big Father, opening the gates to allow allies to enter. Broly activated as many mirror portals as she could, as her brother's plan is probably to house the alliance inside her dimension until they are at a safe distance. Blueno did the same thing. For those who can, they directed people in going through the portals as safe and efficiently as possible. Katakuri was joined by the people he called. Dory and Brogy, carry as many ships as you could, then I'll have Broly create a portal big enough for you both. The two giants nodded their heads and went to work. Arlong, bring Laboon and Surum to the northern port. Law, transport the remaining ship to the back of Laboon in the limbs of Surum. The two nodded and went to work. They had to get out quick. The Marines were coming. When the Marines arrived at inland, it was empty. The remnant of an epic battle remained, though something was up to the island, as it seemingly became cold all of a sudden. The entire island of inland was covered in thick ice, and the weather shifted to Arctic conditions. Where the hell are Mugiwara and Whitebeard? Exclaimed Admiral Akenu. Admiral Zephyr looked around, touching the ground as to observe for any signs of the pirates. They left in a hurry. They have all gone, commented Zephyr. The purple-haired admiral looked around at the distance. It was too late. They were too late. Unknown island. Kuzan, said Luffy with a smile, not knowing why the Marine Admiral was there. Mugiwara. Kuzan had arrived without wearing his marine attire, for he had arrived as just a simple man, there to meet the Straw Hat Captain. So, if he would have to fight Kuzan, he didn't know if he had any more in him. He was too tired from fighting Whitebeard. He barely had any energy to stand. You are a time traveler, correct? Damn, Kyuzen was good. He caught on quick. Or did someone tell him who would do such a thing? All that knew were his grandpa and Shanks ... and O ... I am. Luffy limped, but he stood on both feet, looking at Kyuzen in the face. Now what? You can't be here, Mugiwara, began Kyuzen. There is such a thing as space-time continuum, Mugiwara, and by you being here, you are breaking the very fabric of reality. Mess with time and we could be swallowed by darkness from your interference. Okay, but where are you going with this? He saw him raise his hands, but his body could not react quickly enough. Before Luffy could move his tired muscles, Kyuzen had launched an ice trap, freezing everything below Luffy's neck. Mugiwara, I will have to take care of you. Fuck, exclaimed Luffy as he tried to wiggle out of his encasement. As there was no way to get out, he knew he would have to accept his fate, but he couldn't let certain events to happen, so he had to ask a favor. He was going to die. Before you kill me, can I have a final will? He pleaded with his eyes. There was no incentive for the Admiral to let him have one. At least he made the life of people better than they were before. He accomplished something. Even if it would mean little for others, it meant a lot to him. Kyuzen weighed his options, thinking about the Straw Hat Captain's request. Go ahead then. Your final will. Kyuzen brought a recording Denden Mushi in front of Luffy, letting him speak his mind. Suddenly, something triggered in Luffy's head. His despair was replaced by hope, even just slightly. ... by you being here. So Luffy did so, outlining orders for everyone, giving personal messages to his queens, and apologizing that he had to die. Kyuzen let him get to his last message before pulling the trigger. Goodbye, Mugiwara. And just like that, Monkey D. Luffy was frozen enough to kill a normal man. To give himself certainty, Kyuzen froze the entire island, the island which Luffy and Whitebeard fought. He covered it in a massive layer of ice, enough to change the weather condition of inland itself. Countless Marines found Kyuzen sitting along an ice chair, and they asked him what happened, to which he answered, I killed Mugiwara, for the world will remember that day as the death of Mugiwara, and the victory of the Whitebeard pirates. Though the Marines spun it so that Admiral Aokiji ended the war by killing Mugiwara and caused a retreat from all pirates within the vicinity. Garp nearly killed Aokiji but was stopped by Sengoku, even needing to use his golden Buddha form to restrain the Vice Admiral. That's my grandson, you bastard, exclaimed Garp, veins popping out of his forehead. It had to be done, replied coldly by the man named Kyuzen. World Economy newspaper. Damn, Morgans had bet it all on Mugiwara and it seemed like he lost. He typed feverishly as he wanted to deliver the news as soon as he could. He didn't need Kizaru knocking on his front door again after all. Once he was done, he angrily ripped the template from the typewriter and read what he had to write. He had to be partial of the Marine as he was given a hefty bribe to do so. On the birth of a new year, a war took place. The Straw Hat Pirates challenged the Whitebeard Pirates into the match of the century. Shirohige was a man of many things, but he was best known as being the strongest, and for Mugiwara to challenge him, it was a testament of his cockiness. Mugiwara is the same man who blazed through the Grand Line, destroying nations such as Alabasta, Dressrosa, and Fishman Island, delegating the creation of a terrible armada full of criminals. It was a hard-fought battle, and yet the Whitebeard pirates came out on top, and just as all hope was lost, our marine protectors, who are righteous and just, arrive in the nick of time to cause a retreat from the evil forces, with Admiral Aokiji coming out on top by killing Mugiwara. For those who wish to become pirates, this is your warning, as your faith will surely lead to death by the hands of justice. The albatross Zoan dropped the paper and dipped his head into his arm. This was not the real story of what really happened, just propaganda by the world government. He took a sip of his alcoholic drink and tossed the news to the side. As photos from the war finally developed, he looked at each one, admiring what took place that day. It must have taken him hours to look through all the photos, and yet, not another soul saw those photos. Morgans brought the photos into his safe, locking it, for the world cannot see what happened that day, or it would be his head. Sphinx 3 weeks later. It had been 3 weeks and still no news from the captain. Of course they heard that Admiral Aokiji killed him, but they could not believe it. The content of his recording was delivered to the Straw Hat Pirates after they had traveled far from inland. The Marines overran the island, and Katakuri had to make the difficult decision of leaving before being caught. Whitebeard had offered his home island as a rendezvous point, and everyone was now there, still filtering in slowly and getting the medical help that they need. The recording found itself in a package delivered to Hancock, titled, Mugiwara's Final Will. Hancock called a meeting. All commanders of the Straw Hat Pirates were present, and Whitebeard along with Marco, Jazu, and Vista were there as well. Hey guys, sorry I died, began Luffy, although he had a smile throughout the whole time. The recording of the Straw Hat Captain was visual and auditory, which caused tears to begin to flow as the sudden reality of his actual death came crashing into everyone's heart. I have been granted a last will before I died. So let me begin with Katakuri. I give you the Straw Hat Armada, as no better person can lead this armada than you. Carry on my legacy and become an emperor of the sea. Katakuri ceased as the very ground he stood and began to cave at the pressure he was releasing. Am I deserving of your service, Mihawk? I'm sorry, but looks like I died before you can help me become the king. But you can still become the greatest swordsman in the world. Frustration erupted from the second commander as he unleashed a wave of haki. People felt his frustration, but Luffy continued on the recording. There was no pause button. Alive. Stay that way, Lucci. I hope you find who you are looking for. But revenge is not the answer. Cherish your newfound friendship and do not fall into darkness. Lucci nodded his head, swearing to his captain's command. Everyone, who would have thought Arlong and Broly would be a thing? Anyway, in all seriousness, take care of your people and make sure that the journey to the surface world is safe. I am so proud of what you have become, Arlong. Please lend Brook Jinbei, as he is very important in my mission for him. More on that later. Everyone had a good chuckle at the Straw Hat Captain's joke. Arlong agreed to the plan, as his captain would want. As soon as the meeting was over, he will deliver the news to the helmsman. Be it as it may, Brook. I'm sorry, buddy. Please take care of the kids. They need to stay safe no matter what. Frankie and Jinbei are really good guys. Take him with you. And wherever my Robin goes, please protect her. Aye, Captain, said Brook softly. Tears flowed through his eye socket. He thought of a bone joke but dropped it. He was in no mood to make one. He'll have to talk to Frankie and Jinbei later, right after this sad moment. Back then, Crocodile, I hated you, but you better not start a new crime syndicate, you hear? Stay with everyone and find a guy nicknamed Black Cat for me. He'll be a good addition to our armada. Crocodile didn't show it in his face, but deep inside he too was hurting at the loss of their captain. To have the captain acknowledgement and including him in this bunch of idiots. It made his heart clench tightly. So Crocodile did have a heart after all. Real knows real, Guild. Make sure to keep doing honest work and earning honest money. Keep me proud, keep her proud. Guild too didn't cry, but he was hurting. He learned to accept Luffy as his captain, as did many of the people in that room. Soon, Hadrudin, you will achieve your dream of reinstating the giant pirates. I had hoped to be alive to witness it happen. Hadrudin, the giant, didn't hold back as he let his tears flow. The young pirate captain swore to fulfill the captain's wish, the reinstatement of the giant pirates. In spite of the current situation, Moria, we are your family, no matter what. Stick with everyone, and locate and subdue a guy named Caesar for me. He'll work well with the crew. Moria was crying for losing the person he respected the most. It took a lot out of him to actually learn to respect the Straw Hat Captain, and for him to die. 9 times out of 9, I would pick you, Buggy, as you are an amazing pirate, and never forget that. Give Shanks a slap on the back of his head next time you see him. Buggy too was crying furiously, but more notably, in the distance, Shanks had been listening in on the Straw Hat's will. His eyes was covered with his red hair, but it was noticeable that tears were flowing. It had to be done. Years. It took you years, Enel, to discover what it meant to have a family. I hope you have seen us as a family like we see you. Stay close and keep everyone safe. I never told you this, but try to infuse haki in your lightning. It would be deadly. Enel nodded his head, smiling at the advice from his late captain, though he gripped his fist tightly as he only had revenge in his mind. Husen, now to Whitebeard. I hope you have made it out alive after the beating you took from me. Whitebeard chuckled at the grim reminder that the world government has dubbed Whitebeard to be the victor of the war, and they gave Husen the credit for killing Mugiwara. Even through my death, I hope you honor our alliance. Maybe Mugiwara wasn't the one that was promised. He had to find him, whoever he may be. Whitebeard looked at Katakuri, the new captain of the Straw Hats. I will, I swear it. Thank you, responded Katakuri quietly. Pops, you lost to Mugiwara, huh? Asked Marco. I sure did, son, I sure did, replied Whitebeard with a smile over his face. A single tear rolled down his eye. He'll find the one that was promised. Everyone please leave, as this next part will play for my queens. That's an order. Everyone chuckled at the final order of the captain, though probably in the face of death. He still joked. As the room cleared, leaving Hancock, Viola, and Robin, the recording device played. The 3 women were in tears after losing the love of their life. Viola, I wish for you to return to your country and become the queen that you were meant to be. I love you so much, and I wish I could be there to embrace you one last time. Robin, take the minks up for their quest to retrieve the poneglyph. But be extra careful and do not go after the road poneglyphs. Not unless you have the backing of the entire Armada and the Whitebeard pirates. I'm sorry I left you like this. I love you, and I wish I could kiss you one last time. Hancock. His voice cut off as his voice trembled noticeably. The emotion was overflowing. They could feel it. Please understand. I love you. The freezing ensued as the sound of the snail cut off. They jumped slightly at the ending of the message, as it was his last breath before being murdered by Husen. The weight of his voice caused her to collapse on the ground. The 3 queens embraced one another. their eyes filled with tears at the loss of the love of their life. The end of an era had finally come for the man with the straw hat, his signature hat drifting through the wind from inland to wherever it would land. A knife will fill the world with darkness, for the birth of the end is near. Teach killed Thatch, fulfilling his destiny. Blood and destruction will cover the air as one man will once again become his best. The war which shook the foundation of the world. Whitebeard came out younger and stronger. A faceless man in a passageway will put a halt to the pain. Bonkley and Bluno worked together in conjunction to pose as Whitebeard and put an end to the war to allow their captain to fight against the real Whitebeard, to ensure the birth of the new age, a unification that has never been seen before. The Straw Hats, under Katakuri, have now joined an alliance with Whitebeard, an alliance never seen before. A Straw Hat man will have ice fill his veins as he will die from this very world. Monkey D. Luffy, rest in peace. Year 1515. 9 years later, it was gloomy on a particular island, as waves crashed violently against the shores of inland. A ship known as the Thousand Sunny was docked on the northern shore, where 9 years ago, the Straw Hat Grand Armada and the Whitebeard pirates waged war. Remnants of the past remained all over the island, and yet it was all covered by thick ice that ultimately ended his life. Every year, for the past 9 years, 10 people visited the grave of their fallen captain ... to honor his bravery and his undying legend. Uranoa Zoro did in fact grow to be the apprentice of Dracula Mihawk as the young swordsman finally earned his respect. He has a mastery of the sword that could compare with the world's greatest swordsman. His style was of the three swords, and his attire was a long dark green cloth along with his left eyes visibly scared. He currently laid along the hammock of the Thousand Sunny as he awaited their arrival to inland. Nami, who's now grown into a fully grown lady, never really got over her childhood crush of the fallen captain. Her body was fully developed as she wore an orange bikini top along with blue jeans. Her weapon of choice was her weather-manipulating device known as the Climatak. Although if the enemy got too close thinking her main source of damage was her long-range weapon, they were gravely mistaken, as she was a master of fishman karate taught to her by numerous fish folks. It helped that one of the masters of the art was on her crew. Usopp has become a muscular warrior of the sea. His observation haki was par to none as he became one of the greatest users of observation haki. His teacher, Katakuri, would attest to this as he would say that Usopp probably surpassed him. Sanji has become a powerful warrior in his own right. He has become a master of the black leg techniques as Zeph drilled him hard on training. It paid its due dividends though. And yet he was stuck deep in thoughts. Not once did he try to flirt with the ladies of the crew for the past week. Something was up with him, but nobody was able to get anything out of him. Tony Chopper has made friends with these crazy bunch of people, and he will die for any one of them as he learned to love his little family. He has become a very strong contender as being the best doctor in the world. In fact, anyone could argue he was the best and nobody would question it. Jinbei, the warrior of the sea, was dubbed as the second strongest fishman in the entire world. He was tasked by the fallen captain to tag along with Brook in ensuring that this specific group remained safe at all times. Frankie is a mechanical genius who was responsible in building the Thousand Sunny. He also added many improvements on the magnificent vessel and kept it in top shape for all this year. Brook, the former 5th commander, had relegated to a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. It was in his final order to watch everyone in this group, so it was natural to stay with them. Robin, a former queen of the Straw Hat legend, did find enough poneglyphs to satiate her initial hunger for knowledge, but in their quest for the road poneglyph, disaster struck, and now, for the past 2 years, she had to live with her mistake. They all have. And lastly, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Boa Hancock. She was a former queen of the Straw Hats, now wearing the signature straw hat of the former captain. She was supposed to marry him. They were supposed to rule all the sea ... but he's dead. She was here to honor the love of her life, along with the Straw Hat Pirates. What remained of the former, mighty Straw Hat Grand Armada was now reduced to these 10 people. Their forces have scattered as not one man can hold everyone together, as that man was dead. On the eve of the new year, they visited his grave to honor him. They would pay their respect and move on once more, going on their way. This year was no different as per usual. Everyone made their peace and began to filter out. Zoro was the first to leave as he remembered the Straw Hat captain giving him a home with the people in this crew. He grew up with everyone and he would never have such an amazing growth period if he never met him. Plus he introduced him to Dracula Mihawk, the man who trained him to become the best. Usopp noticed that Zoro was leaving and swiftly chased after him. If they weren't careful, Zoro would be lost in this massive ice land. Zoro, wait up. Zoro already began walking on the opposite way to the Thousand Sunny. It was lucky that Usopp would notice these things, no matter how little of a detail it may seem. He wrapped his arms around Zoro and teased the swordsman, to which the swordsman playfully pushed him out of his way. They were brothers since the day that the captain put them together. In fact, they were all a family since the captain put them together. Usopp thanked the former captain due to catching his natural observation skills and allowing him to master it, own it at an early age. Jinbei left shortly after, remembering all that the Straw Hat captain had done for him and his people. His undying loyalty for the man was unfathomable, as he's done so much in the short amount of time that he knew him. Jinbei began to make his way to the ship as it was time to move on. Sanji was next, as in his mind all he could think about was the burden which he would have to accept. He brought a letter from his back pocket, looked it over, and returned it back in his pocket. Sanji then threw his cigarette in the ground and stepped on it, putting the flames out. He made his way back to the ship, being the fourth to leave. In his mind, he wondered, should I do it? Chopper noticed that Sanji was down, so he hopped onto his shoulder. What's wrong? The little reindeer asked. Nothing, replied Sanji with a weak smile as he walked away with Chopper over his shoulder. The reindeer had many things to thank the Straw Hat captain, giving him access to the best medical minds in the world, but more importantly, by letting him meet these people who have become his family. Nami let a single tear escape her eyes as she reminisced her younger days. When the captain first arrived, she immediately fell head over heels for him, but he never really returned the feelings. She thanked him for bringing her the best teacher she could get and learned to defend herself and any enemy in front of her. She made her way to the ship after saying her piece. Frankie was the next person to go, as he too thanked the Straw Hat captain and giving him this family. He would have most likely lost his life if he never saved him. But now here he was, with 2 bionic arms, the chief engineer of the crew. Brook would let tears flow through his eye socket as he remembered the fallen captain. He would have rotted in the Florian Triangle if he was never saved. His adventures and friends that he made were all thanks to him, and he would never forget that. Then there were 2. As Robin and Hancock embraced one another, they have not taken a lover in the past 9 years, as their heart only belonged to one man, and that man was dead. They focused their energy on other things, such as Robin's tenacious pursuit of true history, while Hancock had become one of the strongest women in the sea, though in her mind she regretted how everyone went their separate ways. A once mighty Straw Hat Armada had split into 2 factions, the Armada and their pirate crew, though the alliance was still there. As Robin made her peace, Hancock did as well, and the 2 powerful women made their way to the ship, embracing one another, on their way to reunite with those who survived the awful defeat 2 years ago. As Hancock was leaving, with her grief filling her thoughts, she failed to notice that the straw hat which was once in her head flew away from her. Neither one of the ladies noticed that it was gone. The straw hat flew for some time, finally landing on the floor of the frigid wasteland. It must have been an hour when the Straw Hat pirates had left the land when a massive gale arrived, crashing through the shores of inland. The flag of the ship was that of the famed Emperor of the Sea, red-haired Shanks. He jumped over his ship and landed on the wasteland, his eye gleaming a certain way. 9 years, he had been waiting. Ah yes, well, if you wish to join us for the rest of the meeting, you are more than welcome to do so, King Neptune replied, although still a bit shocked. I'm okay, King Neptune, thank you. He then looked at Shanks, who seemed to be in awe at his boldness. When can we leave? Actually, that was another thing I wanted to talk to you about. Now that this is all out there, I can't take you to Whole Cake Island. I have some unfinished business I need to attend to, but Fisher Tiger has offered to take you there instead. Red-haired. The room suddenly got cold and Shanks stopped in his footsteps. Vice Admiral Cusin greeted Shanks with the same tone. Admiral Aokiji to you, pirate. People in the surveillance room had been watching the entire exchange through some visual den mushy, though suddenly their feed got interrupted as all they could see was an empty screen. 5 seconds. Cusin walked beside Shanks and whispered, "He's not supposed to be here yet. Take care of it." Okay. Cusin immediately deactivated his abilities, returning everything to normal. Chapter 16. And so per his request, along with the perfect timing and execution, they were able to take care of it. Shanks blocked the way of Admiral Akenu and Admiral Zephyr, and he allowed a small ship that carried Cusin to get through. He let Cusin do what he needed to do. He let this whole thing happen, but it had to be done. It had to. Now Shanks traversed the distance, knowing full well where he would be. Amazing how time did not put a dent in Cusin's ice, as it remained as solid as it was the day it was set. Shanks sat on an ice-shaped stool, curious that there was one there, but he was more than happy to take it. He brought a large bag with him, filled with different meat and drinks. Now all he could really do was wait, as this was supposed to be the time. Another hour passed until finally something happened. As the ice encasement began to shift, cracks began to form from all over the land. It would only be a few minutes before the ground trembled and the ice shattered into 1,000 pieces. The entirety of inland, which has been covered in ice for 9 years, began to melt the ice away. On the tail end of the melting process, there came a loud gasp for air. "GAH!" exclaimed a jet-haired young man. Shanks approached the man slowly, though he had to quickly avoid an oncoming punch much quicker than he anticipated. The punch managed to graze him over his right cheek, though instead of being angry, he had a smile over his face. A Straw Hat man will have ice fill his veins, as he will die from this very world. Suddenly, something triggered in Luffy's head. His despair was replaced by hope, even just slightly. By you being here. How'd he know the exact time? Well, it was in Cuzin's words. He was a man out of time, and he needed to return to the time in which he traveled from. So therefore, Nijiwara's final will. Hey guys, sorry I died, began Luffy, although he had a smile throughout the whole time. I have been granted a last will before I died, so let me begin with Katakuri. Am I deserving of your service, Mihawk? I'm sorry, but looks like I died. Alive, stay that way, Lucci. I hope you find who you are looking for. Everyone, who would have thought Arlong and Broly would be a thing? Be it as it may, Brook. I'm sorry, buddy. Back then, Crocodile, I hated you, but you better not start a new crime syndicate, you hear? Real knows real, guild. Make sure to keep doing honest work and earning honest money. Soon, Hadrudin, you will achieve your dream of reinstating the giant pirates. In spite of the current situation, Moria, we are your family. 9 times out of 9, I would pick you, Buggy. Years. It took you years, Enel, to discover what it meant to have a family. Hey, I am alive, everyone. Be back real soon. In 9 years. You still have the same fire, I see. Shanks crouched over the struggling figure of a certain raven-haired warrior who hasn't moved his body in literally 9 years. Shanks, he managed to cough up weakly. He recognized that voice as that was his hero. You betrayed me. The young man could barely move, he could barely speak. And Shanks tossed the bag full of food. The content spilled over, to which the eyes of the young man lit up. He then started slowly, chewing delicately to a small piece of pork chop. Then he moved on to a drumstick, then into a steak, until finally, the young man was scarfing down the food and drink. He was replenishing his body, seemingly catching up for all the lost time. His seemingly frail body had now become muscular once more, as the nutrients were filling in his depleted muscle. After consuming the entire amount of food that Shanks had brought him, he took a deep breath. Shanks let him digest his food before finally answering his initial accusation. I'm sorry, Luffy, but by time traveling into the past, in your age that you were, you've messed up the timeline. Some good things came out of it, but mostly bad. Where am I? What year is it? Luffy immediately noticed the more rough look of the Emperor. Inland, 0.1524, answered Shanks. Both of his arms were still there, so there was really something good with his time travel. But still, he failed to understand why he had to be frozen for 9 freaking years. What happened? What happened to everyone? Asked Luffy, finally awake from his long slumber. He was truly worried about his people. What happened to them? Those especially Hancock, Robin, and Viola. As far as your people goes, you'll learn soon enough. But the big picture here is that there are 5 emperors that roam these seas. 6 admirals are on top of the Marines, and the warlord system remains at 7. Who are the warlords admirals and emperors? Asked Luffy. He was sure Katakuri would be one of them. He'd put all of Guild's money in it. Kuma is the only remaining of the warlord of your time. He is now 90% cyborg with only 10% of his personality left. His paw fruit is still a killer though. I hate to see him in battle as he is a pretty strong guy. Without Kuma going against order and separating the Straw Hats to safety, he was never turned into a mindless machine and used as a slave. Weevil is one of the 7 warlords. He made it his mission to single-handedly hunt down members of the Whitebeard. The slimy bastard is able to avert Whitebeard's hunting party or single-handedly defeat them. Luffy didn't speak, as all he really did was listen. He let Shanks go on and list the 7 warlords. As far as Weevil, no surprise there. He wondered if Whitebeard really was the father to that twerp. Orlumbus is a powerful New World pirate who managed to accumulate a fighting force of 8,000 men, all under his flag. He took the deal with the Marines as his goal in life is to explore all corners of the seas. The fighting explorer has earned his star as one of the warlords of the sea. Who would have thought that one of his former fleet members would rise to the occasion? Orlumbus was of course a powerful pirate in his own right. But how different is he to be a warlord in this timeline? Foxy, began Shanks, to which Luffy raised his eyebrows. The same guy who tricked people in stealing their crew members. How did that idiot become a warlord? Is a powerful paramecia whose abilities are mysterious in nature. I never really met the guy, but I think he has the Noro fruit that allows him to slow anybody's momentum for as long as he wants. The guy actually used his devil fruit to its full potential. Maybe he wasn't an idiot after all. Alvida. Okay, this was getting stupid. Alvida, the giant mace-wielding lady who tortured Kobe for all his young life. How the hell did she? Her abilities have started a legend that nobody has injured her in years. Plus, to earn her spot, she put your guy, Buggy, in Impel Down. Luffy noticed a change in tone from Shanks when mentioning Impel Down. What was that all about? But Buggy being there was an issue. Looks like he would have to go back and get him. Law has earned his spot as one of the warlords of the sea. He has used his position to target evil pirates and put them in prison. He was also a warlord of the sea during his timeline. But why would he join them if the Armada was still a thing? Law always had his own ambitions. If Doflamingo was dead... Why did he join the Marines as a warlord? The last member of the warlords is your brother. Ace at this. Luffy couldn't believe what was being said. Ace became a warlord, exclaimed Luffy. Oh yeah, Firefist took the position. Did you know the guy? Marineford. I'm glad you all decided to show up. On the helm of the meeting, current Fleet Admiral Sengoku addressed the warlords of the sea. Beside Sengoku, sat Vice Admiral Garp. His gaze was focused on one particular flame user in the room. Go on with it then, Foxy said restlessly. The captain of the Foxy Pirates attended the important meeting when he could have been out there, stealing members from other pirate crews. He hasn't failed in doing so either. Shut your face, Foxy, or I'll do it for you, threatened Garp as the disrespectful warlord was as mouthy as ever. Bah, whatever, old man, responded Foxy, but he quieted down. Kuma remained his cybernetic self, looking into the distance with a blank look, one arm around his Bible. Why is Alvida here with idiots anyway? Alvida, the lone female warlord, asked. She referred to herself in third person because that's just the way she is. She didn't really care as she was busy looking at her smooth skin through a mirror. She was the fairest. Anyone who disagreed met the end of her sea prism mace. In all of her years rising to her status, she has yet to obtain an injury, making her seemingly invincible. That is no way to talk for a lady, commented Orlumbus. The fleet commander has earned his spot for overwhelming enemy pirates with his massive fighting force, though he was no pushover either, as his power was well known throughout all the seas. HN. Law scoffed at the behavior of his fellow warlords. He didn't look an age older than 21, which was peculiar in its own way. Weevil was not present for the meeting, as he never was, though his mother put in that they will be there for the execution. Of who exactly? Then there was Ace, who stared right back at Garp. If looks could kill, they would both be dead. Well, I have summoned you all here today because of something coming up in a month's time. We require your presence at Marineford due to a high-profile execution. We will use this spectacle to bring some dangerous people out of the shadow, more notably Whitebeard and Big Mom, as well as the remnants of the Straw Hat Armada. Count me in, said Foxy before first standing up. If it was just that, you could have sent a letter, said the warlord in a snotty tune. He then walked out from the meeting, his confidence oozing. The fleet admiral and vice admiral wanted to punch the snot out of Foxy's face, but they needed his particular talent, especially for what was coming. Alvida will attend. With that, Alvida left as well. Orlumbus nodded his head, signifying that he will be present for the execution, and he left too. Trafalgar, you're with us, right? Warned Sengoku, as Law had previous affiliation with the prisoner up for execution. Yeah, why wouldn't I be? Replied Law coolly as he got up, outstretched his hands, and left the area with style. He activated his room and switched places with a loaf of bread aboard his submarine. Miles from the meeting area. Ace, asked Garp through his teeth. The old man was still sour that he chose the pirate life instead of becoming a marine. Fire Fist, your answer. Akainu, Zephyr, Aokiji, Kizaru, Fujitora, Ryukaju, Sengoku, Garp, nor 5 Elder Stars. Doesn't matter who did it. I'm only here for one thing, and you both know it. I'm gonna learn who ordered my mother to be killed... and I will kill them with my own hands. If I have to play for your politics, so be it. They didn't know, thought Ace. All they knew was he was after his mother's killer. But really, he was Roger's son. Garp knew, but Sengoku did not. The fire Loja disappeared in a whirlwind of flame pillar, damaging the meeting area. Inland, Luffy tried to process the information dump that Shanks was giving. It was so much at one time. The Admiral were now 6 in numbers. Akainu, Zephyr, Aokiji, Kizaru, Fujitora, and Ryukaju. Well, as far as emperors go, I am one of the 6 emperors of the sea, as you already know. It's been bad, Luffy. Everyone is fighting for territory and a play for the One Piece. Big Mom, Charlotte Linland, still holds her massive information network. She's still marrying people into her family to solidify some alliances... In fact, I believe a marriage is coming up in a few months with one of her daughters. Fuck, did the Germa get invited to join the Big Mom Pirates again? Which means Sanji. Kaido remains a beast, having a firm grasp at Wano. Last time I heard any news from there seems to be trouble brewing between the Shogun and some time travelers. It couldn't be you since you've been dead. Oh no, another problem. Momo and everyone have been trusted forward by Lady Toki. This was the time they were transported, and that traitorous bastard... He needs to take care of him. 4 years ago, Blackbeard became an addition to the rank as he successfully broke into Impel Down and took many level 6 prisoners with him. He posed as a warlord and broke powerful people out of the hellish prison. That bastard needed to die. Fuck, so Lucci failed to kill him back then. Whitebeard is still an emperor since you helped him return in his prime. Like I said, the warlord is after his legacy, so he's been searching for Weevil, but other than that, he has been quiet lately ever since the capture of your guy, Katakuri. Wait, Katakuri was captured? Is he working for Whitebeard? He couldn't help it anymore, as this was crazy stuff that he was hearing. Dogtooth is actually... 2 years ago now. A former Yonko of the sea. To this Luffy smiled. So he did it, huh? He knew he could, but what happened? He took over your Grand Armada and ran with it. The reason he was a former Yonko is because he got caught. Went into Big Mom's territory to challenge for her road poneglyphs and lost. Half of your former Armada is currently locked in Impel Down. Execution date is in a month, and the Marines are calling all their forces in Marineford expecting the Whitebeard pirates to retaliate as they are currently allied. God damn it, it was happening no matter what. Someone was going to be executed. This time his most trusted commander and friend. Most of his armada was locked away, and he did not know who was available. No matter what, he had to break out Katakuri and his people from Impel Down, even if he had to storm through the front door of the prison by himself. Shanks noticed that he was deep on thoughts as it was a lot of information. Luffy, listen, I had you frozen in time because you were the promised one. The one who will put an end to these ridiculous political games and suffering. Back in Dawn Island, I was ready to sacrifice an arm for you because I knew you were the one. But Lady Toki sent you back because you failed the first time. I thought about it for a long time and I knew that would be her only reason to do it. My captain, Roger, was too early for the One Piece and he wished he wasn't ... So Luffy, to simply put it, you would have been too soon to fulfill your destiny. This is why I did what I did. Luffy remained pensive, looking out in the distance. It made sense, but he hated the idea that it affected him so much. Why him? Why can't fucking Shanks be the chosen one? Shanks got up and asked, did you need a ride somewhere? Like good old times. He attempted to lighten the mood, but Luffy was pissed beyond words. Damn, why does time travel have to be so damn complicated? I'm fine, go on then, Shanks. I need to be alone. Shanks tried to say something, but no words came out. He respected the request of the time traveler and moved on. He began to walk away, until he made it to his ship. He looked back for the last time before giving the order to depart. If he thought he knew Luffy, then he had to be somewhere. As the mind of the young man was mostly predictable ... he would die for his friends. Luffy was walking aimlessly around inland. The ice was mostly melted around the island, but Luffy did not really care for that. His mind was still in a mess as he could not process that he now went forward in time, back to his normal time, but everything was fucked up. The very first thing he needed to do was save Katakuri. There was no way he'll let him die. The execution was in a month, but he would be found in Impel Down. Did he want to go in there to try and avoid a major war? Hell yeah. Then he had to figure everything out as he went. From the reason why Ace is a warlord, to taking care of Sanji's family issues, and of course the other time travelers. In other words, he needed to challenge the Marine for his crew, kill Big Mom, Kaido, and lastly Blackbeard. Somewhere in the middle, he'll kill the Celestial Dragons somehow. Oh, those fucker in the underground world also. Yeah, solid plan. Now he needed his manpower back. Luffy was deep in his thoughts, walking aimlessly around inland. He was planning his next course of action when suddenly he stumbled upon a straw hat, the same one that belonged to him. Huh, said Luffy out loud. He curiously picked it up and looked it over. Then his senses suddenly heightened at a certain smell belonging to one particular lady. Had she been keeping it all this time ... How did it get here? That belongs to me, said a voice from behind him. He immediately became stiff as that voice sounded very familiar. His heart began to jump out of his chest as he slowly turned around. And sure enough, there she was, looking as stunning as the first day he fell in love with her. Hancock, Luffy said slowly. He didn't know how she would take the news that he had returned. For all the world knows, he died 9 years ago. Tears welled up in Hancock's eyes as she saw his face. Was it happiness? Grief? He liked to think so. Her form became weak as she nearly collapsed. He was going to run and catch her before she fell, though she caught herself and wiped her tears. He wished he could go to her and hug her. He should just do it right. So he did, slowly walking towards her. Not once did his eyes leave hers. It was still there, the desire, and yet as he got close, her eyes became angry and her right foot was brought up and met him square on the face. Luffy was sent right on the ground, the impact creating a crater on the floor. What? His body remained durable as ever. His amazing metabolism and recovery factor was a marvel. You fucking imposter. How dare you mess with my emotion? Exclaimed Hancock as she attempted to follow up her strike with another leg drop. Although Luffy rolled away in time. Of course, she didn't know it was really him. God, she was hot when she was angry. A pink humanoid figure shot out of Hancock as she activated her secret awakening. Medusa escaped her body, complete with a spear and an orb. Luffy beamed up at realizing that she finally mastered her ability. You finally did it, he exclaimed in happiness, despite being in massive pain from receiving her kicks. It was too late. As Hancock was seething in anger, she looked into who she thought was an imposter and activated her ability. Luffy loves Hancock to death ... Her amazing nature, looks, her talents, perfect goddess-like figure ... So of course he lusted for her, especially after 9 years in the ice. He could not wait to tear into her, but it became his undoing, as Luffy was instantly turned into stone, not another word out of his mouth. Medusa was going to shatter the Luffy statue into a million pieces until finally Hancock realized something. Hancock's eyes widened as she processed what he said. Only Luffy would know of her awakening, how hard she trained for it. His voice was that of someone proud of another person. Then she finally realized, as tears welled through her eyes, that this was truly her one and only. Luffy, the stone encasement crumbled, Medusa melting into the ground in a pink goo, and Luffy coming out with a massive smile over his face. Hey, it's been a while. And just like that, Luffy was swallowed with an embrace so tight, he could feel their heart connect once more. No love lost between the two. For this moment he forgot all his worries, planning, and lost time. For this moment all that mattered was the woman in his arms. Inland, well I'll be damned. Their tight embrace was interrupted for a moment, though Luffy kept Hancock close. For on top of the hill, a one-eyed swordsman stared directly down at him. It didn't take long before the rest of the Straw Hats surrounded him. Everyone was here. Sanji, Nami, Jinbei, Brook, Chopper, Frankie, Usopp, Zoro, and there she was, his one and only, Robin. Though the first to truly run to him was surprisingly Nami, who seemingly ran to embrace him. Her assets were in full display as she quickly covered the ground between them. She didn't run to him to hug him, she ran to him to quickly grab the woman in his arm, Hancock. Oh shit, they think he is the enemy. Smart. Once Nami grabbed Hancock, Robin encased the duo in a hand shield. Luffy looked at this in confusion, but he could no longer see them as a pillar of ocean water escaping from the earth and separated Luffy from them. Thank you, Jinbei. Before he could really do anything, an angry Brook was mere inches from cutting his head off. Luckily his godlike reflexes were still there. He was able to duck down on time as his chilling blade was near his face. Though the rest of the Straw Hats was not done yet as a superheated diable jam fell from the sky. The meteoric downfall of the chef was avoided by Luffy sidestepping. Good thing he did too, because he would have been barbecue underneath the flaming dropkick. They have become so strong in the time that he's been gone. Zoro zoomed through the flaming impact that was missed by Sanji, bringing out his two-blade technique. Luffy had to activate armament. Lucky he still had it or he would have been chopped liver. The blade made an impact with his armament guard and pushed him several steps back. His blade sparked in collision with Luffy's arm and the green-haired swordsman raised an eyebrow. You're strong, imposter. Zoro smirked as he ducked. Chopper came running through with horn point. His face was plastered with anger as he could now believe his hero was being insulted like this. Luffy caught the horn with both hands. Damn, he was strong. But Luffy was able to hold him steady, though their combination wasn't done yet. Frankie had his arms extended. A particle beam was aimed at the face of who he thought was a fake. When did Frankie become such a technological beast? Did he become a better inventor in this timeline? Luffy tossed Chopper to the side so as to not let Chopper get hit. Chopper took note of the imposter protecting him. The particle beam hit Luffy straight to the face and sent him several yards back. As the smoke cleared, his body was covered in armament. But the Straw Hats were not going to let him go easy. A pellet flew by his head, missing him. But it was purposely launched by Usopp as the pellet expanded into a vine trap, entangling with his limbs. Luffy got free with his legs, but a set of hands held him down, courtesy of Robin. Then for the combo of the Straw Hats to end, Nami raised her climatic in the air, unleashing a flurry of black lightning through the body of Luffy. He couldn't believe that lightning was actually hurting him. This alternate form of lightning had to have come from Enel. As the smoke cleared, Luffy found himself surrounded. With Brook having his blade at the throat of Luffy, cold air emitting from the tip of his blade. Zoro and Sanji stood on standby beside Brook, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Jinbei and Frankie were behind him. Both men were ready to strike as well. But they wouldn't get a chance to do so as Hancock broke from Nami's embrace and made a break for her love. Luffy had a smile on his face as he was going to get a little serious, though Hancock got in between Brook's blade and Luffy. "Captain?" asked Brook, although retrieving his blade from nearly piercing her. Hancock's eyes were unwavering. "I'm not your captain." She turned and looked at Luffy, immediately accepting him as the rightful captain of the pirate crew. She was a powerful woman of the sea, feared by all life, and yet there was something about him that made her tremble, weak, excited. He is your true captain. Monkey D. Luffy. To this a collective gasp, a moment to process and finally realize that this was truly the one and only. Sanji's mouth hung agape as the cigarette fell out. He fell on both knees with tears welling up in his eyes. Chopper began to cry furiously at the revelation, and Frankie quickly embraced him. He could not believe what was happening as his eyes hung wide open. Brook collapsed on the ground, falling on both knees in a similar fashion as Sanji. Zoro fell flat on his ass, grabbing his hair at the shock of what was happening. Usopp passed out, falling face first into the ground, with Jinbei catching him before he fell. Jinbei held Usopp and gently placed him on the ground. He maintained his posture and looked at the legend in confusion. Nami had tears flowing from her eyes as she embraced Hancock, for Robin slowly made her way to him. At first she looked him over, not believing it was really him. She then caressed his cheeks slowly. An audible gasp could be heard from Robin as electricity coursed through her body. It was truly him. And when one loves another, she could feel it. Luffy didn't really know what to expect. Was she going to hug him, kiss him, punch him? Then, a loud smack over his cheeks as her palm went straight to his face. Luffy was shocked, and yet he wasn't given any time to react as she grabbed his face and brought him in, giving him a passionate kiss. He felt her pain and suffering for the many years they've been separated. This kiss deepened by the minute, and the group replaced their disbelief with glee. Their lips parted for a moment. It was then that Hancock joined them, as the trio were entangled in an embrace, one arm for each lady. Sanji finally got up, a smile over his face. Frankie raised Chopper over his head and Brook stood beside them. Jinbei and Zoro shared a smile and Usopp ruffled Nami's hair. This truly was Straw Hat Luffy. Their sweet moment ended after a while and Luffy addressed the elephant in the room. For right then and in land, Mugiwara was reborn once more. I can't tell you how I'm still alive. So what happened since disappearing? Asked Luffy, to which the group had a change in mood once more. For the arrival of the captain was a list of horrible news that they would have to reveal to him. Some good, mostly bad. Captain, I'm glad you've come back. Let me begin with telling you about what happened after you died. Usopp began for the group. He was much more confident than before. Commander Enel swore revenge on Admiral Aokichi and blindly went after him. Commander Enel lost and was sent to Impel Down as a result of his anger. He's been there for 9 years. He owed the Thunder Man some sake for his valiant effort, but Kyuzen was no joke. Jinbei took over and continued the story. Captain, you are as young as the day I remembered you. The following year, the reverie occurred where Commander Lucci was in attendance along with Queen Viola. First, the positive. Fishman Island officially declared their journey to the surface, which was approved by 80% of the council. But in a negative light, the king of the Drum Kingdom made a play to start a war with Alabasta by striking Princess Vivi. The princess did not honor King Wapol's attempt to start a war by not giving him a reaction. Commander Lucci waited for the end of the reverie and killed Wapol before he could return home. He took the insult personally, as Princess Vivi was your betrothed. Well is still now that you are alive, and waited for home. Ever since then, Commander Lucci has been missing no contact, although the Armada had been getting occasional help from the Shadow and we think it is him. Holy shit, catching up for lost time was insane. Lucci killed Jinbei, then stepped back, where Zoro took over. As per your request, Captain, Katakuri took over and expanded the crew even further. We obtained prominent fighters, solidified the alliance with Whitebeard, but also some left the crew to start their own. Okay, wow, this is a lot of information, you guys. Let's take a break for now, fill me in later. So tell me, did you all join the Grand Armada? Luffy wanted a break from the information of what he missed. Of course, he brought in Robin, Frankie, and Brook, but the younger ones. We all joined 2 years ago, Captain. Answer Sanji for the group, a fresh cigarette in his mouth. Sorry, Captain. We were there when Commander Katakuri fell at the hands of Big Mom, commented Chopper as he hung over the head of Frankie. We were so close at her road poneglyphs, I was sure we could do it, Robin said from beside him. Strangely enough, she removed his arms from around her waist. We would have it, but her forces were too strong and we lacked the manpower. The fall of Commander Katakuri caused a downhill in our morale. It was Hancock's turn to speak. Hancock did the same. Half of the forces were sent to Impel Down, hand-delivered by the Big Mom pirates. Only half got away, added Frankie. Alright, okay, listen up everyone. We're going to break out everyone from Impel Down before a major war begins. In order to do this, I need to rally our forces, and I need to get in touch with Whitebeard and Shanks. His tone was venomous for the last name that he said. He finally let the freezing debacle sink in, and fucking Shanks decided for him without consulting him. Everyone smiled at his order, almost intoxicating how his confidence made them more confident in the seemingly deathly mission. Aye, Captain. The journey to our HQ will take a couple of hours, a day at most. Where is HQ? To this, Frankie and Jinbei smiled in unison. Hachinasu Island. A mighty roar of pain escaped from the mouth of one Hadrudin as a spike slowly went through his hands. Zehahaha. Want to talk now, giant? A bearded man which wore a black and gold captain's coat, along with pistols along his belt. He stood in the eyes of the island's unique skull. Hadrudin was held up by a darkness spike, making him float mid-air, his eyes lined up where Teach was standing. Fuck you, Teach, said Hadrudin. Though that wasn't smart, as around him, his crew yelled in pain as they were repeatedly tortured by the Yonko. Teach had surrounded the island with the bodies of the giant, nailed to a post with his darkness. The giant pirates were defeated and ultimately humiliated in Blackbeard's Island, though they were blindfolded the entire journey so they wouldn't know how to get there. Any time now, giant. I need information. Teach phased back and forth as the scream of his crewmates rang in the air. From Dory and Brogy to new additions such as Jerd, Stanson, Rode, Goldberg, and Lillian Stomach. Fine, damn it, stop. Hadrudin had a down look on his face as he would regret providing this information. He had to stop the suffering of his friends. Blackbeard smiled sadistically, stopping his torture of the giants. Well, they are not going to allow Commander Katakuri to die, no matter what. I don't know the plan, said Hadrudin regretfully. Good, good, said Teach with a massive smile over his face, though he never really planned to leave them off easy. He then activated his power once more as the screams of the giant pirates filled the air. It was like music in his ears. Teach went inside his office quarters, where his commanders were located. In the room were his 10 Titanic captains, where the majority of them came from Impel Down. How long has it been? 4 years. Yeah. In the room were Jesus Burgess, Shiryu of the Rain, Van Augur, Avalo Pizarro, Laffit, Katarina Devon, Vasco Shot, and Doc Q. Outside looking in was Senwan Wolf. Oh, and the 10th member of the 10 Titanic captains was none other than Gecko Moria, who's ready to get their hands dirty. What's going on, boss? Asked Burgess. In a month's time, Dogtooth is going to be executed. Whitebeard and Big Mom will be there. The remaining Straw Hats will be there also. At last we will go as well, making it a 5-way tango. Good plan, but I still think I should be the captain, exclaimed Avalo Pizarro. No, the captain is perfect. He is an emperor of the sea, proclaimed Katarina Devon. The group cheered, but Moria was quiet, staring outside the window at some event that was transpiring. What's wrong, Moria? Not turning your belly on me, are you? Teach noted the reaction of the former Straw Hat pirate. Look outside. Moria pointed, to which everyone did so. Across the island, the crew found that one of the giants had escaped. Her bindings were somehow loosened. That's the post of the in-stomach girl, the one that shrinks, Jesus Burgess noted. How the hell did she get free? Asked Shiryu, his eyes traveling to Moria, who continued to stare outside. He sensed that the group was looking at him. What? I was with him the whole time, replied Moria, pointing at Burgess. It was true, so they moved on from blaming it on Moria. It had to be San Juan. That stupid idiot must have not tightened her bindings, suggested Katarina Devon. Hey San Juan, you big doofus, you missed the binding, exclaimed Jesus Burgess to San Juan, who looked at him with confusion. Though in Moria's head, he replayed the event not even an hour before their meeting. So I had that little punk right in between my arm and choked the living shit out of him. Though Burgess loved to talk about himself so much that Moria could sneak away from him for a moment, substituting himself with a shadow clone. In Moria's mind, Burgess would continue to talk and his clone would continue to actively listen. So Moria disappeared in his own shadow and appeared in the shadow of Hadrudin's head. Moria manifested beside his ears. Hey Hadrudin, I'm getting you free, whispered Moria, to which the giant heard loud and clear. Hadrudin didn't move his head but said, Not me, Lily. To this Moria had a confused look. Why? Faster. Hadrudin did his best to not move his mouth. But Lily would be the best person to free, as she had a very useful devil fruit to escape. To this Moria was halfway into the shadow when he said, I'll find a way to get you all free. I swear it. And Moria appeared next to Lily, freeing her of her bindings. Do not leave until exactly an hour from now. Count to 36-0. And with that, Moria traveled the distance from where he was to where his shadow was, taking its place. You think I'd beat him, huh? Perfect timing, as he returned in the rare time that Burgess actually asked for input. Sure. And Burgess went on and on once more. So Lily did as she was asked and shrunk her size and made way for the dock. She had been long gone when the Blackbeard pirates discovered her. Thousand Sunny. Luffy took a few hours to look through his ship, finding that the Straw Hats have made it into their personality. He missed so much time, he needed to catch up with everyone. Though more importantly, he needed to know where he stood with them, his former queens. Luffy stood outside Robin's door. In a strange way, it was like how she stood outside his door all those time ago. Should he knock? Call out? Maybe do. But he wouldn't need to answer his many questions to himself, as Robin herself opened her door. She was visibly a shade of red. Her breath was hot at the initial meeting. Yes, Captain. The way she said it was cold, almost like she did not forgive him for being gone for 9 years. He did not forgive himself for that either. Hi, I just wanted to say ... how are you? Stuttering for his words was a new look for him. He was so used to being calm and collected, in control. Why does she make him this way? I'm good, thanks. It was so simple, her answer. She could not be more obvious. So Luffy knew to take a hint, so he rubbed his hands together awkwardly and smiled at her. Then, as he had nothing more to say, maybe the kiss at the dock was just a result of the time they've been separated and nothing more. Well, good night then. He thought about going in for a kiss, but that would have been weird bearing the circumstances. Night, was her simple response, and shut the door on his face. Though behind the closed door, Nico Robin leaned against her door and slid down on it, tears flowing from her eyes. Why did this have to be so difficult? So Luffy aimlessly walked around the Thousand Sunny, his heart dejected from the events that occurred. Oi, Captain. Somehow, Luffy ended up in the kitchen, where Sanji was busy making a feast for the returning Luffy. Of course, his appetite was legendary, so therefore he cooked up as much food as he could for his return. Hey Sanji, Luffy said with a smile, admiring the tower of food that he created, though Sanji took note of his lingering pain over his eyes. What's up, Captain? Down under the weather, the crafty chef noted, though Luffy found that his eyes were missing its glint as well. It must have been the forced wedding. Yeah, I suppose. Hey, do you know if anyone in the crew is in a relationship? Of course he was asking about the ladies. Sanji knew he would. Oh, well, Usopp and Kaya are a thing. Very cute couple too. Aw, that's good to hear. So Usopp really did have more confidence and the fighting prowess to back it up. Moss Head and his swords are in a weird foursome of sorts. Luffy chuckled at this. Of course Sanji still had friendly animosity with Zoro. A natural rivalry if he could say so himself. And that's about it. Luffy's ears perked up at this. Where was Robin and Hancock? Nami, and no Captain. Our 3 ladies in this crew are not in a relationship. Nami has the biggest crush on you and never looked at another man. She focused on herself and her own growth and that she never took a relationship with another man. Captain, I mean Hancock now I suppose since you ate the captain. Focused on keeping grasp of your legacy that I guess she never got a chance to find another, or even wanted to. And Robin tried and failed many times, never finding love with any other man. They all never got over you really. To this Luffy's frown was replaced with a massive smile. He then jumped up and made way for Robin's room once more. But before exiting, he said to Sanji, don't worry about the tea party. We'll tell Big Mom to fuck off. To this Luffy disappeared in a cloud of dust. Sanji looked on in confusion. He never told him about the letter. Straw Hat HQ dawn. The Straw Hat pirates arrived at the HQ, and Luffy couldn't believe it. It was his home island. How? He looked at Zoro. To honor your life, and to keep a low profile. Luffy had a smile throughout their entire walk through the village. Not one person recognized him but greeted the rest of the Straw Hats with kindness. He looked back and found that Sunny sank underwater. He was shocked but Frankie caught his stare. Don't worry, Captain. Sunny is going to the Super HQ. We had to build into a mountain and underground. You'll see. Luffy let it go for now. Deep in his mind was the thought of who would be in the base and who will be in Impel Down. He didn't want to know from his crew. He wanted to see for himself. The Straw Hats were now in front of a mountain. It seemed to be a normal mountain formation, but Usopp pressed a button from his jacket pocket, and the sound of mechanical gears began to turn. Suddenly a golden metal entranceway opened from the belly of the mountain. Everyone seemed to be used to it, but he wasn't, and he was impressed. Wow, was all he could say as he stopped to admire the machination. Hancock took his hands and pulled him forward as they went into the base. Straw Hats are back, exclaimed someone from the base. Zoro greeted everyone and disappeared. Sanji went a different way, and Chopper did as well. Usopp, a blonde-haired beauty, ran towards the expert sniper, planting a firm kiss over his lips. The two then began to make out, to which Sanji and Zoro shared a grossed-out look. Frankie, bro, I got some stuff I need you to check. This time a gas human floated beside Frankie and pulled him somewhere. That's Caesar, one of the recruits you asked us to get. It was Hancock filling him in. There is Kuro, another recruit. He's been a welcomed addition as his strategies are top-notched. Black Cat Kuro went to Brook and Jinbei's side. The commander is requesting for your presence, Sir Jinbei, Sir Brook, Madam Hancock. And they followed him somewhere as well. Probably going to strategy. We are trying to plan the best way to rescue our comrades. We'll go there first. They continued forward following the direction that Jinbei, Brook, and Kuro went. Not once has Luffy been recognized yet. He wore his straw hat, but nobody really paid attention. Robin and Nami ran off somewhere, but not before Robin planted a kiss in his lips. Nami also planted on his cheeks and blissfully ran after Robin. Something for later maybe. They passed by a room filled with Den Mushi, each with a different name on them, along with an image of who would be called. There were images of prominent allies such as Fisher Tiger, Vivi, Arlong, Whitebeard, Shanks, and so on. Luffy's eyes stopped at Viola and his heart skipped. How was she? This is our communication depot, to contact allies. Viola suggested it on her last visit 2 years ago. There seemed to have been something there, but he would have to ask later. The duo then stepped to the side as a literal cavalry went through the hallway. In front of the pact was none other than Capone Bijet, who got off of his horse and seemingly absorbed the entire cavalry behind him. He then began to casually walk past them, not noticing Luffy. Commander Bijet. She addressed his confused look as Bijet went ahead to where he assumed was the meeting ground. Come in, let's keep up. She grabbed him by the arm and continued onward. Another figure passed them. Luffy recognized him from back in Bear 80. Where was Krieg if Jin was here? The base was bustling. Every single person was busy doing something. And what was even crazier was the meeting room, where familiar faces were going over a plan on a massive table. People were moving around, writing things feverishly, going over plans of action, erasing some plan that seemed stupid. And Luffy had a massive grin over his face, realizing the people who were still in the room. He decided to make his presence known by adjusting one of their faulty plans. Luffy took a step forward. Not a single person made note of his presence. He then reviewed their battle board and adjusted some things. A man with funky glasses and matching black-studded gloves noticed him, finally acknowledging him. "Who the hell are you?" The man took note of Commander Hancock by his side, but didn't really put two and two together. Luffy ignored him and continued adjusting the board. Good thing he knew the structure of Impel Down from experience, or else he would have looked stupid. He adjusted the battle board and finally finished. Now all eyes were on him. I said, "Who the hell are you?" said the man threateningly, grabbing Luffy by the shoulders. Luffy immediately recognized him as Django, the Hypnothis from Kuro's crew. "Get your hands off him, Django," called a man with a massive blade over his back. The acting supreme commander of the Straw Hat, Commander Mihawk. Why? He did as he was told and was surprised to see that Mihawk took a knee. "Captain," he said simply, to which the rest of the room followed. Luffy looked around as Bijah, Brook, Jinbei were the next three to follow. The tears escaped the eyes of Bonclay, Califa, and Jidatsu. Then Monet, Jabra, Kaku, Shura, and Broly followed. "Captain," exclaimed Broly. Those who knew him as a legend followed hesitantly in the end, which happened to be Jin, Kuro, and of course Django, who looked mortified at his actions. He looked around, surveying the room with a smile over his face. "Sorry to keep you waiting for so long, everyone, so why don't we get to work?" He ordered everyone, to which everyone got up and ran up to look at his plan on the battle board. "It's perfect," said Kuro simply, as Luffy walked towards Mihawk. "Hey Mihawk." He stood in front of the swordsman with a smile on his face. "Hello, Captain," greeted the swordsman, as he couldn't hold his smile at his usual stoic look. "We're going to need to accelerate your rise as the king, as I am now dubbed the greatest swordsman in time, Mihawk." He then embraced his good friend. Memories of their early adventures together flooded his mind. The usual cold commander returned his friend's hug as the two shared a moment. "Right then, so this is who's left, huh?" "Not after we execute your plan, Captain," said Kuro from the battle board, computing the personnel needed for the plan to work. Suddenly, two familiar faces arrived through the entrance hall, neither man really looking forward as they were both reviewing the agenda. "Mihawk, we need to speed up the plan." "Come up with anything yet?" said the tall swordsman that Luffy was ever so familiar with. "Yeah, damn Marines are going to execute Commander Katakuri if we don't move quickly," said another man. He was shirtless for his visit, and Luffy immediately realized who it was. His back tattoo was no longer that of Whitebeard but that of a spade. They were warlords of the sea, though more importantly, secret members of the Straw Hat Grand Armada. "Hey guys," Luffy announced his presence, to which the two warlords suddenly dropped all that they were holding. In unison, the two individual men yelled, "Captain ya, big bro." Impel Down Eternal Hell. Deep in the dark abyss of the cold and lonely hell known as Eternal Hell, prisoners were isolated in their own cells, chained securely along the thick concrete walls. "I had a dream that one day I'm free. I had a dream that one day I drink tea. I had a dream." A yellow-haired occupant of the prison sang. He did this every day. His song was on repeat. It got annoying, but there was really no entertainment. Nobody complained, but one man. "Shut the fuck up, Shiki," exclaimed another prisoner of level 6. This man had been chained in the air, upside down, for being so defiant. "You shut up, Crocodile, you fucking brat," responded Shiki. "I've been in this hole for 20-something years, so I do what I want. Once I get out of this, I'll fucking kill you, Shiki," responded Crocodile. Though in his mind he continued to replay his failure. The way the Straw Hats collapsed after Katakuri's defeat was partly his fault. Yeah, right. Couldn't even defeat Newgate. Couldn't even protect his own captain. Shiki knew how to rub the pirate the wrong way, to rile him up. Sure enough, the sound of rustling chains echoed in the distance, but the bondage was too tight. "Stand down, Crocodile, he's not worth it," commented another voice. On the biggest cell of Eternal Hell, a voice commanded. "Oh, Dogtooth is speaking. Jahaha, you call yourself an emperor, but you're stuck in this hellhole. Shut up, brat. Your generation does not understand true piracy." Then it was silence once more. Katakuri didn't give him the satisfaction of a response. Shiki took the silence as time to sing once more. "I had a dream that one day I'm free. I had a dream that one day." Though his voice was interrupted by another man. "If you were so strong, then why'd you lose to Roger?" Snickers spread throughout the prisoners of level 6 prisoners. "Good one." A powerful figure leaned against the cement walls of his cell. Byandy World sang praise to his fellow prisoner. Though he had an itch on the back of his hands, he's been missing the sea, for it had been so long. "Fuck you, Bullet." Though the group laughed at the expense of Shiki, but Shiki joined along as he did not care for their mockery. He could kill them all if it came to it. There were some cells which contained 2 prisoners, one of which had the Gold Emperor and the Thunder God. "What's up, Enel?" asked Guild as he hung on the cold cement wall. He noticed that Enel had his eyes closed. Despite being bound by sea stone binding, he could still extend his sensory mastery mantra. A single tear escaped his eyes, which was weird for the now sagely man. Enel had been in Impel Down for 9 years, and his attitude and form had changed, though he maintained a physical peak. I didn't want to believe it. I felt traces of him in inland, and yet I said it was impossible. For 9 years I monitored the resonance and it remained dormant. But that changed a couple of days ago, so I thought maybe he was alive. Who is? Guild asked in confusion. The captain is here. Then suddenly the Impel Down prison shook violently as sounds of explosion could be heard in the far distance. On the surface, Impel Down entrance. The explosion came from the very top floor of Impel Down. The plan was quite simple. In order to get access to Impel Down, Law would have to come in on his submarine. Vijay, with the entire fighting force inside of him, would jump to the platform outside of Impel Down and Law would swap Magellan and Vijay. Thus the Straw Hats will have access to the hellish prison. Then outside on the platform, Monkey D. Luffy faced the poison user with a confident smile plastered across his face. "Who might you be?" asked the warden. His body was now morphing into the substance which could kill a man by a light touch. Luffy looked up from right under his straw hat, his eyes now shining a powerful gleam. "Monkey D. Luffy," he proclaimed, to which Magellan was taken aback. "No. You're dead. He heard of the news of Mugiwara's death 9 years ago. How is it that he's here?" "I'm still kicking." Magellan attempted to end the battle by swallowing Luffy in a sea of poison demons, but Luffy was much smarter and more experienced than their first battle. So he used Haki and his speed in such proficiency that Magellan's slow-moving poison could not keep up. How would another failure look under your name? Luffy casually dodged the incoming poison, not even really trying to attack, at least not yet. He had a plan for Magellan, he just wanted to weigh his resolve. "Dead, killed for my incompetence. That's why you shall not escape today." 2 sets of poison demons clashed amongst themselves, missing the Straw Hat captain completely. "That's a stupid reason to be killed. Hey, listen." Luffy decided to finally go into offense, delivering a precise, yet powerful jet pistol to the face of Magellan, surprising the warden by sending him back. "If you lose to me, you work for me. I won't lose to you." Magellan wiped the blood from his nose and proceeded to generate more poison demons, all of which were destroyed in a matter of minutes by Luffy. He expanded his fist and launched a powerful barrage of Haki-infused fists through the bodies of the poison demons. "Think again," Luffy said with a smile, as he seemingly floated in the air, looking down on the warden of Impel Down. For Luffy, who was bound to become an emperor after the world learns of his return, this was simply a detour back to his journey as the king. Impel Down, Crimson Hell. Inside Impel Down, the Straw Hats have successfully taken out the communication department, subdued the jailers, and were now on a rapid descent to level 6 to free all of their comrades. The rescue party consisted of Law, who was the catalyst for the plan. Without his pass through the gates of justice, they would never have gotten in the prison in such a quiet manner. Then Vijay housed the members of the breakout party. Ace was asked to stay behind on the submarine, asked to only come out only when absolutely necessary. The government did not need to know of 2 members of the Warlord being secret members of the Straw Hats. The captain had tasked himself of subduing Magellan. For some reason, he wanted to deal with him personally. Frankie and Brook took care of the information department, while Chopper and Nami set up a medical depot inside of Vijay. And Broly provided a pathway to the HQ along with Bluno. By the end of this trip, they would clear the prison of their allies and be home free. The rest of the jailers were awash, as Mihawk made quick work of Honeyapple. Vijay overwhelmed Saldeth. Hancock dealt with Domino while Robin had Sadie in a bind. "This is weird, huh? The Supreme Commander is back and all," commented Vijay as he stood over Sadeth. She was bound tightly on the ground. "It's still so surreal." "Really?" Robin replied while sitting on the bound Sadie. The two talked to each other casually despite being in a serious situation. They had no fear, for the captain was back. The other forces were defeated by the rest of the Straw Hat, as the purpose of the members of Impel Down was to keep prisoners in, not defend from people going in. That was the purpose of the Gate of Justice, but Law's status as warlord got them through. Through level 1, the Straw Hats freed their comrades, quickly dealing with the guards. No bladed grass could stop them. In this level, Dice, Kabachi, Moji, and Satori were prisoners no more. "How did you guys get here?" asked Satori, out of energy from being imprisoned for so long. He still could not believe that they were free at last. "He's back," replied Ohm with a smile. To this Satori teared up. There was hope once more. "Jin, set me free," exclaimed Don Krieg, the former captain of the Krieg Armada. Ever since his embarrassing defeat at the hands of the Straw Hats, he had been sent to Impel Down. Jin took one look at Krieg and scoffed. No longer did his former captain have any ounce of his respect, for he had his chance, but his chance has long passed. 2 years ago, Toto Land, Commander Katakuri has fallen. "Push through," exclaimed Crocodile, although his decision would lead to their ultimate downfall. This no-killing limit was really putting them at a disadvantage, and now Katakuri was caught in fire. Just their luck. Satori followed blindly as per the commander's orders, but it was for naught, as he ended up being the unfortunate half who was caught. The ball user ended up on the wrong end of Charlotte Smoothie's hand as he ended up dry to the bones. He's never seen himself skinny before, so I guess that would be a slight positive. On another end of the Yonko territory, there were many things happening. Richie, a horrible screech came from the beast tamer, who held his beloved pet in both hands. The dupe had become an impeccable partnership, and yet Richie was slain by Charlotte Prospero. The heartless bastard was going to kill Moji, but Richie rushed in to save his tamer, though more importantly, friend. Kabaji tried to intervene for his heartbroken friend, but Prospero trapped him too, and Dice was caught in the candy prison. Impel Down, Beast Hell, down to level 2, and there was disbelief and excitement from the members of the Straw Hats. On this floor were Tanaka, Hatchin, and Absalom. I never truly lost fate, proclaimed Tanaka as he was freed from his binding. No longer was he bound from using his abilities, as he happily zoomed through different prisoners' cells, knocking out other pirates who should not be given a chance to escape. He returned in front of Bonclay, who helped him out. Me too, Bonclay said with a smile, though the journey continued as the forces of the Straw Hats continued to make their descent. No beast of this hell could slow them down. She's with me, exclaimed Hatchin as he grabbed the hand of the woman formerly known as Miss Doublefinger. For her time in prison, her demeanor has changed and her outlook in life has become more positive. Hatchin had held a cell with her for these past 2 years, and he found a friend in her. 2 years ago, Toto Land. I'm sorry, Commander, I'm not getting out of this one. Hatchin fell on both knees, dropping his blade, accepting the fate which was handed to him as a superheated blade sliced across his chest. On the other line of the call was the head of military personnel, Atlantis Island, Arlong. His duties for his people weigh more than his duties for the Straw Hat, as the captain's final orders were to ensure that his people have a safe journey to the surface to protect them. Hatchin, began the voice of Arlong on the line, though Charlotte Oven stepped on the device, effectively breaking it. No, exclaimed Tanaka as his power was practically useless, as all inorganic substances in Big Mom's territory are alive. So he had to get to Hatchin through the good old-fashioned way, running. But he never would get to him as Smoothie caught him, wringing him like a wet tower and tossing him to the side. Though the massive woman met the end of a saber, her skin pierced clean through. An invisible man successfully injured her, but that invisible man was knocked out with a kick. Absalom was no match for the sweet commander. Weak, said Smoothie as Absalom faded into darkness. Impel Down, Starvation Hell. Once descending into the 3rd level, the allies in this floor were barely scraping by, driven to the point of starvation. This floor had Gladius, Baccarat, and Matchvice. It's been so long. Where is Guild? Baccarat asked weakly, looking around through the fighting members of the crew. Monet held her up and gave her water and some pieces of bread. She could not shock her with more food or it will kill her. We're going to get him soon. I see, responded the red-haired lady before passing out. I'll be back in no time, commented Matchvice as Jidatsu noted that he had lost his muscles. Glad to have you back, Jidatsu said with a smile. Gladius was given his attire and was glad he could finally be back to normal. Gladius, take me with you. Buffalo, a former member of the Don Quixote family, used every ounce of his energy to muster up the plea for freedom. Gladius looked at Buffalo, surveying him. For the time they were here in Impel Down, he was good company, funny guy too. Your call, Sanji said as he tossed the keys to Gladius. He looked down on it and contemplated whether to free Gladius or not, and the party began moving down, with Commander Mihawk at the helm. Zoro got in front of Mihawk, dealing with any and all the jailers that attempted to stop their pursuit for their comrades. Mihawk had a smile throughout this entire journey as his student was finally becoming a masterful swordsman, though his lack of control of it still concerned him. Some of the forces began filtering back up with Baje as he was staying in level 1 to house all escapee. Those who can't go on were commanded to move back up to get the treatment that they need. Being in prison for so long takes its toll. 2 years ago, Toto Land. I sure wish the Hadrudin was here. Matchvice gritted between his teeth as he held the fist of Charlotte Snack, attempting to stop his strike for as much as he can. Gladius jumped over him, covering Snack's face with a cloth. He then charged it and exploded the cloth, causing Snack to blow back. But instead of falling, he grabbed Matchvice by the arm and slammed him on the ground. Gladius attempted to attack the commander but also fell into the hands of the enemy. Baccarat, you should retreat. Guild covered himself and who he could protect in liquid gold, solidifying it as a wall. No, you should escape. The two have developed a relationship, one of which was unexpected even for the two of them. She pushed him out of the way and was slain at the tip of the enemy's blade. Your mistake was entering our land. Charlotte Cracker held his spear, pointing it at the head of Guild. The enraged commander swallowed Cracker with his gold, barraging him with sharpened spears. Though Cracker's tough exterior and the lengthy battle ultimately resulted in the Gold Emperor's downfall, Cracker sustained some injuries as he was forced out of his tough defense and out in the open. Guild lost by facing the real Cracker, falling at the end of his sword. Impel Down, Blazing Hell. On and off for 2 years, Icarus Much had lived his actual living hell. For the past 2 years, he was living close to a pit of fire, constantly burned near death and resurrected only for the days to return once more. I got you, my friend. Jin gave Icarus some water, to which the fishman could not believe what he was seeing. There's no way. No way. He had been broken for the torture which he had experienced. Believe it, my friend. Caldino was being helped to his feet by Kuro, and Vergo stood on his own. Aladdin joined the forces that went down to the floor, even though he had been held in prison for so long. It's good to see you, friend, Kuro said to Galdino. How is this happening? Asked Galdino as he rehydrated. Captain is here. To this, Galdino's eyes widened. His tired muscle gained a new level of energy. Despite the intense heat, his wax covered his body. His entire body was covered in wax armor that he continued to rebuild despite his tired muscle. Vergo stood in front of the former Mr. One of the Baroque works, his form more intimidating than ever. Well, asked Vergo simply as the two men understood each other. Fine, replied Das Bones as he got up and joined Vergo, the two working well together to eliminate the jailers in their way. 2 years ago, Toto Land, Charlotte Defuku defeated the likes of Aladdin and Icarus much. Only Galdino stood in between his comrades and certain death. Arlong regretted not sending enough help. He should have been there, he should have. But he was bound by his duties, his people. If 1 second Arlong the Saw left his land, pirates would have a field day with Atlantis, especially the damned slavers, for they were willing to lose some life for the return of the coveted fish folk's slave. He could not do that for his people. I respect your will. Defuku's genie pressured the wax-armored warrior, and despite his effort, the genie got through his guard, and down goes Galdino. Vergo attempted to strike down the genie, though he was outmatched, also falling at the tip of its blade. Impel Down, freezing hell. Finally, Buggy had been sitting in the same spot for years, only moving when he needed to. The Straw Hat Commander had Corazon for company, but the former Marine was not much of a talker. Commander, exclaimed Kabaji and Moji. One question. Where is Alvida? Said Buggy, a hint of venom in his voice. For that woman was the reason he was imprisoned, and why he was not there for the war in Toto Land. A warlord now, chimed in Law as he heard Buggy's question. She's mine, Buggy said simply. Corazon had found Trebol in level 5, and the two had been in constant communication. The former officer of his brother had become more mild-mannered. Maybe this prison was really good for the former evils of the world. So Corazon took Trebol with them. He would make a valuable ally as long he was kept in check. 2 years ago, Toto Land, Corazon was bombarded by the children of Big Mom, as despite his battle prowess, the Straw Hats were simply outnumbered. He met his end at the combined punch of 3 of Big Mom's sons, Charlotte Cadenza, Charlotte Counter, and Charlotte Cabaletta. How did it all go wrong? He wondered how their plan failed as everything was good. Their movement was precise, but the fall at the top caused their ultimate downfall. So then, what happened? Impel Down, Eternal Hell. Luffy went through the first floor, tossing the fallen form of Magellan to Bijay. He immediately cuffed the fallen warden and tossed him in his body's jail cell. What a weird string of sentences, but it was true for Bijay. His body was a living, breathing fortress. Be back in a bit, Luffy said with a smile on his face. He gave Robin a wink and rushed downstairs. Go get our boys, Captain, yelled Bijay, and Luffy gave him a thumbs up. The retrieval party were finally in level 6 of Impel Down. They used Hannibal credentials in order to get through the bolted gates. Ah, the Straw Hats are here, I see. Shiki leaned against his cell, watching as the Straw Hats freed their allies. Been some time, eh? Guild rubbed his wrist as he was finally free. He immediately searched for Baccarat, and he was put at ease when someone relayed to him that she was with Bijay, getting some rest. Good. Good, said Guild with relief in his voice. This hellhole was pretty peaceful, said Crocodile as Caesar released him from his binding. This Straw Hat fellow must be really strong, huh? Asked Bullet as he leaned against his own railings, watching as the Straw Hats began to filter in, helping their allies. He's here, isn't he? Asked Enel, shaking the hands of all he could make contact with. It's been so long since he's seen them. Katakuri. Mihawk grabbed the hand of the former emperor, helping him to his feet. Mihawk, I'm sorry I lost it. He got up and joined the others near the entranceway. It's okay, Mihawk replied with a smile. He's back. I didn't believe it when Enel began to speak of his return. But with you all here, and Magellan nowhere in sight, is he really here? Hey everyone. The Straw Hat Commander finally made his entrance, looking at the crowd that had gathered in level 6, Eternal Hell. Almost instantaneously, those who were imprisoned in level 6 immediately recognized his arrival. Despite not seeing him for 9 years, they knew full well who it is. The why and how will be asked later. Guild immediately took a knee, followed by Enel. Crocodile, despite his hard nature, took a knee as well. Then last to take a knee was Katakuri, the former Yonko, recognizing who the real king was of the Straw Hats. So you're the guy, huh? Shiki looked over at Straw Hat Luffy with a smirk over his face. You youngsters have gotten really cocky since I've been placed in here. Golden Lion, I've heard tales about you. Is that so? Yeah, but that's just it. Simple tales, word of mouth. Luffy began to tease as he indicated the Straw Hats to stand on their feet once more. Why you? Shiki began, though Luffy stepped up, grabbing his cell with one hand and ripping it out of the wall. I'm going to become the king of pirates. Want to be there when I realize my dream into a reality? Asked Luffy. At first, Shiki had an annoyed look at his face, though his attitude changed once he realized that this young man was the real deal. Is it true you are allied with Newgate? Yeah, Luffy responded, and Shiki's frown turned into a smile. If ever I doubt your resolve, I'll kill you myself, Mugiwara. But Luffy took this threat as Shiki joining his cause. We could use an adventurer like yourself. Luffy leaned against the sill of one Bindi world. Luffy remembered him from his time in Amazon Lily, back in his normal timeline. Looks like he never got out of prison. The man considered his options. To have a chance to taste the sea once more. Sure, why not? I'm getting older here anyway. Bindi was helped out of his shackles. Luffy then moved on to Bullet, who had yet to say something. So, Luffy asked, arms crossed and a smile over his face. His confidence was intoxicating that not one person in that room could doubt that he was here to play. Douglas Bullet sized him up. From his background of being a warrior, only losing to Gall D. Roger and the combined might of the Marines. I'll go, but I have to see if you are a man worth my time. Deal, responded Luffy. And just like that, the Straw Hat Pirates had their king, their entire force, and an addition of Douglas Bullet, Bindi World, and Shiki the Golden Lion in their forces. Once he dealt with the 3 powerful prisoners of Eternal Hell, he then went to address his people. Get back out of here. We have to go before this prison gets back up, ordered Luffy, and people began filtering out. Though the 4 prisoners of level 6 hang back a little, waiting to address the return of their captain. Captain, said Guild with a smile, giving the captain a handshake. Been a while, Guild, replied Luffy after they shook hands. He went after the rest. Luffy moved towards Crocodile, who had a smirk over his face. Back from the dead, huh? I guess so. You didn't become a deadbeat, huh? I guess so. They shared a laugh. Then Crocodile grabbed him by the shoulder. It's good to have you back, Captain. And the sand user went after the rest, escaping the prison. Luffy noted that before, the sand user would never acknowledge him as his captain. How times have changed. Captain, I was swallowed by hatred and revenge, and went after the Ice Admiral. I should have used better judgment and realized that I was needed more by the crew than rotting in prison. We're way past that now, Enel. I failed everyone as well. Now we move past our mistakes and move on. Are you with me? Always, answer Enel, for it was Luffy who gave him a chance for a family, and it was him he owed his life to. Enel then went after the rest, yearning for the freedom that evaded him for so long. The smell of fresh air would be nice. Captain, Katakuri approached him, as the 2 men were the last to go up. The entire journey to the surface was a conversation on how he failed. 2 years ago, Toto Land. Now how did Katakuri fail against Charlotte Linlin? Big Mom. My son, it seems you have returned. Mother, I am here for your road poneglyphs. Nobody else needs to get hurt. It is true, my son. You have amassed a massive fighting force, but you failed to plan for one thing. Big Mom had Charlotte Pudding by her hair, and Charlotte Brownie on the other. What I'm willing to do to win. Mama. She then let the body of Brownie drop on the floor before Katakuri could react, as she pulled out his soul, removing his lifespan to give Katakuri the idea that she was not bluffing. She then began to shift her gaze to Pudding. I have 85 children, all of which are disposable to me at my whim. Give up this pursuit for my road poneglyph, Katakuri, or I'll kill as much of your precious sibling. No, exclaimed Katakuri just as Big Mom was going to rip the life force out of Pudding. Don't. Mama good. Then Big Mom tossed Pudding to the side and surrounded Prometheus fire around Katakuri, and she let it stay on him towards the entirety of the rest of the war. Or it couldn't even be called a war, as with Katakuri immobilized, nobody could stop Big Mom. Sure, they could slow her down, but the Emperor was too much. Pudding watched on as tears welled up in her 3 eyes. Previously, Katakuri was the perfect brother, a model for all to follow. But since his disappearance, the entire family changed their view on him. They hated him for betraying their family. But here he was, protecting her, commanding his troops to not kill his siblings. Maybe Mama was in the wrong. Maybe. Crocodile realized that Guild had fallen at the hands of Cracker, so he went after the biscuit user. Though the combined effort of Daifuku and Cracker meant the end of the lone warrior. So instead of fighting for a victory, he fought for the escape of his comrades. Impel Down, entrance. I don't blame you, Katakuri. His recollection of the events to the Lost finally settled in Luffy's mind. But he did not blame his first commander. He was not at fault. But Captain, due to my familial ties, I caused the suffering of everyone. In Luffy's mind, he was thinking about how he let down everyone for 9 freaking years, and Katakuri was feeling bad for loving his family. Love for your family is what makes you yourself, Katakuri. And Big Mom exposed your love thinking it was your weakness. Believe me, my friend, after we're done with her, she won't be able to hurt you or your family again. With that, Luffy and Katakuri returned to the submarine, Bija and Law following closely after. The rest of the group was within Bija or transported to the HQ through a mirror or door. "Good to have you back, Captain," said Law, though Luffy noted that his appearance remained that of his younger self. "You've missed 9 years of pure craziness." The Surgeon of Death remains loyal with the Straw Hats due to the captain's action in killing Doflamingo ... that was liberating. They got aboard the yellow submarine and swiftly cleared the Gate of Justice. Just as they exited on the other side of the massive wall, sirens erupted as Impel Down was finally able to get their communication going again. There were many things that caused a blood vessel to pop in the Marine's head. Breakout of multiple level 1 through 5 prisoners, though that wasn't even the surface of the issue. Head jailer Magellan was missing. Breakout of multiple level 6 prisoners. Crocodile, Enel, Guild, Shiki, Bullet, Bindi. More pressing of the concerns was the former Yonko, Katakuri. But that wasn't even the biggest headache. The embarrassing betrayal from one Trafalgar Law. It wasn't this either. Something peculiar happened while the Straw Hats were breaking out of jail. There's rumors that he's back. The man who caused terror in the world of the Marines. The same man who embarrassed them at every turn. From the many eyes of the jailers of Impel Down, they all could concur that a certain straw hat wearing, ass-kicking young man was back from the dead, and all they could ask was, how? Monkey D. Luffy is back. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.